Microsoft DevBox. One of the biggest pain points in starting a new project or getting going on a new team is setting up your dev environment. And I'm sure that at one point or another, you've all experienced the frustration that comes with spending an entire day or even sometimes more on machine setup before you even get to coding. Cloud-based environments like Microsoft DevBox and GitHub Codespaces make it so much easier to start contributing to your team's code base right away, regardless of where you are or what machine you're working with, and without compromising on security. All that is to say, Leslie showed us what a fantastic individual developer experience can look like. But now we're living in a hybrid first world where dev teams are expected to work together even when they're not together live. This means that our technology needs to work harder to keep complicated processes simple and streamlined so that they can accelerate developer velocity. And we need consistency in our environments to make sure that we're maintaining quality. So I want to spend some time talking about how we can set up the kind of super productive developer experience that Leslie showed us with a sound infrastructure that teams can easily scale and replicate. Let's start by talking about what Microsoft DevBox means for teams. Earlier, we talked about how complicated it can be to set up your environments, and this really simplifies that process so that it's amortized across the entire team. Microsoft DevBoxes can be tailored on a project-by-project basis so that it has the latest updated source code and build artifacts, and that makes onboarding new developers a matter of minutes as opposed to days. And DevBoxes are cloud PCs built on Windows 365, so it comes with anywhere access and secure management through Intune and Microsoft Endpoint Manager. It's self-service for developers, so they can request additional machines for elastic environments while ensuring that the environments remain isolated and secure. And it's also cost-optimized for developer scenarios with hibernation and timed and triggered shutdown functionality that allows you to pay for only what you use. But you all know that there's a lot more to building an application than just setting up the necessary SDKs and tools in a dev box. Building modern cloud-native apps requires a developer to create everything that the app depends on, which can be super complicated. What we're showing here is pretty typical for an application. If I was a new developer joining the team and I had to set up this environment on my own, it would be pretty easy for me to make a mistake or to open up a security hole. The enterprise I work for probably doesn't want me to have this much control over all of the resources, and it's also not exactly how I want to be spending my time. So how do we increase the productivity and the quality for hybrid development teams at scale? We build on the best practices of GitOps with Azure deployment environments. Azure deployment environments make it easy to implement GitOps by tightly integrating Git-based version control, pull request workflows, and automated deployments. And this really helps maintain a reliable, consistent, and auditable deployment process, and it improves collaboration, and it promotes best practices within development teams. And here's what it looks like in action. Starting with the dev infrastructure, platform engineers curate environment templates and map projects to Azure subscriptions, identities, and permissions based on their environment type. From there, dev teams then assign their developers the templates they need to work on projects. Developers can then deploy those environments on demand through a dev portal or the CLI, or they can deploy them automatically through their CI/CD pipeline. Regardless of how the environment is deployed, the resources are automatically routed to the relevant Azure subscription, whether that's a test, development, or production subscription. Now I'm going to have Shane Boyer join me on stage to show you a little bit of what I'm talking about. Shane?
All right. Good morning. All right, so in our first demo, we showcased the power of dev boxes, and developers can quickly start using those pre-configured machines in the cloud equipped with essential tools like Visual Studio. In the same way that dev boxes provide that pre-configured development machine, deployment environments provide that complete set of infrastructure necessary to run that application workload. And just like dev boxes, deployment environments can be self-served through the developer portal, and they can even be created via the command line and used for your pipelines. Using deployment environment, devs don't have to learn all the ins and outs of Azure and potentially creating the wrong resources or over-provisioning infrastructure or even misconfiguring a service, inadvertently creating a security exposure. So here I am in what Mark started with in these dev boxes, and I'm going to go over to the podcast app. And as a platform engineer, when you set up a project, you're really configuring that self-serve capability that enables those developers to build and experiment quickly. So we talked about a little bit about dev pools. So how easy is it to set up one of those boxes for our dev pools? So here, I've got a number here. I'm going to go ahead and create one in our portal. And first off, I'm just going to set up a name, and we'll just call this maybe front end, VS. And we need to make sure that we follow our naming conventions. And then next we have our DevBox definition. And now the DevBox definition here, it really defines our CPU, RAM, and the base image and size that we're going to have for the box. This would include things like Visual Studio, 256 megs of RAM, things like that, probably 1 gigs. And then next we have our network connection, and this is going to define our location, where we're at, maybe where our developers are at, our resources, etc. And you'll notice that some of these here actually define a VNet. This is sometimes we need access to our local resources on-prem if we're connecting to those. And then we want to look at what's the type of privileges that we want that particular user to have. Standard local user or an administrator. There might be some additional resources that they need to install on the machine, tooling, etc., to do their job. And then as Amanda mentioned previously, we want to control those costs and shut down those boxes when they're not in use. So if I'm setting a stop time here, maybe in San Diego, my developers might be in Zurich, I want to shut that down when they're done with their workday, so those machines just start to go to the cloud, costing me money as a platform engineer in my company. And then finally, these machines are automatically enrolled into Intune, and they're managed using the same policy you use for any of the other devices on your network. So we'll cancel all that. All right, next we'll talk about our environment types. And you'll notice I've got a dev, test, and prod environment, and those are assigned to the subscriptions in my particular company here. And up until now, we've talked a lot about giving developers a way to self-serve those development machines. But what about all that infrastructure that the developers need to run that application? As platform engineers, you enable developers to create that infrastructure needed using the deployment environments. Now, a deployment environment type is a definition of a set of Azure resources, and those are specified using infrastructure as code or IAC templates like ARM or Bicep or Terraform. And these templates, they live in a Git-based repository, and they can be added to a project. And this enables our developers to create that infrastructure that they need through the developer portal, through their workflow. I can simply add that. Now, I might have a new front-end team that's coming onto our project, the podcast app, and they're going to be working on the front end. And I want to make sure that their work is assigned to the proper subscription. I obviously have access to a lot of subscriptions here. And I want to make sure that they have the right role when they're doing their work. I might only want them to be a contributor on a specific subscription. And then I can add additional access or tags based on those particular roles. So I can really control their work based on the type of job that they're performing.
And the tag allows you to actually track the project that they're working on as well, right?
Correct. And I can do some queries and things in dashboards and kind of watch the workflow of that work and cost control as well.
Awesome.
All right. So finally, after I've added that, we want to look at our actual environments. We talked a lot about the infrastructure. We showed a very scary map of the infrastructure for the podcast app. Yeah. And how do I control that when somebody's doing that work to make sure that everything is spun up for them, they're not doing too many key vaults or too many Azure Container Apps. It's going to cost us money. So what we do is we set this up here for them. And for the podcast project, we've configured a DevOps task to create a new deployment for each branch that creates that isolated collection of infrastructure for that development. If they do a PR, we want to make sure that we run that through a load test and make sure we're meeting certain SLAs. And then when that's all done, that gets burned down or taken out of the infrastructure, and it's not costing us extra money.
Awesome. So the developer doesn't really have to think about taking that infrastructure down.
Just have to check in code.
Awesome.
And that enables us to effectively manage our environment and really increases our developer velocity. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Shane.
Well, I'm excited to announce, thanks. I'm excited to announce that Microsoft DevBox is ready for you now, and it'll be generally available in July of this summer. And we've already got over 10,000 of our internal engineers at Microsoft using Microsoft DevBox in our team today. And they're loving it because they're able to switch between projects seamlessly and do their jobs efficiently without the operational toil that usually comes with maintaining a machine. And as Shane mentioned, Azure deployment environments deliver consistency and security and great self-service developer experience, and they're generally available now. And best of all, there's no cost to use Azure deployment environments. You just pay for the underlying Azure resources that you use. So go check it out. Now, before we move on, I do want to take a minute to just show you a quick example from General Motors that shows how all this technology is helping their teams take things to the next level.
GM's purpose is to pioneer innovation that moves and connects people to what matters.
We're adding so many different new products and services. The need to be able to get people up to develop quickly is becoming more and more important every day.
We have to make sure they have the right tools, the process, the security.
The Microsoft Developer Cloud to us is that all-in-one solution.
Copilot is something we just rolled out. We have 400 plus GM developers using it.
The developers love it. They put comments in your code, and Copilot provides you with example code in the context of your application. So it really understands your application and what you've been writing.
And it lets us speed up a lot of that boilerplate process. Get you 98% of the way there. That's been a big productivity boost for them.
What DevBox allows you to do that we couldn't do before is really get the developer ready to develop within a day. So all the tools, all the capabilities connected to all the endpoints they need to do their job.
Each DevBox can be configured with a different set of tools. So if you are working on multiple assignments, we have been assigned with multiple DevBoxes.
Azure deployment environment is part of the DevBox portal. We are using the infrastructure as code within the deployment environment. Say, I want an environment to test out once I'm ready. I can do it with Azure deployment environment. I can spin up that environment. Team can come in and test their code, make sure it's all ready before I move to production.
To innovate new capabilities that really connect people to things that matter, you have to be with the partner who thinks with a developer mindset. That makes Developer Cloud a really good choice for us.
I just love that video. I love hearing how Microsoft DevBox and Azure deployment environments are helping the GM team onboard their developers faster, automate their mundane tasks, and scale in a way that has real impact for customers. We've talked about how collaboration between developers and operations teams really leads to faster software delivery. DevOps combines people and processes and technology to deliver continuous value to users. DevSecOps is the evolution of DevOps, where companies adopt security-first mindset by putting security into every phase of the development lifecycle, from design to delivery. DevSecOps is really more important than ever given the prevalence of open source. 99% of enterprises use open source, and 80 to 90% of modern software supply chains are made up of open source. While this gives teams incredible common foundation to build on top of, it also means that they've invited thousands of developers into their code base, but they probably don't really have great visibility into who they've invited and how secure that code is. Quite simply, you really can't have DevOps without the holistic security and peace of mind that comes with DevSecOps. And we're applying that paradigm even further across security and resilience and the overall quality of your customers' experiences. So Shane is going to join me one more time to show you all how we can extend this practice so that we can catch issues earlier in the development lifecycle. Shane?
Hi, I'm back. All right.
All right.
Okay, so what we did in the first one, we kind of talked about a little bit of how we set up all of these boxes to make the developer productive.
Yeah.
And now, as a developer, I want to make sure that all of that stuff is set up and has security and my productivity and all of the quality things are set up for it.
Right. So you were wearing like a different shirt a minute ago.
I was a platform engineer, now I'm a developer.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
changing roles on the team. Okay, so for the podcast app, what we've done is we've actually partnered with a third-party service to customize the category text and description based on a specific user. So by tailoring that content, we're kind of hoping that we can get some more subscribers to our service.
That makes sense.
Okay, so I've got our Visual Studio here, and I'm actually going to look for our little HTTP code that I'm looking for here we go. All right, so category client here. And what I've got is this actually will invoke our category client, that third-party service, pretty simple HTTP client. I'm going to go over to my categories API and uncomment that code that I was testing earlier. Make sure I use the right keyboard. Got a lot of things going on back here. All right. Now that I've got that code in there, I'm just going to go over to our Git changes. And I'm just going to say add my category service. And I'm going to check in that code. And because my platform engineering team set up that CI system for us, it'll scaffold out all of that production system stuff that I need. It replicates there and run our stuff for us. So I'm going to go ahead and commit my changes and push. And that should do that stuff for us, which is really great. And we'll just wait for that to happen.
Shane, I got you on here in front of thousands of people to do a demo, and there's like a failure.
I'm sorry. Come to build, do a demo. It'll be awesome. Let me go to my source control. This is not embarrassing. All right.
It looks like the push was rejected because...
Look at that. It says checking for credentials and other secrets. Push was rejected because it contains one or more secrets. I didn't see a secret in there.
I didn't either.
All right. So it says... Program CS line 25. All right, so let's go back over there. Let's look at line 25. That's wrong scroll wheel. Look at that. So 25.
But it's commented.
It's commented out. So we actually have GitHub, the Azure Security DevOps set up, right? And what it does is it actually scans our code, kind of a pre-flight check, and says, you have a key here. And it's not going to let us check in. Nobody's ever checked in a key before, right? But I know when I've done it here, I get a ton of emails. I've got to roll back things. I got to figure out how to do all my Git history and thousands of command line things I got to do. So what I can do now is I'm just going to actually remove that from our code. We'll just delete that. How about that? I'll make sure I save it in the file.
That should solve it, right?
Fix it.
Easy.
Yeah, fixed. Sorry about that.
No more secret.
And I'll commit and push that. Cool. Now we should be good, right?
Yep.
Good to go. We're pushing. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so the Azure DevOps Advanced Security is even smart enough to look at our history.
The Git history.
The Git history. So it knows that it's actually back there in the back, and we would commit that, and somebody could actually scaffold our history as well and snag that key and do bad things, right?
Gotcha.
Sniff our secret. So if we're not stopping these accidental leaks, right, we have a lot of production work we have to roll back, revoking things. It's time, it's money, it's a pain. So we don't want to do that. So luckily, Visual Studio allows us to look at all of our commits. I can see that I got these two here. So what I'm going to do is I will double click both of those, right? And I can just right click. Let's just do a squash. And let's change this to add cat service, something like that. We'll hit squash. Now I can push that. Now everything should be happy, I hope.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So it's
good.
really cleaned up now.
Well, now it's
Great.
never existed in our history, and I can actually go, I don't want to move icons, but what I want to do is go and look at our pipeline. So these are the pipelines that we've set up, and if I actually refresh this here, we can see now I've got my add cat service. It's running. It's going to kick off all of that infrastructure scaffolding for us, which is really cool. Now that's going to take some time, right? So what I want to actually do is I'm thinking that's pretty good. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio, and we will we'll just create a PR. So I'll click that pull request, and I'll just put in my initials. That should be good enough for me. I'll create that. Now what that's going to do, since on our PR branch, we've created enough rules, we put our rules here so that we want it to run through an actual load test.
Gotcha. So
Right.
basically, like, there's kind of a developer inner loop that does CI and things like that. And then the push to make sure that you don't push something like a secret, but then you even have a further kind of set of tests that you want to run as you get closer to production.
Yeah, so any PRs, we want to make sure that that's going to mirror our actual production environment. So we want to make sure, obviously, we're hitting our quality gates and stuff
Gotcha.
like that. So now that's going to take, again, some time because there's a lot of infrastructure for us to scaffold, more time we have today, about 15 minutes or so. So what I want to do is, let's go check out one that one of our colleagues done in the past when he was running through some additional tests. So he's got, it looks like on another branch, adding these custom installations. And we look at the deployment, and what we're looking here is that actually we're using the Azure Developer CLI, and that scaffolds out everything. He could have done this on the command line with the AZD up, but we're using it also in our pipeline, and it ran that load test. And unfortunately, looks like it failed. So if I zoom in here, looks like we had a quality gate that we wanted a response time of 900 on those calls. We're hitting 21,000. Not so great. I'm not a performance person. It's been some time since I've been doing this.
Yeah.
So
Do you want me to? I'm actually kind of familiar with load testing. Do you want me to take it
I
up?
think that falls in your
Okay.
group.
So I think if we just look at the load testing that's in progress here, then we should be able to scroll down and see the results. And yep, we can actually see here that this is where the regression happened, and it's in the Get Categories API, right?
That's that code I wrote.
Yeah, that was what you were working on. So if we go back to Visual Studio and we go to the Categories API.
I think it's in a program CS
Yeah,
where we
there.
implemented it, right?
Yeah,
It's
so it's
down.
39, is that what it was?
We're looking at line 37, I think it was.
Okay,
Yep, right there.
yeah, there we are. Okay, so this is basically where we had the code that caused the performance regression,
Yeah,
right?
that category client I think needs to be a little bit more resilient. But
So
I'm not-
I don't really know this code base very well,
it's been a minute since I've written that.
but I'm kind of thinking maybe we can actually ask Copilot here.
There's some videos today I saw.
So I'm just going to ask, how can we make a category client more resilient?
Yeah, I bet it's not even going to care if we spelled anything right.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I spelled something
All right.
wrong there.
See here.
All right, let's see what it says.
Drum roll. Oh, smokes, look at all
Wow,
that. So it says to use Poly.
wow,
There's some code here.
awesome.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So should we just take this and insert it in there?
Maybe if we ask, like, can you add Poly to category client for us?
Can you add Poly to category client?
Let's see.
Let's see. This is live code. people.
Holy smokes.
All right, that's awesome. Okay, so let's just go ahead and insert that. And yes,
Where did it insert?
it inserted it down below. This right here. We don't
Let's
need-
copy that.
Okay.
And we'll just paste it on line 30, where were we at? We're at 38
There we
maybe?
are. There we
Throw it on 38.
Okay.
See what happens there.
are. Okay, and then we can just comment out this one.
Yeah, sure. And we'll go ahead and check in those
Go
code,
ahead and check it in,
and we'll see if it fails.
and we can check it out.
Make sure we put a comment in there.
Yep. Fixed Shane's slow code. All right. Is it all?
I might not be
That
back
works.
next year. Cool.
All right. So now we should be able to go back to the load test, right? And see
Yeah.
kind of what kicks off. And if we go back,
Oh,
I'm in the wrong
other window?
browser. Other window. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. If we go back to the pipelines, do we want to go to
That
the
first one, and we can see it
first
kicking
one?
it off if
See
we
it
refresh, I
actually
think.
refreshing.
Yeah, so we've got a new
Now we
load
can
run.
see it's running again.
It's gonna, PR automated for 102. It's probably gonna running through some additional runs.
Awesome.
And we can look at Mark's previous run.
Yeah,
I
we
think,
can
too.
look at this one to see a passing load test. And we can go ahead and click on the load test just to see kind of what that looks like.
That was one that got skipped, but I think if we look at this other tab,
This one here.
Yeah,
There we go.
cool.
There we go. There we go.
load
so
test.
we can go to the load test, and then we can see here we are, load test right there. And if we scroll down, we can actually see that
Look at that,
this is
530.
an example that passed. So it's really easy to basically just kind of use load testing in your CI/CD pipeline so that you can actually make sure that you have all of both the quality and security checks
Yeah.
that we had in this demo.
And when it's all done and that PR gets merged, all the infrastructure that got spun up goes away. I don't have to, as a developer, I have to worry about clicking things in a portal and trying to figure out what I'm not supposed to touch.
Just yet another headache that you don't have to think about,
Exactly.
so you can focus on writing code.
That's right.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thanks, Shane. Cool. So Shane's demo highlighted secret scanning, but GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps also offers code scanning and dependency analysis so that you can detect and remediate the most common kinds of code security issues. GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps is available as a public preview starting today. And Azure Load Testing, which we made generally available earlier this year, it really helps you ensure quality at scale. And it works with both Azure pipelines and GitHub Actions. And for those of you who are familiar with load testing already, you can upload your existing Apache JMeter scripts, which makes it really easy to get started. So we've talked a lot about how we're improving your individual developer experience and how we're accelerating your team's velocity. We've also talked about how this leads to happier developers who are more satisfied with their work. And that's because when we cut down on developer toil and improve efficiency across teams, we free up more time to create and innovate. Satya, Kevin, and Scott all talked about some truly mind-blowing AI-enabled apps. And while it might seem complicated at first glance, I really want you all to know just how easy it is to make any app an intelligent app. In fact, if you've got an API, you're already ready to go. The application that we showed in that last demo has a set of public APIs behind it. The podcast API is the main API that feeds the website and the app's data. And it also takes requests for new podcast submissions from users. Instead of processing the podcasts on the main API, it adds an item into a queue for the ingestion worker to handle. The ingestion worker is a background worker service that just listens to this feed submission queue, and it analyzes all of the submissions to see if they're valid and what category they should be in. And then it inserts it appropriately if it's valid, or it fires off other webhooks to notify other clients. The podcast updater API is really the simplest of all of the services. It's the background worker service that updates the podcast's feed from the internet, and it updates the database with all of this information. So let's take one of those APIs and build an intelligent app. I'm going to hand it over to Isidore Nikolic, who's going to show you just how easy it is to integrate this into your intelligent ecosystem.
Thank you, Amanda.
Hey,
it's great to be here. Thank you. So what we have here is the Open API docs page of our podcast API that you just talked about. And we have multiple endpoints listed here, and one of the endpoints is the shows endpoint. And we can go ahead, we can just try it out. And it gives us the list of our tech podcasts.
Right.
And Amanda, how awesome would it be if we surface this data directly from ChatGPT?
That would be amazing.
It would be pretty awesome, right? So let's go ahead, let's do that. For that, we need the ChatGPT plugin. And luckily, ChatGPT plugins are nothing more than web APIs.
It sounds kind of intimidating, but when you say it's just a web API, that sounds a lot simpler.
Yeah, it's just a web API, and that's exactly what I have here. I have here a TypeScript Express web API that is talking to our podcast app, which is running on Azure. But instead of us explaining it, let's go ahead, let's ask Copilot to explain this app to us. Cool. Thank you, Copilot. And one of the things which Copilot nicely noticed is that we're using the Open API specification. This is just a standard way to document our endpoints. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at that. Here we see our endpoints documented, and one of the endpoints is the shows endpoint. It just returns a list of shows. But let's go back to our index.ts. And you can see, Amanda, I was trying to use the nice async await pattern everywhere, but how silly of me, I missed one spot. So I'm using the outdated promises then here.
Yeah, that's kind of old school TypeScript right there.
Yeah, but let's not refactor this live. Let's ask Copilot to help with this, right?
Sure.
And in VS Code, we want to bring AI at your fingertips. And that's why we're looking at experimenting with combining the VS Code Quick Open and GitHub Copilot. And this is how that experience looks like. Let's just go ahead and let's ask Copilot to rewrite this to use async await. Awesome. Thank you, Copilot. So let's just go ahead. Let's just take this. This is picture perfect. And now all my methods are using the same async await everywhere. We didn't have to do anything, right? But let's go back to making this a ChatGPT plugin, actually. So the only thing which is missing is our AI plugin.json file. Let's go ahead. Let's paste that in. And this file, this is just a manifest file for ChatGPT that ChatGPT will use to determine when and how to use our plugin. For example, it will use this description for a model to determine when to use our plugin. Let's go ahead and let's run this. Luckily, we're in a code space, so it just works. And we get the publicly accessible endpoint, which is exactly what we need in order to go to ChatGPT and register our plugin. So let's go to ChatGPT and let's register our plugin. So this plugin is not deployed yet anywhere. We're just using the endpoint that the code space is providing us. And let's go ahead and let's install it. ChatGPT will verify our manifest and it's installed.
Super easy.
Super easy, right?
Yeah.
But, we should be polite. So we should say, hi, ChatGPT. That's the first thing, how you start this. And just so we see that for queries like this, they will not be forwarded to our plugin. Right?
You want to see that kind of like ChatGPT is working on its own.
Yeah, as usual. It's polite as usual. So let's actually ask something which is related to our tech podcasts. Let's ask ChatGPT to list the names of our tech podcasts in plain text. Let's see. It seems like we got an issue, but
It looks like it found your plugin there.
yeah, it found our plugin. Let's try one more time.
Did you write that error string, or it just kind of failed and it wrote that error string for you?
So it seems like we're getting an issue here. Let's see what's going on. For some reason, let's try it one more time. So ChatGPT nicely classifies this plugin, but for some reason it seems like we're hitting an issue. Let's try it one more time, and then we have another account that we can try. So our port is public. Let's try with another account just to be.
This is all live code.
This is all live code, yes. And my friend Joe Binder gave me another account that we can now go into. We will again use ChatGPT. We will go again to install our plugin. And now we cannot find the manifest file. Let's make sure that we start this code space one more time. Let's ask ChatGPT to search for our manifest. And it found our manifest. That's great. Let's go ahead, let's install our plugin. And let's try again to ask ChatGPT to list the names of my tech podcasts in plain text. ChatGPT will classify this query and it will then use our plugin in order to answer this. Let's see if this will work now. So it's pinging our, awesome. Here are the names coming right in.
Those are a lot of the podcasts that I listen to.
Thank you. Those are great podcasts, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. We just pinged one API endpoint. Let's ask something more complex.
Sure.
I know we both love the Hansel Minutes from Scott Hanselman.
Yeah, it's classic.
Right? It's a classic one. So let's go ahead and let's ask to summarize the latest episode of the Hansel Minutes podcast in a style of a tweet, live from Build. We're live at Build. Oh, seems like we got an issue. But the cool feature of ChatGPT is that we can expand each of these requests. We can see what error we got and we can see what endpoint ChatGPT was hitting. We see it's the get show by ID endpoint. So let's just put the breakpoint right there, and let's debug it straight from ChatGPT. So I just went here, and let's now regenerate this response. We saw that the error was that the response was too large. We have to be mindful of limitations of prompts for large language models. It might be that we are returning too large of a response. And we see that we beautifully hit the breakpoint. We see it in the tab.
Nice.
So now we're debugging straight from ChatGPT. Isn't this awesome?
That's great.
Right?
Great.
So let's see what's going on here, actually. Okay, so we see the author is Scott Hanselman, as expected. Whoa. And it looks like Scott Hanselman loves his podcasts. There's 800 episodes of the podcast, which is great for you and me as listeners.
It is prolific.
Right. But it gives too large of a response.
Yeah.
So let's just return the latest 20 episodes if the request is coming from ChatGPT. But I never know if I should use erase, splice, or slice when I'm working. It's just confusing. Let's ask Copilot to help here. So let's go ahead and let's ask Copilot if ChatGPT is making this request, send only the first 20 episodes. Awesome. Looks great, right? And the nice thing about this inline experience is that I'm still in control. I'm still the pilot. I can review this and I can edit this as I think is best. We still have the great debugging support of VS Code. So let's just debug this right here. So we can see that the user agent has ChatGPT, but is not equal to ChatGPT. So let's just change this slide. So I get the great VS Code IntelliSense as I would expect here. And now this looks pretty good. Let's just go ahead. Let's accept this. That's great. Let's run our app one more time to make sure that the changes are applied. Great. And let's go back to ChatGPT. So now we expect that ChatGPT will do orchestration, which is the magic, which is combining multiple API endpoints in order to get the response. The first response will return 20 podcast episodes. ChatGPT will figure out what is the latest episode. From the latest episodes, it will ping our summarization endpoint and will then transform that in a style of a tweet, live from build.
That's awesome.
Here we are, right?
That's great. So it's basically, it's combining the power of your application with the power of the foundational LLM model from OpenAI to actually create new content that actually gets your podcast app more users.
Absolutely.
That's really incredible.
Absolutely, yeah. So with VS Code and CodeSpaces, you have everything you need for a smooth inner development loop of a ChatGPT plugin.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, Amanda.
All right. Thanks, Izzy. At the beginning of this session, I mentioned that it was my personal mission to really unleash dev creativity. So now you've seen just how easy it is to take an everyday app and turn it into an intelligent app. And so I really encourage all of you to think about your own public APIs and put your brain power behind turning them into something incredible. Check out the sample code at that aka.ms link so that you can get started on this yourself. Now, we've covered a lot of ground today. We talked about how GitHub Copilot chat in Visual Studio and VS Code can save you time and reduce toil, and how Microsoft DevBox is improving dev team velocity by making it easier to collaborate with consistency and quality in a hybrid first world, and how Azure deployment environments and GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps are empowering devs and dev infra teams alike. And of course, how truly easy it is to make any app an intelligent app. As developers, you're tasked with building the apps and the services and infrastructure that really moves our world forward. And we believe that these innovations will help you and your teams move forward too. Our vision has always been to empower you to set up a complete engineering system in seconds, contribute from any device, build from any platform, collaborate with anybody, and scale with confidence. And now we're living in a world where that vision is a reality. Thank you so much for being here today, and happy coding.
And that was Amanda Silver and friends bringing us the latest from that all-important Dev Toolbox. We'll catch up with her in just a few moments, but first, make sure to follow all the action over on Twitter using the hashtag MSBuild. That feed has been busy today, so keep the conversation going throughout the event and across the globe. We want to see your pictures. Microsoft Build has something for everyone, and our lineup does too. For the cloud dev, we've got a chat with OpenAI coming up soon. Java developers, we've got the latest insights and best practices from Azure, including how today's Copilot news means developing code faster. Plus, Scott Hanselman, one of my favorite people, joins us live to give us his take on the news of the day. Always great to have Scott, and if you're not sure what I mean, stay tuned. It's a party. Let's keep that party going with a check-in backstage. Christina, over to you.
Thank you so much, Caruana. All right, I'm joined right now by Amanda Silver, who just is hot off the stage, giving your keynote. Some amazing things there. So one of the things that I really loved was seeing the experience of like the Microsoft DevBox and the Azure deployment environments like together. Can you talk to me a little bit about like how big of a deal do you think this is for like hybrid work teams?
Well, I think it's a huge deal. I mean, you know, in a sense, kind of what we're trying to do is to actually bring the incredible developer infrastructure that we have for our own internal Microsoft engineers, and actually make that available to every dev team throughout the world. And so we're taking all of our best practices and making it so that everybody can basically have the best developer experience.
I love that so much. I love what you just said there, you know, like making everybody have the best developer experience and taking the things that we've learned from all the work that we do. I really love that. One of the things I also loved was seeing both Visual Studio and my personal favorite, Visual Studio Code on stage. What are some of the things that you showed today that like any developer, you know, regardless of what programming language they're in, like what are some of the things that they can take advantage of?
Well, first of all, I mean, GitHub Copilot obviously works for every programming language that you might use, and it's pretty incredible. And even if you're actually, let's say you're a C# developer and you're new to Python, it can actually help you translate that kind of code, or vice versa. So that's definitely one thing I would say. The other thing is, you know, we showed how you can just take any public API and create an intelligent app with, you know, integrating into ChatGPT, and based on the earlier keynotes, how you'll be able to take that to Bing Chat and to other chat clients as well. So it's that plugin experience so that you can build an intelligent application is definitely another thing that I think every developer can take away from this.
No, totally. And I love that because, like you said, you can use it not just, you know, what, like the fact that it's using this open standard, it's being able to go multiple places. So your intelligent apps have a lot more flexibility, which is really great. For developers who are, you know, excited about this stuff, but, you know, they haven't gotten started with what you showed, like, where should they go? Like, what's the one thing you would tell them? Like, what should they do if they see all this stuff, they love what it's representing, but they don't know where to start? What would you tell them?
Well, first of all, I'd say just go get GitHub Copilot and sign up for the Copilot Chat preview, because, Copilot Chat is not available to everybody just yet. So that's number one. The second thing is always get the latest version of Visual Studio or VS Code. Those are actually going to make it your Copilot experience even better.
Yes.
Right? Because essentially a lot of what we do is prompt engineering in those applications so that we're taking the context of the code that you're writing and providing that into the AI so that we can actually make the AI have an enhanced experience that's more contextual and more accurate for your coding experience. And then last, like I think there's a ton of resources and links that we had in the PowerPoint. So go back over the PowerPoint, go back over the session, and go check out all of the sample code and all of the new releases that we talked about.
I love it. I love it. So as Amanda said, get the latest version of the Visual Studio Code, sign up for GitHub Copilot Chat, and check out our resources. Thank you so much, Amanda. Great job on the keynote. Back to you, Caruana.
Thanks, Christina. Later, Christina will also meet up with GitHub's Vice President, Martin Woodward, to learn how GitHub is using cloud technologies and artificial intelligence to make coding more accessible. You can find all of our interviews in the session catalog after the show. My next guest is here to talk about something near and dear to my heart, and that is community. Specifically, the open source community organizations, bringing devs together from around the world. Their work is pivotal. Their reputation precedes them. Eva, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Caruana.
I have been a fan of the work that you've done, following through, you know, the insights that you've really shared through the open source community around code of conduct. There's just deep stuff there, of course, which I'm super interested in, but I think everybody needs to be. Talk a little bit more about the open source community and the importance of protecting that as an engine of innovation.
Yeah, so open source has been around for a long time, more than 25 years, built on the free software movement before that, but it's different than your sort of normal corporate environment. It's a community of people who show up because they're interested or their friends are there, and they volunteer their time, their labor, their ideas to build something more cool together. But because of that, you need it to be a welcoming space, and our demographics are changing.
Right. They are, absolutely. And, I think people don't often understand how much volunteer time and goodwill leads to important innovations. I mean, certainly we say that in all of the communities, but probably the most in the open source community. There's importance of contribution and connection. Why do you think that the relationships built in that community are so pivotal?
I mean, I have friends that I've known for 20 years. I've gone to their wedding. I've seen their kids grow up. They've seen me go through all, job changes, life changes, so many adventures. These are folks that I end up sitting on a rooftop in a strange city in a different continent with multiple times over the past 10 years, 20 years. We worked together. That's friendship. We changed jobs. We still have that relationship, and I want to see them succeed too.
Absolutely. And really being invested in the success of others, for me, is a hallmark of any community, certainly in open source. But really, I mean, how do you explain open source to organizations and individuals who aren't familiar with it?
So to a business, the value is you have something to start from. Whatever product you're building, whatever service you're building, you can start with tools somebody else built that are like 90% of what you need. You modify them, maybe you fix some bugs, maybe build something on top. But like everything on GitHub, so much these days, from our Linux operating system that goes back to the 90s,
right,
to most of the stack in a smart light bulb or a smart fridge. Everything is built on open source. The Mars rover had open source in it. Open source helped discover the Higgs boson. It's everywhere.
It really is everywhere. But do you have to be just a developer? Is that all that the open source community is about? Just developers partnering together?
Absolutely not. It takes a village, as they say. And so open source software and projects and communities also need moderation. They also need folks writing documentation, building cool art, communicating the idea on stage, coming up with little logos for a project, mascots that we can all connect to. These are also important parts of community building.
Absolutely. And you can really represent your authentic self, your authentic interests. It is a welcoming place, but it's also a welcoming place based on the behavior of everyone there, right?
Well, it needs to be a welcoming place, in my opinion, right?
Yes.
But that takes effort. Communities don't just magically become great, wonderful, happy spaces for everyone. We're human. We bump into each other. We step on a toe by accident. And sometimes people need a little bit of assistance recovering a social relationship. And so that's where community moderation, codes of conduct can help.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm going to continue following your compelling and important work. It's really fantastic. Thank you so much. Now, if you would like to check out more, head to inclusive-naming.org. Thanks, Ava, again. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
When you're sharing sensitive data with other organizations, you're probably concerned about privacy and security. The team at Intel is helping customers collaborate on AI projects do just that. Everyone from operating tables to the offices of NASA. Please welcome Mansi Sharma, Intel's deep learning software engineer. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing great. Thanks, Seth.
Fantastic. So let's talk about open federated learning. I've heard the term. Can you help us understand what it is?
OpenFL, or Open Federated Learning, is an open source framework for training AI models at edge. It helps institutions to collaborate without sharing any sensitive information like patient data, financial records, or classified secrets. This way, the data remains local, while the models can get more accurate and can generalize well by getting access to diversely annotated data sets.
And that's awesome, because there's a ton of good data out there that needs to remain private. How are you seeing folks use this in action?
Yeah, so Intel and University of Pennsylvania have jointly completed the world's largest healthcare federation study that leveraged OpenFL. So we studied MRI scans from 6,000 patients at 71 locations across 6 different continents to study malignant brain tumor cells. Using this unprecedented data set across the globe, we have been able to demonstrate an improvement in brain tumor detection by 33%. So this emphasizes that not just the volume of the data, but also the diversity is so important for AI models to generalize well.
So it's literally saving lives, is what I'm hearing.
It looks that way. It's also being used by NASA's Frontier Development Lab to study the effects of radiation on astronauts. Since the data is private and the cost of transmitting data that could be generated aboard a spacecraft is high, OpenFL comes into rescue to train ensemble ML models.
So this is cool. I want people to understand this because I know when we talk about machine learning works by getting data into the models, but there's a privacy issue with certain kinds of data. So what does it look like when you're training OpenFL models, but the data stays local? Mm-hmm. What does that look like?
Yeah, so I think the data still remains local while the model moves to the data. And then what happens is that the models, the data, it gets trained on top of the models, and only the model updates get transferred back to a central location called the aggregator, and then they're sent back again.
I see. So that way, the data always literally stays local. Because I always thought there was some kind of like a little bit of data was sent, but the model is what moves and not the data, and that's what makes it a little bit safer. Is that right?
Right, that's right.
So as we're looking at this technology future-wise, what are some of the things we need to look forward to when it comes to this?
Yeah, so although incubated at Intel with UPenn's collaboration, OpenFL is a truly open source community-driven project. And in alignment with those core values, we have recently moved to the Linux Foundation AI and data space to increase developer outreach and grow the federated learning community. Security and privacy have always been at our core, either through the use of technologies like Intel SGX or coupled with Grameen, or through the use of privacy-preserving machine learning algorithms. And we are very excited to announce that we will be soon launching an additional security add-on repository for security called OpenFL Security 1.0 that leverages Intel SGX and Microsoft CCL. So when it's up, participants will be able to run applications inside 100 enclaves, and that could be attested, using remote attestation.
I mean, this is cool. We got about 30 seconds. Like, if developers are watching this and they're hearing OpenFL, is it like a library or a series of techniques, or what is it?
So it's just a framework that you can use. You can literally plug in any model, any data, and just have the framework up and running.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. For more information about how Microsoft and Intel are collaborating on OpenFL, visit the Intel Featured Partner Directory. I'm a huge fan of machine learning. OpenFL is going to make it accessible to everyone and data. Thank you so much. Now we're to Christina.
Thanks, Seth. I'm now joined by Mark Heckler. All right, so Microsoft Build, I gotta say, you're a Java developer.
Yes.
We think of Microsoft Build, we think C#, we think .NET, we might think TypeScript. Java, maybe not as much. So I'm kidding, of course, but we are all about developers. But tell me about some of the opportunities and the options that Java developers have, at Azure, and some of the stuff that they can take advantage of that we've talked about at Build so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Microsoft really wants to be the destination choice for all languages, and Java is certainly no exception. In fact, Java dominates the enterprise in many ways.
Yeah.
So a lot of different formats and options, libraries that surround the Java ecosystem, and we want to support all of them and support them the best that we possibly can. So there are a lot of options that Java developers have available within Azure, and a lot of great options.
Awesome. And you actually, we were talking about some stuff earlier, like you're actually building some of your own resources and guides to help Java devs get the most out of Azure right now too. So can you tell us a little bit about like what you have planned, what people can look forward to?
Yeah, it's, again, we just have an embarrassment of riches in terms of the ecosystem here within the Azure, the larger Azure platform.
Yeah.
Because what I'm doing is creating a variety of different microservices or services that work together to accomplish a mission, right? Mm-hmm. So you have things like functions built using Java and container applications and services that are running using things like Azure Spring Apps to fully integrate and externalize configuration and do all the things that we would expect out of a fully supported cloud-native environment for Java devs.
That's awesome. And can you talk to me a little bit about what are some of those scenarios that you see most often, like when you talk to developers in the community? Like what are the scenarios that they're building on the cloud right now?
I mean, there are so many, but ultimately it comes down to a lot of different things. I mean, data is where we all live, right? Mm-hmm. And you see that more and more with all of the AI announcements, because if you have sufficient data, good quality data, you can do very good things. And if you don't have that, you can't do a lot, even with the best of intentions and efforts. So you have a lot of integration points, you have streams, you have ways of transferring data back and forth, manipulating and massaging that data and processing it. Ultimately, I hate to oversimplify it, but it's kind of getting the right information to the right place at the right time. And that's kind of how all of this integrates. And that's the scenario that I'm building. And of course, using Copilot to help do that and accomplish that in the best, fastest way possible.
Okay, you mentioned Copilot. So I do, as the resident as the resident GitHub person here at Microsoft Build, I do have to ask you a little bit about GitHub Copilot and some of the other Copilots we've used. What has your experience been using GitHub Copilot as a Java developer?
It's been great, and I kind of have a little bit of a different perspective of this.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
I am a licensed pilot, so I always kind of tie the two domains together. They're both very technical domains, but you can accomplish such great things. And I often kind of think about, in terms of aviation, and that you have certain aircraft that are rated for single pilot operations and other aircraft that are rated for multi-pilot, or you have to have two people on the flight deck. Mm-hmm. So as developers, many times we've kind of found ourselves in overly complex situations where we're kind of operating that two-person aircraft for a two-person flight crew, and we're doing it solo. So Copilot is really our co-pilot. It doesn't do things for us, it does things with us, and it helps facilitate us, help with the workload, help with the rigor and the quality and the speed with which we can produce what we need to produce. So I'm using Copilot with VS Code to develop software, to write tests. So it helps kind of assist with the coding. It helps maybe make my coding a little better. Yeah. I mean, hard to believe, right? Make more rigorous tests and better tests. So it just helps me accomplish more faster in a better way.
No, I love hearing that. And I think you touched on something really important, which is that it's not doing it for you, it's assisting you, it's helping you. Like the name Copilot is really instructive in that way, right?
I think it's a superb name because it captures things so well in one short word. So yes.
All right, so where can people go to learn more about all the things Java on Azure and beyond?
There are so many places, but we'll start with the kind of the jumping off point, which is aka.ms/Java-Azure. And that kind of gets you it opens the door to everything else. So that's a great place to start.
All right, you got that right. It's aka.ms/Java-Azure. And Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Throughout the show, we will be introducing you to content creators who are here to give you some pro tips on what they know best. Check out what our first creator has to say.
Hi, this is Eden from Lumber Nerdy, and I'm going to share 3 things to keep in mind if you want to become a content creator. I've been a YouTuber and content creator for 5 years and worked on influencer campaigns for 9 years. Keeping these 3 things at the front of my mind has been super helpful to me. Number 1, choose a topic or topics that you're passionate about and can talk about non-stop, even to an empty room. When you're just starting out, that may be the case. So make sure you really love what you're creating and sharing. Your excitement will make people excited to join your community and share your content. Number 2, get to know your audience. Research what people who consume your content like and don't like. Knowing this will help you create content that will educate, inspire, and entertain your audience to help you build an engaged community. Number 3, make sure that your tools make content creating easier and faster. When you want to get your ideas out there, you want tools that make recording, captioning, editing, going live, and collaborating with other creators easy and fun. Here's a bonus tip. If you have a sense of dread instead of a sense of excitement when it's time to create, something is wrong. Ask yourself, do I love what I'm talking about? Do I understand my audience, and do they engage with me in a positive way? Are my tools easy to use and functional so that they don't get in the way of the joy I should be getting from creating? If the answer to any of these questions is no, revisit my 3 tips and reset. Take care and keep creating.
Joining me now is the man with all the data. Please welcome Corporate Vice President of Azure Data, Arun Ulag. All right, Arun, thank you so much for joining me. All right, so both Satya and Scott mentioned Microsoft Fabric today. So first of all, congratulations on that. And can you tell us a little bit more about this? Like, what is Microsoft Fabric?
Yeah, it's really excited to be here. It's literally the biggest thing that we've done in data. Satya called it since SQL, which is a real big deal.
I was going to say, like, that is a massive statement.
Yeah, it is a massive statement coming directly from the CEO himself.
Absolutely.
But really, it is a unified analytics platform that lets you go from data to intelligence in the hands of your business users very, very quickly. It provides 4 things. One is it gives you all of the capabilities you're looking for to go from data to intelligence for data scientists, data engineers, data warehousing people, BI professionals, etc. The second is it's completely open, so it's lake-centric and open.
Nice.
We introduced something called OneLake. Customers are super excited about it. It's a single unified SaaS data lake for the entire organization, like OneDrive for your data.
Amazing.
The third is that any data that's in Fabric automatically is plugged into all of Office. So it's built into Excel, it's built into Teams, it's built into PowerPoint, it's built into SharePoint. So the data comes to where the business users are today. And finally, the most exciting piece are the Copilot integrations. Copilot is built into every part of the Fabric experience, helping developers really get insights on the data, but really accelerating productivity. So that's what Fabric's about.
No, I really, really love that. I mean, those are so exciting, especially with that last bit about having this, one centralized platform and then being able to do all those additional things with it through plugins. Now, in your session later today, what are you going to show us? And can you give us a little tease? Like, what are you going to show us, and what are you most excited about showing us?
Tons and tons of demos. Tons and tons of demos, right? So developers are going to have a fantastic time. But perhaps the best part of the demo are really going to be about OneLake, right? Really bringing all of the enterprise data together in a single unified way. We're bringing data even from AWS S3 and not just Azure Data Lake.
See, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really the first multi-cloud SaaS data lake. So super excited about that. Super excited about Power BI's Copilot integration. Scott showed the demo.
Yep.
People call that demo the mic drop moment. People see that demo, they're like, oh my God, this is the future of BI. So there'll be tons and tons of exciting demos. These are the 2 that are my favorites.
Okay, I'm excited about both of those, and I do kind of want to ask you. A ton of work has been going into this, but can you talk to me a little bit about some of the engineering work that went into creating this platform? Because this is, as Satya said, the biggest thing since SQL. So can you talk a little bit about that?
First of all, we're so happy that we can finally talk about it because we've been working in secret for 2 years now.
Wow.
But literally 2 years ago, it started with a set of Figmas. Literally, Figmas is all we had.
So we'll go from Figmas to product in 2 years.
In 2 years, but we had a strong base to start from.
Okay.
We had a full portfolio of analytics products.
Right.
But each of them were individual. Now it's actually one integrated product. Things just flow. Therefore, Fabric.
I love that. Things just flow, therefore Fabric. No, I was going to ask, are we going to have a Microsoft Loom? Is that going to be a product name, or is it something to help weave
The Loom is building 44. I'm kidding, but that's it's exciting because there's folks working on it from around the world. So US, China, India, Israel, UK, Poland, Taiwan, you name it. The engineering team is all over the world, so it's exciting.
I love it. I love it. All right, so where can our audience go to see what else is coming up here, both at Microsoft Build and beyond, related to Microsoft Fabric?
So there's a session today at Build. It's at 4 p.m. Pacific time, so everybody should attend that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yes. There's also an online session. It's called aka.ms/buildwithanalytics. It's 2 half days starting tomorrow that goes deep into every aspect of Fabric. And by the way, Fabric is available for public preview today. So anybody can sign up. It just takes a few seconds. There's a free trial for 60 days. No credit card required. No Azure subscription required.
I love it. All right, aka.ms/build Fabric.
Build with Analytics.
Build with Analytics. Sorry,
Yes.
Build with Analytics. And check out your session today at 4 o'clock Pacific time. Arun, thank you so much. This is fantastic. Now we're going to hand it back over to Caruana.
Thanks, Christina and Arun. Excited for your session coming up later today, for sure. I'm just excited about Microsoft Fabric in general. So recently I caught up with Executive Vice President Jean-Philippe Couture. He also is the president of the National Transformation Partnership Group and has made it his mission to find inspiring stories of digital transformations across the globe. Check it out.
Jean-Philippe, can you tell me what Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact is all about? It sounds so interesting.
Yes, so Microsoft Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact Initiative is a global program that is unleashing social innovation coming from almost 900 change makers in the world, coming from 64 countries. And those companies are either social entrepreneurs or impact tech startups. And when we do, we bring them 3 main benefits. One is really about out-innovating with Microsoft technology. 2 is all about coaching them and enabling them to get most of the Microsoft ecosystem. And the third value we bring to the table is all about go-to-market so that their solution can be brought to our customers globally.
That sounds fascinating. You know, I know that there's so much that businesses can learn from these change makers, but I'm really interested to know, what are you learning from them? What are you passionate about in this space as you work with these folks?
As I work and spend time coaching, supporting many of those positive impact entrepreneurs, I've been learning really 3 main things. 1, they are mission-led companies. It's all about their purpose and the way it aligns with one of the 17 UN SDG goals and the way they make a difference in the world. The second thing is they are building profitable solutions for the biggest problems in the world, whether it is climate change, racial justice, corruption, and more. They are building the solutions. And 3, it's about driving a systemic change. So truly rallying all the parties, stakeholders involved to make, at the end of the day, a positive change in the world, either in terms of policies, products, new solutions, to get us to the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals agenda.
How can technology accelerate this positive social impact that you're seeing throughout these organizations, beyond AI, but also including AI?
You know, I've been 40 years in technology, and it's obvious to say that we are entering a new era of incredible innovation of generative AI. And what you can do with that when you're building technologies for good is amazing. One example is Submittable, a social impact platform using semantic kernel and GPT chat to make unstructured discussion a lot more effective for grants programs. A second example would be EcoVadis. This is one of the leading ESG ratings companies in the world, and we've been enabling them to do this huge data mining AI insights of ESG data through the Microsoft Cloud and AI stack. So that's what technology can do, is enable companies to address their ESG needs by using those positive impact entrepreneurial solutions.
Initiatives like this are one of the reasons I'm so proud to work at Microsoft. And I'm very happy to see you leading it. I know there's a large team of people who are helping you along the way, but it's exciting work. So thank you for sharing it with us, Jean-Philippe.
Thanks so much for having me.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Chapman from Microsoft Mechanics. I'm here today with Mary David Pash. So, are you curious about how Microsoft 365 Copilot works as you develop or might leverage some of the concepts into your own apps? Well, first, for anyone who's new to this, why don't we start by explaining what Microsoft 365 Copilot is and what it does?
Yeah, Copilot is 3 things. It integrates large language models with your data in the Microsoft 365 and combines it and surfaces it in all the apps you work in.
And you're working on the business chat team, right? So why don't you explain how that process works?
Yeah, so imagine that I'm in Teams, I'm user cat, and I want to get caught up on things that happened yesterday with Fabricam. Based on what I type in business chat, it'll search for all the information that I might want to know about. So I'll see the email that Mona sent that's urgent, documents that have been updated that I should be paying attention to, and even that the final contract was sent for review. If I want to see where all these things came from, I can click the references and expand it to see exactly where it's getting that content.
Right, importantly, these are all things that you have access to then as the user who's interacting with Copilot, right?
Absolutely. So Copilot doesn't have access to anything that you wouldn't have access to already.
Okay, so how does this work then behind the scenes? Because this is mechanics, and we're talking to a lot of developers, I think. So how does this actually work in terms of the behind the scenes, the interactions that are happening with Copilot?
Yeah, so you saw that Kat was able to ask a question and then get information back. How does that work? It powers, basically the large language model is combined with the Microsoft 365 Copilot orchestration engine. You ask a question in any of the apps, and Copilot will actually use Microsoft Search to get the content that you need to answer your question.
sends that information in the prompt, and now the large language model has enough information to generate an informed response. The real power here that I should call out is that this is all built on top of the Microsoft Graph. So as you saw earlier today in the keynote, this means that you as a developer will have ways to actually surface your content in Copilot experiences.
Very cool. So this is basically an API that you can call to be able to do the search and also put content into your files. So how do we make sure, though, that the responses are always consistent in terms of meeting people's expectations?
Yes, this is where the default or system prompt comes into play. Microsoft 365 has a default prompt which gives Copilot rules for interaction. This is things like it should be professional for tone, where it can search, so using the Microsoft Graph to actually search for content, things like citing its sources so that you know exactly where that content is coming from. And of course, maybe most importantly, responsible rules for how not to surface any harmful content.
Right, so walk me through the process then, starting with kind of that default or system prompt, how a turn would work then with Microsoft 365 Copilot.
Sure. So you start with a question that you give to Copilot, and it'll append your question with that system prompt, along with any other additional information that's coming from Microsoft Graph.
Right.
All of that information forms one long prompt that you can send to the LLM, which now can generate the output that you'll see.
And that's really an important concept, because what the LLM sees effectively and what you see as the user can be a little bit different. So what do we do then with this information in terms of the history from the prompts and the responses after the conversation's over?
Yeah, so as you're asking questions and Copilot is responding, all of this gets appended into the conversation history that gets passed with each subsequent prompt. And that's how Copilot is able to have a conversation that you can build on.
Mm-hmm.
When you're done with that conversation, you can just sweep it away, start a brand new conversation from scratch. And that previous conversation isn't retained by the LLM, nor is it used to actually train the LLM.
Right, amazing stuff. So thanks so much for joining us today, Mary. Hopefully this quick view into the mechanics of Microsoft 365 Copilot helps, and we hope it gives you some ideas in terms of incorporating these concepts into your own future apps. And you can even go deeper after build by checking out aka.ms/m365 Copilot Mechanics.
Our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. As a part of our mission, Microsoft's Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact has aligned its efforts with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and is built on our key impact pillars. Entrepreneurship for Positive Impact is supporting entrepreneurs working to solve our world's most pressing challenges. Here is their story.
So we're flying above Lake Powell, and this body of water is the second largest man-made reservoir in the United States that has dropped to historic lows, nearly 200 feet below its full capacity. What we're seeing is the result of a drought 1,200 years in the making.
We're facing a global water crisis. That's affecting the generational capacity of Glen Canyon Dam, which generates power for almost 6 million people. This is an emergency situation. What we see now that's decided in the Colorado River Basin will be deciding water allocations for years, if not generations. I'm J. Carl Ganter, and I am CEO and founder of a company called Vector Center, where we're providing real-time course correction using live data and perception and reality around global water challenges. The world needs a new navigation system to understand these grand challenges, and that's why we're partnered with Microsoft to really define or design water's future. We need the best technologies, we need the best of innovations, we need to use data, we need to use the latest in artificial intelligence to measure perception and compare that to reality, and then deliver a dashboard system that provides real-time insights so that we can course correct, because the solutions that we find here in the Colorado River Basin may apply in India, may apply in the Middle East, but we have to do it faster. How we manage our water will define how we grow our food. It will define how we generate our energy. It will also define our cultures and our civilizations and our economic and social stability.
It's it's time to profile another of our Microsoft most valuable professionals. This time we're introducing you to an MVP named Tomas.
Hi, I'm Umayma Taluka and I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. Today, I'm really excited to be interviewing MVPs at Microsoft Build. I have Thomas with me, who's been an MVP since 2009, and he's from the Czech Republic. Can you tell us a little bit, Thomas, about your company?
Sure. I'm running a small software company called Riganti. We're developing various projects for our clients. I'm also organizing conferences for developers, and I'm running an open source project called .vvm, which is a member of the .NET Foundation.
That's amazing. So because you told me you were an expert in .NET, what are you most looking forward to in the industry?
I'm interested in improvements in the .NET platform, .NET MAUI, performance, and things like that. And also, because we are using Azure a lot, I would like to hear new things about new options about like running .NET workloads in Azure, so Azure Functions, what's new there, Azure Kubernetes Service, Docker, and things like that.
Yeah, so many features and services to look forward to. Anything specific to Microsoft Build?
I think that it will be all about AI and what opportunities we are getting from there. So as a developer, I'm already starting using GitHub Copilot, and it's really great. So I'm looking forward to hear the news, what we can expect in the following months.
That is amazing. Thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy Microsoft Build.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Donahue, and I'm the Content Experience Director for Microsoft Build, here to share some expert tips on how to get the most out of this event. And one important session type we want you to be sure to experience is discussions. Joining a live discussion session is one of the best ways that you can connect with peers and experts. And to learn more, let's chat with my favorite transatlantic colleague, Alex O'Donnell, who joins us via Microsoft Teams from the UK. Hi, Alex. How are you?
Well, hello, Ed. I'm great, thank you. How about you?
Fabulous. So, as our content experience lead for discussions, tell us everything that we need to know.
Okay, everything. Well, how long have you got? I'll give it a go. So we have over 70 discussion sessions to choose from, and every single one is all about the Q&A amongst attendees. They're about 30 to 45 minutes and all highly interactive with very, very few slides. They're all powered by Microsoft Teams and gives a great opportunity to dive deeper into the content from breakouts and keynotes. Everything is organized by our 9 topics, so we truly hope that there's a discussion out there for everyone.
Okay, what if I'm super interested in attending a discussion, but maybe I'm more of a quiet type in Teams meetings?
Okay, Ed, well, in the parallel universe, where we are both quiet types, we've got you covered. Everyone is welcome. No one's put on the spot. We've got Q&A in the chat too, and lots of people like to enjoy the questions and answers passively, and that's completely fine. But remember, they are best enjoyed live, so check out Session Catalog now.
Okay, let's jump into some specifics. What can we look forward to in the way of discussions here on day 1 at Microsoft Build?
Well, Ed, we both know that having favorites is a very, very dangerous thing. However, to whet your appetite, of course, we have some Copilot and GPT-4 gems. There is an amazing Q&A panel that you have to check out. For those looking a little further ahead, there's an ASP.NET Future session I really like the look of, and also some dedicated content on improving mental health, optimizing on ARM, and a Microsoft Graph session. It's a pretty eclectic mix.
Thank you so much for the discussion about discussions with us, Alex.
Really a great discussion. Thank you for having me.
To add discussions to your scheduler backpack, open up the session catalog right now. You can refine the results by session type and select discussion. Start browsing the full menu of options for the ones that are most valuable to you. There are so many great flavors of opportunity. Thanks for learning about discussions with us, and until next time, I'm Ed Donahue, wishing you a fantastic Microsoft Build.
With With the release of Azure DeepStream Accelerator, there has been a lot more demand for the expertise of our next partner, NVIDIA. Their partnership with Microsoft has been able to leverage both hardware and software strengths to help developers all over the world, whether it's advanced models enabled through NVIDIA AI Enterprise, NVIDIA DeepStream, or their solutions with Azure AI's cognitive services. NVIDIA is ready to help us enter the age of AI. Well, please welcome Fractal's Chief Alliances Officer, Dylan Diaz. How you doing, my friend?
Very good, thank you.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about Fractal.
Fractal is the world's foremost native AI services company. We build solutions for the world's Fortune 200 customers, and we help them in their data and analytics journey.
Fantastic. And how are you partnered with NVIDIA?
We are one of NVIDIA's premier partners, and we work closely with Microsoft and Microsoft Azure as well.
That's amazing. So what kind of tools does NVIDIA provide for developers to do amazing things?
NVIDIA provides an amazing suite of software and solutions to help developers develop new age AI software, ranging from the Tau Model Zoo that allows you to quickly accelerate and bring your data, to the Triton inferencing server, which allows you to do, it's a specialized server for inferencing and model insights on the edge, to NVIDIA AI Enterprise, which is a fully managed and certified and optimized suite from NVIDIA, which allows developers to have support and governance, and not to miss the Azure DeepStream Accelerator, which is this integration with NVIDIA and Microsoft that allows cloud to edge GPU accelerated solutions to be developed.
So it feels like you're on the ground and you have a lot of expertise. What kind of cool things have been built with this kind of stuff?
So we have deployed first-party managed service for video AI and analytics. On top of that, we build a lot of business use cases. So one of them in retail, we have a solution called StockView, and StockView allows us to do out-of-stock detection, but using new age video technology and streaming. And another one is PII masking for cases in which we're trying to detect humans in spaces, but generate business insight based on that.
I mean, this is pretty cool. It feels like there's a ton of innovation happening in the AI space. What's been your favorite of the things that you've built? And maybe you can explain a little bit more about it.
Yeah. One of the favorite ones is around in manufacturing. Manufacturing is a capital-intensive process. There's a lot of quality that needs to be managed in order to reduce your cost of goods sold. And being able to apply cameras and use the streaming from cameras on the production floor and manage quality, reduce defects is a really cool scenario that can add a lot of value. And this is one we've done with the likes of Pepsi, and it's a super exciting use case.
Amazing. So developer tips that you have on getting started with this, or what's in the future for this?
Yeah, so developers certainly get to know NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a vast array of solutions that can help with native optimization, with a quick time to development, with scalability through the DeepStream accelerators. And so get to know NVIDIA really well. Microsoft and Azure Machine Learning has some native products. NVIDIA AI Enterprise is a SKU within Azure Machine Learning, which allows for that scalability I talked about. And finally, if you want to know a little bit about Fractal, check us out at fractal.ai/partners.
So that's really cool. I work on Azure Machine Learning, so it feels like we're super good friends. Where can folks go to find out more? I know you mentioned Fractal AI. Any other resources for people?
Yeah, so as I said, the Build has a page for all of the NVIDIA tooling. And then, the NVIDIA website, as I said, NVIDIA AI Enterprise, the Tau modeling toolkit, DeepStream, these are all resources that are abundantly available. And there's GitHub repos that have been put out for some of the open source accelerators we just mentioned. And that's something which is available as well.
Well, this is delightful. Thank you so much, my friend. Be sure to find NVIDIA in the featured partner directory. Dylan, thank you for joining us, my friend.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
If you've been loving Microsoft Build but want more, don't you worry, we have you covered. And our featured partners are helping you take your experience to the next level. Head to the partner directory for free resources and tools, and add some helpful sessions to your schedule from partners like Datadog, Fortinet, Influx Data, and more. Now, let's meet another one of our Microsoft MVPs. Check this out.
Hi, I'm Umaima Taluka and I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. Today, I'm really excited to interview MVPs at Microsoft Build. I have Carl with me based in Switzerland. Carl, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your company?
Yeah, with pleasure. Great to be here. So my name is Carl Otz. I'm based in Zurich, Switzerland, and I'm a global head of cloud security at EPAM Systems.
You told me that you were an expert in security, especially in the Azure space. What are you most looking forward to?
Yeah, right now we've seen a lot of innovation on security and AI merging together, both good and bad, of course. But that's something that I'm looking forward to, how that changes and democratizes how application security engineers and maybe forensics engineers also, their job will change.
That's so many features and services to look forward to in this space. Anything specific to Microsoft Build?
Yeah. Always great to go and see Mark Rushinovic's session on Azure innovation, and well, the top of mind that he has. There's also a little bit of security, but not only security there.
I saw him in a session Coding Live last October, and it was really fantastic. So that will be exciting. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining, and enjoy Microsoft Build.
Microsoft MVPs are the best. Coming up tomorrow, Seth meets up with CTO of Avanade, Florian Rotar, for a wide-ranging conversation about being on the forefront of a cutting-edge technology like AI. Find this and all of our interviews in the session catalog after the show. So many great breakout sessions. Remember to save all the sessions you're interested in to your digital backpack. So even if you can't jump into them today, you can review them at a later time. Now, let's shift left and talk security by default. My next guest is here to tell us more. Richard, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm really glad you're here. You've been educating me about this, and we found some shared background we're going to share with our audience. But tell us what built-in Microsoft Cloud Web Security is really about and why it matters right now.
Yeah, so right now, built-in security for us means that we're looking at how do we build something that is foundationally secure, so that everything we do is secure from the point where we design and code it through to build, deliver, deploy, and run and operate. It's the whole stack.
Absolutely. And, we were talking about this earlier. You and I share an IT pro background, right? And that's why we care so much about this.
That's it. I'm an imposter here at developers, but really glad to be here. And I've been studying developer security for the last year now.
Absolutely. And, for those who might not know, why does this idea of secure by design and built-in security, why does this matter, especially now?
Yeah, it really matters now because of the pace of change and innovation that we are looking at. How do you make sure that the shift left really means design and build it securely so it's less likely to be unsecure as it gets out into the real world. It's more expensive and higher impact if you actually find the bugs and vulnerabilities when it's operational. So shift left, please.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and don't you think that this represents an opportunity for people to expand their skills?
Yeah, I think from a security, like a career background, security is another avenue to say I'm a great developer, but I'm also a great security developer. Like that's another feather to the bow.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, people are getting started. And I always say, on the adoption side, if you want your application or solution to be well adopted, it's also important that people feel confident in its security, that they understand that posture. I think that's a differentiator.
There's the whole level of trust. Trust is very hard to build. And once you've got it, you want to maintain it and keep it. And so the best way to do that is to I'm going to say security again. We're just going to keep adding it in there every time. There's a lot of opportunity for security to think differently, think out of the box, learn, study. And that's what I'm here to do, is try to help educate more people about how little changes can make big difference.
Oh, I think that's really important, because I do think that a lot of people right now are feeling overwhelmed by the amount of changes and the amount of new information that's coming at us, but also the amount of bad news that people hear in other scenarios about security, right? And so you really helping to enable them. How did you decide to do that from a career perspective? How did you end up here?
Yeah, from a career perspective, I kind of fell into security. It's like how it happens to a lot of people, is you're the nearest person to it, so you get given that job. So I got into it through just being interested and trying to understand how things work. And through that natural curiosity, I found that security, once you break it down into component parts, isn't that hard. But it is when you look at the big picture, and it's very, like you say, it's very complicated. But if you break it down to small pieces and understand one bit at a time, then you can address the whole, eat the whole elephant, as they might say.
Well, I'm really glad that you're here breaking that down because I need to understand those pieces.
Yes.
I think everybody does. So thank you so much for that. And where should people go to learn more about this?
We have a website, aka.ms, built in security, and we'll post a lot more links and videos and opportunities up there.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you so much. That's great. Check out more breakouts on the security track. Head to the session scheduler and search DevSecOps and SRE under topics. Christina catches up with the team for Microsoft Learn right after this.
Hi, everyone. Be sure to check out our session at Microsoft Build on what's new in .NET 8 for web developers. We'll cover everything from the front end to the back end using ASP.NET Core and Blazor. You're not going to want to miss it. We hope to see you there.
Hey there, Seth Juarez here. Super excited about our session, Build and Maintain Your Company Copilot with Azure ML and GPT-4. Large language models are here. How can you use them in your organization safely and reliably? Come to our session to find out. Excited to see you.
Hi, I'm Anthony Angelosi. In my session, we'll be showing you how to make engineering teams across your organization more productive with ready-to-code developer workstations in Microsoft DevBox. We're really looking forward to see you there.
Hello, I'm Arun Gupta. Join me and Graham Berry, Principal Product Manager at Microsoft, for a high-powered discussion of how together Intel and Microsoft are harnessing AI innovations to get the collaboration in open ecosystem. Hope you join us.
It is always great to break some tech news, and I'm now here with some of my favorite people from the Microsoft Learn team to talk about some announcements, and we've got Aaron Rifkin and Laura Longcore. Hey, welcome to both of you. Thanks for having us. All right, so I'm going to dive in. Aaron, AI is obviously a really hot topic. We've been saying it nonstop, I think, so far at this event. And it's representing a really big focus for both of your teams, both in terms of how you're using AI to improve the learner experience, but also in how you're developing content for people to skill up as they're learning about this stuff. A little birdie told me, Aaron, that Microsoft Learn has some new AI-powered enhancements. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the availability of OpenAI, it's created so many opportunities and possibilities for innovation and how we can enrich the learning experiences. So today in limited preview, we are launching Microsoft Q&A Assist. It has several AI-powered features that are really cool. They're going to help you get the answers to your technical questions. The first feature is really focused around, a lot of times we have a lot of the same technical questions. Can you find answers quickly that are already out there? So as you type your question, you can get a query and see it right away. We have the opportunity to do a question coach. So if you think about it, sometimes it's hard to write a question right, so you can get the answer as quickly as possible. So we have some AI features that if you want to ask for help, it'll help you generate better questions, thinking about what's the context and what information needs to be there, and help you post that right away. And then last, we actually have AI-generated answers. So a lot of times the complex questions, you still need the community or you need somebody from Microsoft to help you with their subject matter expertise. But a lot of questions can be answered by AI. So today you can go on and you can request an AI-generated answer. And not only will it tell you the answer, but it'll give you the citations and sources that back it.
I love it. I love it. Now, Laura, I'm going to talk to you now because it's really cool that we have these AI enhancements into the platform, but there are also a bunch of new APIs, as you mentioned, and a bunch of new features that we've announced today. What can you talk to me about how learners can get skilled up in creating AI content? Like what can you talk to me about what that opportunity is going to be in terms of just how people can learn what they need to know to do these next generation experiences?
Yeah, thanks, Christina. There's so much opportunity, and we really want everyone to think about Microsoft Learn as their trusted source for all your learning needs for artificial intelligence on our platform. And so we are very excited to announce some recent announcements that we've had around things like how to take best advantage of Azure OpenAI, how to build chatbots, and how to be able to go and leverage infusing intelligence into your applications by using the Power App AI Builder, as well as leveraging GitHub so you can get recommendations on source code opportunities. So we're really excited about these new opportunities, but of course we're also building on the platform that Microsoft Learn has had around for several years and all the capabilities where we can meet our learners where they're at. So if you need intermediary
content and curriculum, you can leverage AI fundamentals. You can actually also leverage the AI business users capability. We have a full curriculum and content development of all of our AI documentation for all of our services, as well as our certifications for those roles that need deeper certification capability. Now, most recently, we've also announced this opportunity to engage through community-led initiatives.
Yeah.
So we're really excited about those opportunities as well, Christina.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And that's the perfect segue. I was going to ask you about community. And also people can go to aka.ms/learnwithai if they want to learn more to get started. But talking about community, there's been a lot of chatter about these new updates. And you also recently announced that the Microsoft Learn community has some new announcements. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, we believe one of the great ways that we can learn is by learning from each other. So learning from experts that are on our technology platform, as well as learning from your peers. Mm-hmm. And so we have 3 ways that you can engage in communities. There's tech communities. So if you want to know the latest about Microsoft Learn capabilities and news, or if you want to engage in conversation on Microsoft Hub, you have that availability, and you can get recommendations on the latest skilling paths as well as the certifications that might be best for you. And then there's also the Q&A that Aaron just talked about. We're hoping you will take full advantage of the new AI capabilities and really get the answers to your technical questions through Microsoft Q&A. And the most recent thing that we just announced was the learning rooms in the communities. And this is really where you can find like-minded resources available on specific topics to take full advantage of community.
Okay, Erin, real quick, where do you recommend that folks go to learn more about everything we just talked about? Where can they go?
Yeah, so we know AI is top of mind. Go find our Learn collections. We have a Cloud Skills Challenge. You can get our learning rooms. There's after parties at Build. Jump in. We know we're in this together. We're all going to learn and grow together, so let's do it.
I love it. Keep learning. All right, back to you, Caruana.
Thanks, Christina. Tomorrow, Christina will talk with Elastic's GM of Enterprise Search, Matt Riley, about Elastic's long history with AI and search. And we'll hear some exciting news for the Microsoft Build audience. You can find that conversation by searching for Elastic and the partner directory. Make sure you spend some time there and in our session catalog to make the most of your Microsoft Build experience.
I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience for Microsoft Build, and I'm excited to share an opportunity unlike any other to get individualized support for your toughest challenges, one-to-one consultations. Joining us via Microsoft Teams from Seattle, Washington to tell us all about these unique sessions is Priyanka. Hey, Priyanka.
Hi, Ed. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm so glad you're able to join us today. I'm hoping that you can tell us, for those who aren't familiar, why everyone should be rushing to book a one-to-one consultation.
One-to-one consultations are 45-minute sessions where you get to meet a Microsoft engineer on Teams and receive customized support. Since it's going to be just you and the engineer on the call, you can ask a wide variety of technical questions across multiple products and services. Also, our consultants tailor the consultations to meet your unique needs and are eagerly waiting to help you with whatever questions you may have for them.
I love that. What are some of the common reasons that an attendee might want to book one of these?
It can be anything that can help a developer improve their work, Ed, starting from something, as simple as looking for documentation for developing your first app, to you can ask questions regarding advanced production workloads if you're looking for feedback to reduce your development time and cost. Sky's the limit.
Oh, wow, that is such a great opportunity. And while the sky's the limit on what you can ask our experts, it feels like with the ratio of 1-to-1, there may be a limit on how many sessions are available.
That's right. So book your one-to-one consultation as soon as possible. They are only available on day 2 of Microsoft Build, so they fill up fast.
Priyanka, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ed.
As we just learned from Priyanka, space is limited, so book your one-to-one consultation today before they fill up. I'm Ed Donahue. Thanks for taking this time with me to discover another great way to get the most out of Microsoft Build.
I am joined by founding engineer of Snorkel AI, Vincent Chen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm super glad that you're here. I think we have some really interesting things to talk about. But Vincent, founding engineer, that's a pretty amazing title. How did that come about for you?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic journey. We started actually as a project at the Stanford AI Lab. We were, I still remember today, we were always focused on practical, AI and how to bring, our approaches to real world use cases. I remember sitting with doctors at the medical school, right, translating their expertise and heuristics and domain knowledge into AI systems. And fast forward a few years, now we're doing that with, some of the world's largest enterprises and organizations, and it's been a journey. It's been a lot of fun.
It's quite a journey. But I think what I love about what Snorkel is doing is you're bringing it into real world scenarios. So tell us a little bit about Snorkel and what your differentiator is, what you're really bringing to folks.
Yeah, absolutely. So Snorkel is the data platform for foundation models and large language models, and in practice, we really try to translate enterprises and organizations' data and knowledge into high-value, practical systems. So in practice, what that looks like is we make it really easy to perform what we call these data-centric development workflows. This is the inspection, error detection, and error correction that's just critical to making any of these types of systems work in practice. Now, what's special about Snorkel is that instead of doing these processes manually, we make it really easy to programmatically detect and correct errors in systems. So instead of, say, manually reviewing thousands and thousands of documents, we provide heuristics, rules, functions to scale up and automate that process. And, we've seen our customers go from, 10 to 100x, in efficiency gains with our types of workflows and approaches. So it's all about just making AI useful for organizations, and it starts with the data. That's really how we think about things.
Useful. You're making AI useful, but you're also making artificial intelligence more intelligent in terms of the way that you're structuring these processes for people, right? And for the organization at large. I just think that whole thing is fascinating because you're changing the way we think about that processing, at a scenario level. I love good scenarios. Give us some examples of how that's really happening out in the wild.
That's a great observation. The way we think about it is traditional machine learning tends to follow a much more model-centric development loop, right? It's a lot of, let's tweak these parameters, let's test this model in practice and focus on that part of the loop. And while that's important, what we found in practice with a lot of our customers is that the highest leverage way you can be spending time is actually on your data, right? Inspecting it, understanding where there are defects, understanding how to label it at scale. And so that paradigm shift is what we're really excited about at Snorkel, to bring, again, the focus from model-centric development back to the data, where, again, we see that as the highest leverage way for organizations to, build valuable AI.
It's so fascinating. So we have, about 30 seconds left, but I want you to share with our audience, what's it like working in the Microsoft ecosystem? What's it been like for Snorkel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a real honor and pleasure to partner with Microsoft in a lot of ways. Our system can run on Azure systems. We integrate with Azure in every step of the AI development process. It's really easy to pull data from Azure, integrate with AI systems, leverage foundation and large language models for development. So any Azure customer can actually leverage these data-centric development workflows fairly easily that are available in Snorkel.
So much to learn. That is fantastic. Well, back after this.
Journalism is extraordinarily important to our democracy. Any community that has a small market newspaper will have far less crime, far less fraud, far greater civic engagement across the board. Local market journalism that have been around for decades, if not longer, in small markets, creating news deserts. One of the latest reports said that 53% of small market newspapers are convinced that unless something changes dramatically, that they're going to go out of business in the next 5 years. Noda's mission is to take the largest innovations in machine learning and artificial intelligence and apply it to the smallest publishers in the marketplace to generate new revenue streams, generate engagement in their local community, all of the things that help a news organization thrive. The future of storytelling is agnostic in terms of the platform that you're trying to tell it on. And that's the superpower of what AI is bringing to bear within journalism. Notice Some optimizes an article for SEO generated headlines, for key points, for poll quotes, for summarization overall, for meta tagging structures. It does the heavy lifting from an automation standpoint to ensure that there's a lot more organic traffic going to your article almost instantaneously. Notavid takes that same article, summarizes it in a video, all tagged and structured to get organic traffic to your site, but in a completely new and more dynamic format than if you just created an article. What that does for those smaller newsrooms that have no access to any studios or video capabilities is allow them to have them for the first time, so that you're telling one story, but you're really replicating it across multiple channels and verticals so that you can get it out to more people who engage with it in different ways. The future of local market journalism seems a lot brighter when you can 3x your ad revenue or 10x your ad revenue almost overnight with no infrastructure changes, no additional personnel, no technical expertise needed. Microsoft Azure OpenAI service was a game changer for us. We're using 3 large language models within that instance to help us develop technologies that really automate a lot of these back-end needs. It is a companion to what you're already creating, ideally making things happen for you far faster than you can do on your own. And that's a real power of our partnership with Microsoft.
And just like that, it's time for our next round of sessions. Coming up on this stream, Scott Hunter leads a discussion on building and scaling cloud-native intelligent applications on Azure. But first, Christina, from your vantage point as a senior developer advocate for GitHub, what's really resonated with you so far? Is it safe to say GitHub Copilot X?
I mean, obviously, GitHub Copilot X, as we like to do, is fantastic. All the stuff, GitHub Copilot Chat, we see some really interesting things. All the Copilots, I have to say. But I really loved talking to Arun about Microsoft Fabric. That's really exciting, too.
I agree. And also, you did an interview with the folks from Microsoft Learn. And I think, the learning components, they're actually using these capabilities in the systems that will help teach everyone else how to use these capabilities in their systems.
No, I mean, that's what's so cool about it is that we are creating learning resources to skill people up on AI, but we're also using AI to make those resources better. So it's this weird kind of circular, thing. I love it. I'm really, really excited about it. And I'm excited about the sessions that we have coming up the rest of the afternoon, as well as all the stuff tomorrow, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and what I like about this too, and I happen to like about more modern, events like this is you can go to the sessions, but you can also bookmark them in your digital backpack. You can look at them online. I keep sessions in my backpack for reference for the speakers, because I want to follow those speakers on LinkedIn or on Twitter or wherever they may be, Twitch, whatever it is, because you're always learning from the people that you meet at events like this, whether you're online or you're here with us in Seattle.
No, I think that's such a great point. And that's actually one of my favorite things, too. Even if you're here in person, there are great opportunities to catch up on stuff that you might have missed. And it's a great opportunity, regardless of what your schedule is, if you're online, to, as you said, add those things to your backpack, come back to them for future reference. I know you and I, we've been running around all day. I'm going to need to go back tonight and revisit some of the things that were announced and do more reading, just because there's been so much news. And I love that we're making it easy for folks to get that information.
Well, absolutely. And the other piece is that this is where you can curate the experience you have on social media. Follow these particular hashtags. You don't have to listen to the world. Right. I listen to dogs and food and MS Build and MS Ignite. That's pretty much it. Yeah, and MVPs in the space, whatever. But I curate that experience of learning and following information that matters to me and my career. And I think that our audience should really think about doing that as well, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's just because there's so much, and that also helps you really focus. So if there's one focus thing that you really want to focus on, after the show, is there just one, or maybe there's two, Christina?
There's so many, but I would honestly say, do legendary stuff, as Kevin Scott said. Honestly, I think this is just an amazing time there's never been more opportunities for people to create things that will be what we do in the future than right now. And so I think just figure out where your passion is and start trying to build something.
Absolutely. And one of our partners, Copy AI, the gentleman that I met from his company, he said, if you hate it, automate it.
Yes.
And I think those two things go together because, he was really changing my worldview. Like, what would I do in my own business if I had unlimited capacity? That's what AI is bringing to me, is that unlimited capacity to be creative, to, engage with customers, to, get my message out there, build a platform of cool content like I like to do. And so that was really important for me. I had not really thought of it that way.
No, I think that's a great point. And that's actually one of the ways that I use GitHub. Okay, back to you, Carolina.
Oh,
Yes.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. Well, remember to jump on Twitter and let us know about your Microsoft Build experience using the hashtag MSBuild. Now, over to Scott Hunter for our next session. We'll be waiting for you right here after your next session, and we'll be happy to see you. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome Brendan Burns, Scott Hunter, and Mandy Whaley.
Wow. So thanks for coming today. It's great to be back in person at Build for the first time in many, many years. And so we're here today to talk about how to build cloud-native intelligent apps on Azure. Primarily, we're going to talk about containers is the big thing. We never talked about ourselves. That slide disappeared. So I'm Scott Hunter. I work in the Azure Developer Experience team. We build the Azure SDKs. We build the tools for Azure and VS Code. And we build a lot of the developer services.
I'm Mandy Whaley. I lead our Azure DevTools team.
I'm Brendan Burns. I lead the team in Microsoft Azure that focuses on cloud native and open source computing.
And so we thought we'd start off and talk about what is a cloud native application. And in our cases, really the only things we really care about are going to be containers, APIs, microservices. This is primarily a microservice kind of talk. But as you build apps using those technologies, you're really trying to build apps that can be very resilient, they can be manageable and observable. But what do you think, Mandy?
I also think about that a cloud native application is using capabilities that are only available in the cloud. Like blue-green deployments would be a good example of that. Brendan?
Yeah, and I think that one of the major things when we think about cloud native applications is that shift of APIs from being focused around infrastructure that you might find in your data center, and instead focused around ideas that a developer might think about, like a rollout or an instance or replica of an application.
Cool. So with that, let's just talk about a couple of the different types of apps that you can build that are cloud native. And we think of modernization is a big one of these. And an example of modernization for us is Walmart is an example of an e-commerce company that has a bunch of microservices in Azure, and it's designed to scale their store for the holiday rushes. Today, we're going to build an AI app on the stage, or show an AI app on the stage, running on all of our technologies. We've all played with ChatGPT or one of the co-pilots. You saw Satya this morning and experienced a lot of that. SaaS is another thing that people build with cloud native technologies. Finastra is an example of a financial service SaaS, and what they are is they set up the APIs that power a bunch of banks around the world. When it comes to like geo-distributed applications, I think of Domino's Pizza as an example here. They have 20,000 stores around the world, and they run their back office for those stores on Azure. Siemens is a great example of a running app anywhere. They have healthcare products and hospitals and stuff like that. They have to work both on local networks and work in the cloud. And then finally, when you think of things like real time, there's no better example than something like Bosch, who builds tons of connected devices that can be managed and updated and monitored all through Azure. And so these are some of the big categories that we think about for these types of apps. For today, all apps start with code. And so I'm going to go and jump over and look at some code here real quick. And what I've got here is I've got a repo, and we're going to actually make this repo available at the end of the talk for anybody that wants to try this stuff themselves. I do want to call out a special thing about the repo here, though. If I look at my repo, and Mandy's going to talk about this a little bit later on, it's got an infra folder inside of it. And that's because it's using, it supports our AZD, which is our Azure Developer CLI, as a way of deploying it to the cloud.
And why is that important? If I come up here and I look at my portal, we've always had the ability for you to, obviously pull a GitHub repo and publish that to the cloud. What about a more complicated app? In our case, a cloud-native app. It's going to have multiple parts. It's going to use multiple services. We've never had a great way of building those apps until we built the Azure Developer CLI. In this case, what I can do is I can come to the Azure portal, and there's some samples here on the screen that I can just click and get started right away if I wanted to. Or if I have my own code, I can just go to the portal, and I can say, I'm going to grab the Brady Gaster organization. I'm going to grab our repo here, and I will select the main branch. And then what's going to happen is you're going to see it says it's analyzing the repository. So what it's doing is it's going and looking to see if the assets exist in that repository for us to actually publish this application to Azure. And what it's going to do is it's going to find that infra folder, and when it finds that infra folder, it's going to know that it can use AZD to basically deploy the application in the cloud. And what it's going to do is it's going to go and put a GitHub action in my system, and after it puts that GitHub action in my system, it will then kick the action off and run that AZD to deploy the application. So, and we'll get back to this app in a little bit. So, the next thing is tools and frameworks, and most people don't think of Microsoft, they probably think of us as a .NET company. We actually build our own OpenJDK that we provide for our Azure customers, and we've actually contributed things to like ARM64 support for Windows, ARM64 support for Mac came from us. We have a team, we have the author of Python works for us and has been doing a lot of work recently to make Python a lot faster. Obviously, we do .NET as well. And so tools and frameworks are a big part of this as well. Mandy's going to come on a little bit later and talk about some of the tools we use for this. And then you have to have a great cloud platform as well. And so in this case, when we think of the cloud platform, we are also we are the only cloud company that's also a security company. And so security is a big part of building cloud native applications. You want to make sure your code is secure. It's got latest packages. You want to make sure that you're in a cloud platform that has security. And then of course, apps need data. They need APIs. They need messaging. And we have tons of services in Azure for this. And of course, we wrap the whole thing up with Visual Studio Code, and GitHub, and Azure DevOps as ways of adding your code to cloud. So we've got a great cloud platform here. We're the only company in the world, too, I would say, that has all of those components. It builds the tools, the cloud, and a bunch of the frameworks to do that. And then, of course, on top of that, how are you going to run your cloud-native containers? We have two amazing offerings. We have AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service, and we have Azure Container Apps. And so I'm going to talk about Azure Container Apps, and Brendan's going to come up and talk about AKS as well. And so we're showing here a kind of a scale from simplicity all the way to control. And in many cases, as a dev, I just want to get going right away. And so one of the cool things about Azure Container Apps is it's fast as you can go. If you have a container on your local machine, you can just push a button and we'll code to cloud that thing right into Azure, and you've got your container running in Azure. We are serverless, which means you can scale this thing to 0. So we have two ways of scaling: scale to 0 and scale to idle. Idle means it'll come back up really quickly and you're paying a very small price while we keep it idle. And scale to 0, you're paying nothing. We have embedded app patterns. And what I mean by that is the slide's in a second is going to show things like Kata and Dapper. They're built into container apps. You can use them in Kubernetes as well, but you're going to configure those and hook them up yourselves. And so we kind of think that whole stack of things means more dev, less ops. But part of our talk today is also about we're going to run the app both in ACA and on AKS as well. And I'll turn it over to Brendan to talk about AKS.
Yeah, and I think the really great thing that both Scott and I are really driving towards is this idea that it really is a continuum, and that the same tools like Dapper and Kata and otherwise are available to you no matter where you are running your application. So it's not just even about the container, it's actually about the application environments themselves. But when we think about the Azure Kubernetes Service, obviously the core of that is an industry standard open source project, which means there's really great portability, not just between different services in Azure, but actually across clouds to private clouds. I run, the same containers in my basement as I do up in the Azure cloud. And then also along with that industry standardization comes access to an open source ecosystem of software vendors and other projects that are developed and may even be developed by people who are interested in deploying them to other clouds or other locations, and you can use them on Azure as well. So it's really that access to the whole world moving forward with cloud native computing. And then finally, of course, because the Azure Kubernetes Service runs within this virtual machines in your subscription, all of the enterprise policies, all of the various network configurations, security monitoring that your CISO or whoever's in charge of setting up an Azure environment wants to make sure is true for your entire Azure environment applies even to modern cloud native development in the Azure Kubernetes Service.
Cool. Thanks, Brendan. And obviously, as I said earlier, Dapper is there to make your apps portable, both on your local machine or between Azure Container Apps and Kubernetes. Kata is our vendor and scaler, as I said. But a big thing we also want to mention is this is not the .NET Cloud. This technology supports all the languages. We support all the languages, and that's a big important thing for us. And with that, we couldn't be a talk at Build without having a little bit of AI as well. And so this is showing the portfolio of AI services that we provide in Azure today. But today I want to focus on a couple of these. We're going to use cognitive search as a way to look at some of our own documents and make them available to OpenAI. We're going to use the speech technology so I can actually talk to the app. Just like I can type, I can also talk to the app. And then we're going to use OpenAI to actually let me use human text to query the documents in my organization. And so with that, the app is literally, it's going to take my data. So imagine you've got your own company and you've got documents. In our case, we're going to be a healthcare company. So we're going to take all of our documents, explain the healthcare plans and stuff like that. We're going to scan them. We're going to first put them in Azure Storage. Then we're going to take cognitive search, run it against those documents. It's going to produce an index. And we're then going to take that index and we're going to shove that index into the AI tech. And then we're going to have an application where you can basically just ask questions about this. And I like to think of this like, imagine you want to go find what your deductible is. It might be hard to do that. Because you have to go search through the website and go find stuff. It'd be great just to be able to ask that. So with that, I will jump back over here and our application should hopefully be deployed. So you can see here that it shows that everything succeeded and went up in the cloud. And we'll talk about this a little bit more in a second. Normally an app like this would take about 38 minutes to deploy in Azure. This takes about 6 minutes. And we're showing you a view of your application where you just primarily see your application. So here's my web front end here. Here's my container registry. Here's my Redis cache for caching. Here's my App Insights and Log Analytics for looking at my app. But let's actually just go to the app. So let's click the web front end. And I can click the link to actually open the app right here. And I can ask it a question. And so this is just a simple app using our data. So this is it can't search the public web. It can only search the stuff that we've actually fed it from the application. And I'm going to be brave and try this live. What is my deductible? So there you see, I was actually able to use our speech APIs to let me actually ask the question with my voice. We converted that into text. We then went and found out what the deductibles are. And even more important, you can see here, there's a link right here in the application to the actual document that we found the deductible in. And I think that's important. So it's not that we're making up stuff on the fly, that this is your documents, and from your documents, we can actually go and show you exactly where that came from. So with that, this is kind of a diagram of the application. And you can see we've got your code. We're running that container in Azure Container Apps. And you can see we've got storage, Redis cache for caching. Brendan's going to come on a little bit later on, and we're going to do some load testing, showing how we can really hit the application and put some work on it. As I said, this is focusing on container apps, but we're going to run this exact same demo on AKS in just a few minutes. And so let me talk about a couple of the other cool things that are happening in container apps that I'm really excited about. First off, we now have support for what we call dedicated and consumption. So consumption is where you don't really care about the hardware. hey, I might want my machine to wake up sometime and run for a few minutes, and I only want to pay for the app while it's actually running. While dedicated means I actually own the hardware, and I'm going to pay for it the entire time. We can now mix and match these together in a single container app environment. So you can actually have some workloads you don't really have to have hardware you determine on, and you can have some apps that are, I want this much memory, this much CPU, all of this stuff. In preview today at Build, we now have support for VNets. It's been a huge ask for us for container apps. So for people that want to control more than just, does this application have ingress or egress and in what ports, now you can configure your entire network however you want to do it. Really another cool feature is jobs. So this is something that just came out today. And what jobs lets you do is, what if you have something like, my example is, I want to send a welcome email to anybody that signed up to my site. And so once a day, the job will kick off, we'll boot your container up, we'll run your code, and as soon as your code's done, we'll put the container back down, and you only paid for the 2 minutes or 3 minutes that happened. So your jobs can be triggered based on events, messaging, time of day, whatever. So it's a really cool capability that we have in container apps. Add-ons is what made that deployment happen so fast today. Normally what I would do is I would actually, if I'm doing a production application, I want to use an Azure Redis cache because I want to have something that's managed with an SLA. I would probably use Azure Postgres for my data. I want that to be managed. But as a dev, I don't want to wait for all that stuff. And so add-ons lets you choose from a curated list of these services that we can boot up right inside of your container app. And then when you're ready to, with either a command line or a portal action, you can switch that from the local version inside of your container apps to the version I'd recommend running for a production app that's a managed service. Code to Cloud. What I showed earlier was a new experience we added to the portal. I mentioned before that today, the Code to Cloud that we have in the portal is you go to something like an app service, you point it to your repo, it's a single app. But most of our applications actually end up being multi-parts. You might have a database, you might have a cache, you might have a front end and a back end. And so this basically says any repo that we can go and analyze, we can then go and run the right commands to deploy that to Azure for you. And our hope is that we actually make all the samples that we have for Azure support this, so you can either do it from the portal or from the command line. I'll do it from command line in a little bit. And then secondly, we want to give you that view of your application. Azure is a pile of resources, and it gives a resource view. I'm a dev. I want to see my front end, my back end, my data, and I want to see them in that kind of view. And so we're working to make those views in the portal much, much better, and that's what I was showing earlier. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mandy to talk about tools.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mandy Whaley, and I lead our Azure DevTools team. And our job is to help make your job as a developer easier. We build tools and libraries that can help any developer working in any language, building for any platform, be successful on Azure. I'm really excited to share some of the new things that we're working on with you today. One of those is our Azure tools for Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. These tools help give you quick access to your Azure resources and your GitHub action workflows right in your editor or IDE where you're coding. We're also building application templates, and these application templates can help you get up and running on Azure fast with common application stacks in different languages, Python, JavaScript, Java, and .NET. When you're developing for the cloud, automation and integration with your CI/CD pipeline is really critical. So we're also working on new ways to help you stand up deployment pipelines with just a few simple steps, and also specific GitHub actions to help you work with Azure services and make these integrations really seamless. And our Azure SDK libraries help you integrate the capabilities of Azure into your application in your favorite language. These libraries are built to help you with common tasks like authentication, security, doing retries, and they're also built to be familiar in your favorite language. So if you're a Python developer working in our Python libraries, they will feel Pythonic. Same goes if you're a JavaScript developer or a .NET developer working in your language libraries. One of our main goals is to help you focus on your code. And when you're developing for the cloud, some of the things you need to access most frequently are your cloud resources and your deployment pipelines. So we're constantly working to bring those experiences in closer to where you're doing your code. Our tools can help you do things like build and debug containers locally, push images to Azure Container Registry or Azure Container Apps. We also have tools to help you develop, debug, and deploy your Kubernetes applications. And we're always working to help get you quick access to logging and monitoring information to help you out when you're troubleshooting. If you're using GitHub Actions for your deployment pipelines, it's great to be able to monitor the progress of those right from within your editor. And using the Azure Developer CLI, we have some new ways to stand up these deployment pipelines in just a couple of steps. Some of the GitHub actions that can help you do things with specific Azure services include things like create an AKS cluster, or deploy to Kubernetes, or build and deploy for Azure Container Apps. I want to take a closer look at some of these tools over here at our demo station. All right, so I am here in VS Code. I think I had one more click. I'm here in VS Code, and I want to take a look at a couple things. Scott started off with our repo, which we then used the portal experience to deploy to Azure. I've got that same repo open in VS Code, and I also have our Azure tools installed. I'm going to use the group by resource group option because this will help me focus in on just the resources that were deployed for this application. I can also use this new focus feature, which really can help me focus in specifically on the application that I'm working with. You can see we've got our Container Apps environment, and inside of that, we also have our Redis cache container, and then the container that's running our application for the enterprise chat. I can use this to dive in and get straight to the logs and do other things like that. Our application also uses Azure Storage, and using the Azure Storage extension, I can go right into our blob storage, and I can actually see these are the PDFs that Scott was showing that helps the enterprise chat application know about our policies, our procedures, what the deductible was when he was asking those questions. When it was bringing back those documents, those are what I can actually interact with through the tools. This is just a great example of how we're working to bring your cloud resources closer into where you're doing your coding. The next thing I wanted to show is that the GitHub Actions extension is really great because you can see the workflows that are associated with this repo. And if you notice here, these are the same steps in the workflow that we saw on the completed screen when Scott was showing that the deployment had finished. So I will actually make a change, and I'm going to save, and I will actually be brave and do this live commit. This is enabling a sort control if we wanted to do that. I'm going to commit, sync, and if we head back to the GitHub Actions extension, we'll start to see that GitHub workflow run, hopefully soon. There we go. So we can see it's kicked off, it's running, and we can actually monitor that as it goes through all of the different steps while we keep working in VS Code. I'm going to head back to the slides because I want to share a few more things. Another one of our goals is to help you get started fast. And for this, we're building application templates. We're building application templates for common application stacks in different languages. And we're also building application templates for specific use cases like this enterprise chat application that we're taking a look at today. Each application template includes the actual application code and the infrastructure as code files in both Bicep and Terraform. These files help you provision and configure the Azure resources needed to run the application. You can deploy the app templates through the portal experience that we saw at the beginning of this session, or through the Azure Developer CLI, which you can run from any terminal. We can see an example of what that experience looks like here. You initialize your template, log into Azure, run AZD up, and then it asks you for your subscription, your location in Azure, and then the tool begins to package your application, provision the resources, and deploy everything up to Azure. Along the way, you'll get links that help you monitor the resources as they're getting provisioned and coming up, and a link at the end that you can go to see your running application up running in the cloud in Azure. The template that we're working with today is an example of an intelligent application. This enterprise chat agent is using our Azure OpenAI service and our recently released Azure OpenAI SDKs. We have these libraries in .NET, JavaScript, and Python. And what's great about these libraries is they're designed to help you work across both Azure OpenAI and OpenAI, which can make your development process really seamless. This is an area that we're really actively working on. We have lots of new releases, new updates to these libraries, new application templates coming out, and we'd love to hear from you about what would help you build these kinds of applications. What do you need in the libraries? What kind of application templates would help you the most? We have 2 application templates right now that are available for you to try out. One is the enterprise chat that we're using today, and we have another one to help you get started building ChatGPT plugins. I do want to go back to the tools and show you a few more things. All right. So I'm going to start in the code, and I wanted to share some of what's in a template. I'm actually going to go to GitHub and refresh what we saw in the template there. So this is the template for the application we're using today. You can see, and this is common for all of our application templates, you get a diagram helping you understand how the application's built, the services that are involved, how it's put together, some information about the actual use case and application, everything you need to run locally, and then everything that you need to AZD up and get it running in Azure. If I head back to VS Code, we can take a look at what is in the application. In this application, we have an app folder. This is where the actual application, the web application, everything lives. And then we also have the infra folder. In this case, we're using Bicep to do the infrastructure as code files. You can also use Terraform if you are more familiar with Terraform or that's what your team uses. That's a choice that's up to you. For Bicep, we modularize the Bicep for each Azure service. This also makes it easy to start learning Bicep. If it's something you want to get deeper into, these templates can help you learn more about that and start working with more infrastructure as code. Another great thing is that our Azure extensions will recognize that this is one of our application templates. And so you get access to the AZD commands right from this menu, or of course you can run them from the command line. I wanted to take a closer look at where we're using some of the Azure OpenAI SDKs in this application. So I'm going to dive in here. And in this part of the application, you can see where we are creating our OpenAI client. This application uses several different .NET SDKs. We're using Azure Storage, we're using the Form Recognizer with document analysis, and we're using the Azure OpenAI client. What's great about this is that you can use patterns that you're already familiar with from working in Azure to interact with Azure OpenAI. For example, you can authenticate using managed identity and AAD, which gives you added security beyond just using an API key. I also wanted to take a look at where we are using the OpenAI text completion service. And this is a great example of where the libraries really help you out. So in our application, we're used to having these really nice streaming text fluid responses like we see in ChatGPT applications. And in this case, the library is taking care of all of that for you. And the developer just needs to use the async await pattern that they're probably already familiar with. So I hope you get a chance to try out some of these new tools and libraries. We'd love to hear from you what will help you the most, and I can't wait to see what you're going to build. I'm going to hand it back to Scott to continue on with our app.
Come up too, Brendan, if you want. Thanks, Mandy. You know, we talked earlier about, I'll give you a quick visual. All right. Next. If you want quick ones for us, this is, we talked earlier about, hey, we built that app and it was running on Azure Container Apps. The same technology, the AZD that was powering that from the portal, we can use that same technology to power right from the command line as well. So here I am in VS Code, and I can just do AZD up. And what that's going to do is that's going to start running. You can see it's starting to do work here, creating a deployment plan. And it will take that same application we just ran in ACA, and it will get that same app running in Azure Container Apps. Azure Kubernetes Services. And so I'm going to turn it over to Brendan to talk about AKS.
Cool. All right. I think Mandy did a really great job of showing all of the different ways that extensions within VS Code enable us to get a great perspective on our applications, better insight into how we're using Azure. I wanted to highlight the Kubernetes extension that we have here inside of VS Code. And unlike, in some sense, some of the other extensions that have been seen so far, this extension is actually available to you no matter where you're running Kubernetes, staying true, I think, to our open source roots and the notion that this is something we're building for the broader cloud industry. This extension, if you install it into VS Code, it gives you insight into any Kubernetes cluster that you have anywhere in the world. Of course, it works really well with the Azure Kubernetes service with a lot of nice integration with the other Azure extensions that we've got installed in VS Code. You can see here a tree view of the cluster that I have, and if I dive into that cluster, I can take a look and see, for example, the various namespaces that I'm running. You can see some of the system pods that are there, as well as our application pods. We can go into the workloads here and into the deployments. And once this application finishes deploying, inside of that deployments tree view, you'd be able to see your running application and even take steps like being able to gain access into a terminal inside of your pod, or do secure port forwarding to get access to maybe a web service that hasn't been exposed on the internet. So there's a lot of different capabilities to make it easier inside of that application or inside your application development environment to interact with the running service that's been deployed out to the Kubernetes cluster. Speaking of the Azure Kubernetes service, I wanted to go through a bunch of the really exciting things that we're bringing available to Kubernetes today. One of the most interesting things that we're bringing is a managed Istio add-on. One of the things that has happened in the cloud native community is that there's been an open source foundation that's been created called the Cloud Native Compute Foundation. And the important part of that is that it allows a bunch of different companies, potentially even competitors, to come together and collaborate on these projects, knowing that the investments that they're making collaboratively will be beneficial not just to them, but to the entire community. So when Istio Service Mesh, which is used for interconnecting microservices, was recently donated to the Cloud Native Compute Foundation, we took the step of getting involved in the Istio project and bringing it to the Azure Kubernetes service so that you can have a managed solution for Service Mesh using this popular Istio project available to you within the Azure Kubernetes service. Now, in addition to building applications, we obviously want to secure applications. And in many cases, securing those applications involves ensuring that code that is running can't affect other sorts of containers. Now, it seems, I think, sometimes when people see containers, they think of them as a security boundary, but in fact, actually, the only real security boundary that you can rely on is a virtualized or a virtual machine layer security. Not necessary for a lot of our container applications where different development teams are developing, but they basically trust each other. But sometimes you want to run code that perhaps someone else has developed, or maybe as a user has contributed to you as part of a customization. So we're really excited that we've been able to work with the Kata project to bring Kata containers to the AKF service, meaning that you can run select pods or even all your pods if you want to run all of your containers within a virtual machine isolation boundary as well, nested inside of your Azure virtual machine. So every single container that's running in your cluster can have that secure boundary of the virtual machine interface. Additionally, when we're thinking about security, reliability, and resiliency is the next thing we might be thinking about. We've worked very closely with the Azure Backup Service to give cloud native support for the Azure Backup Service so that you can back up both the control plane in your Kubernetes cluster as well as the data within your cluster as well. And again, it's sort of a bit of a broken record, but coming back to our open source roots, this is based on a CNCF project called Valero that does a lot of the backup work within that service. And then finally, I think over the time that I've been in Azure, one of the great trends has been an increased focus from all the different parts of Azure on cloud native computing. And so we're really excited that the storage team within Azure Storage has brought forth Azure Container Native Storage. It has really fast disk attach and detach times, so that if your pods are moving around because you're scaling up or scaling down or because a machine happened to fail, you can know that your application is still going to stay responsive as the disks sort of move from one machine to another across the cluster. Speaking of things moving quickly around, one of the things that's been a pain point for Kubernetes from the start, honestly, has been the fact that numerous releases come out every single year, and especially in regulated industries or other places where you need to certify your environments, the pain of keeping up with the latest Kubernetes version is a very real problem for a lot of development teams. And so that's why we've been really excited to work to bring to fruition a long-term support branch for the Kubernetes project. We've been developing this for the Azure Kubernetes service, but we are also developing it in conjunction with the broader Kubernetes community. At this point, we are going to commit to a 2-year long-term support arrangement for a specific version of Kubernetes. In this case, it's the 1.2.7 version. And after that 2-year, we will come up with a new long-term support version. This means you can commit to a single version within the Azure Kubernetes service and stay on it with full support, with full reliability for security and major critical bug patches. Thank you. Oh, wow. It's viral. But it is really painful. And so I think that it's really great that we've been able to do this. And I think even more importantly, what we've been able to do is really jumpstart the conversation in the community that had been kind of there since the beginning, but had kind of lingered and not really made a lot of progress. And our willingness to step forward and say, hey, we're going to contribute engineers, we're going to contribute, we're just going to go do this, and you can come with us, has really, I think, put a lot of energy back into the system. I think we may really see a true long-term support version for the entire open source project, no matter where you're running Kubernetes, happening in the next year or two. And of course, we're deeply involved with our upstream open source teams in making that happen. The last thing I wanted to highlight is the Kubernetes Fleet Manager. I think one of the interesting things we've discovered, unexpectedly, I think, within Kubernetes has been that we thought people would run maybe one cluster per region, one cluster per zone. In fact, we see many customers with hundreds or even thousands of clusters. And managing all those clusters consistently, obviously, is a bit of a pain point. And so with Fleet Manager, you can control multiple collections of clusters, deploy applications out, and then do things like what we've announced recently with the Kata carbon-aware scheduling, where using Fleet and carbon-aware scheduling, you can have a workload that actually moves between data centers, between regions, depending on the carbon footprint of that particular region at that particular time. And so that really enables a lot of our customers to achieve some of their sustainability goals. And I think it's a great example of how we can, in Azure, enable our customers to do more. I wanted to move from there to something that Mandy mentioned earlier, which is the Azure Load Testing service. So Azure Load Testing is, and I'm going to go over here and do a demo of it. Azure Load Testing is a service that allows you to run load tests, obviously, against your application. But what I want to actually show you is how you can use the Azure Load Testing service to actually figure out the right way to configure your application. Because, of course, we were talking about sustainability. That's an important goal for a lot of people. Efficiency is also a really important goal right now. Sometimes when we deploy our applications, the way they're configured is it just sort of worked that way, and we don't know if there's a better configuration. So I want to take a look here at at a GitHub action that we've developed. Now we're using a matrix build right here. And what this matrix is doing, typically sometimes maybe we think about a matrix across operating systems or a matrix across runtime versions. What we're actually matrixing across is deployment configurations. So we have either 3 or 5 replicas, either a quarter of a core or a half a core, either 256 megabytes of RAM or 512 megabytes of RAM. And we're going to have a matrix of all of those different characteristics. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to go and run a load test against all of those different versions. So over here on the left, in this GitHub action, you can see all of these different variations and all the different load tests that are running on them. So that's useful that we've been able to sort of do that Cartesian product of load tests in parallel on the GitHub Actions interface. But what's even more interesting is we go back and in the Azure Load Test dashboard, we can actually compare these runs together. And so here you can actually see we're comparing a run with 3 replicas and a quarter of a core, 5 replicas and a quarter of a core, or 5 replicas and a half a core each. And if we go down here, obviously, as we would expect, this teal line where we have the most replicas with the most resources is the fastest. But actually, maybe we've worked with our user design interface folks, and they said, you know what? Actually, people really only notice if we're slower than about 150 milliseconds. And so, in fact, this pink line here that manages to stay under 150 milliseconds as we simulate 100 users running against it, and 1,000 requests per second, this pink line satisfies our application requirements, but uses half as many resources. Right? And so by being able to use the Azure load testing to generate that matrix, we can actually find a better configuration than maybe the optimal one, but one that is much more efficient and saves us money while still ensuring that our users are happy. So I think that's a great example of how we can use automation not just to do continuous delivery, but actually to investigate and understand better details of our applications themselves. Now, in the core of that Azure load testing service is an open source project called JMeter. Fun trivia fact is that the JMeter project is actually the very first project that I was a maintainer of way back in 1999. So it's fun to see that come full circle and be within Azure today. And actually, one of the things that I think Azure's really been focused on a lot is taking really great open source projects and turning them into managed solutions for you. Because oftentimes, while we think of open source as being free, like maybe a free beer at the end of the conference day, it turns out it's much more like free as in puppy, and you need to care and feed it every single day. And so allowing Azure to take responsibility for those projects and ensure that they're up to date, that they're patched, that we're contributing to the communities and that they're healthy ensures that you can be successful with popular open source projects. For example, the Azure Monitor for Prometheus. Prometheus is sort of the industry standard for monitoring in cloud native applications at this point. So we're really excited to be able to support Prometheus. And also, we're really excited to be able to support open source independent software vendors, or ISVs, with the Kubernetes Apps Marketplace. Because it's great that Azure is supporting a bunch of open source, but actually we also want to ensure that open source startups and other companies that are developing open source have a marketplace to sell to our customers as well. And so if you're building a containerized application, whether it's open source or not, you can use the Kubernetes Apps Marketplace to sell into the Azure Kubernetes service as well as into Azure Arc connected Kubernetes clusters. All right, and with that, I think we're bringing Scott and Mandy, everybody back up onto the stage to bring us home, I guess.
Yeah, I think once again, I think we want to come back down to our job is to make sure that with Dapper and Kata and AZD and VS Code and the tools extensions we have, you can basically build an app either using container apps or AKS, same tools, same support across the board. Choose the product that's the right product for you. As I said before, Azure Container Apps is more of the getting started fast, and AKS is going to be more the industry standard. You want access to those Kubernetes APIs and stuff like that. They're both great choices, and it doesn't matter what language you write in. Support them all.
I think one of the wonderful things that's happened in the cloud native community lately, or really in the whole history of it, is that we've built abstractions in a variety of places, whether it's the container as a runnable thingy that Mandy's tools can target, or that we know how to run, or the fact that the container can contain any language, any configuration. Those sorts of abstractions really enable us to do a great job of building for anyone, anywhere.
Definitely.
Cool.
And we find most companies I go to now have mixes of languages.
Oh my God, yeah. So so many people, not even mixes of languages, but mixes of runtimes. And I think one of the things we've really seen is people sort of saying well, this team developed in functions and this team developed in Kubernetes, and how do we bring them together? And I think one of the other commitments that we have here is that we really want you not to have to choose a programming environment for your entire company. We want you to be able to choose the pattern that works best for that app, have them interoperate really well together, no matter where they land and no matter what language they're in. So, yeah, cool. All right.
Big things here, I would say there's lots of sessions on containers and tools and frameworks this week. I think the biggest one is there's a link here if you want to grab the same app we showed today. You can grab that app, pull it down. It's got full instructions of how to, you have to register for OpenAI as well to get access to that. But once you've done that, you can actually run that exact app as we showed it. You can put your own documents in it if you want to, and try it out. So I would say try it out.
Yeah, go try it. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
That's
Thanks,
great.
folks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Seattle Convention Center as we are cruising through day one of Microsoft Build. I'm Caruana Gatimu, and this is the event designed to bring you the latest innovations, tools, and collaborations as you, wait for it, build the solutions of tomorrow. Before we get to tomorrow, we've already covered a lot of ground today, and we have a lot more in store. Coming up, we'll be diving into the mechanics of Azure OpenAI Service and GPT LLMs. But right now, Christina is live to follow up with what Mandy Whaley was sharing. Christina, how are things going backstage?
Thank you so much, Caroline. Yes, I'm here with Mandy. We're moments after her session. All right, Mandy, I gotta ask you, how's your build going?
It's going great. This is my first in-person
I was
build.
going to say, this is your first in-person one. How's that been going for you?
It's so exciting. Like, I joined Microsoft during the pandemic when we were all virtual. And so being able to be here, connect with everyone, present to actual people in the audience and virtual has just been amazing. And it's been so great to meet people and hear about all the awesome things that they're building.
Yeah.
It's been really cool.
I mean, yeah, hence the name, right? Yeah, hence the name. Okay, so there was a ton of stuff in the talk that you just did with Brendan and Scott, but you are the big boss of Azure DevTools, so we got to talk about that first. What are some of the new tooling things that have you most excited?
Yeah, I'm really excited just about how we are connecting you with your cloud resources right inside of your editors and IDEs so that you can easily access your cloud resources, access your GitHub Actions. I just think it's all about creating really efficient developer workflows is really our focus. And today we're also announcing the generally available release for the Azure Developer CLI. So that's a big milestone and super excited to see that go out.
No, I know that your team, you've been working on that for a really long time. I think that was announced last year in preview, right?
It was preview last year at Build and GA today. And part of the other goal, we talked a lot about this in the session, was that we were talking about container apps and AKS. And from a tools perspective, our goal is to have our tools work across everything so that you can have a really consistent developer experience no matter what you're targeting to run your application in.
Yeah, and that was actually part of the demo that you were doing with load testing, right?
Yes. So there were a couple of things. Once we had an intelligent chat application, and we deployed it the first time to Azure Container Apps, and we, with one command, redeployed the same application to AKS, which is really cool. And then we showed how you could load test AKS, not just to catch performance issues, but to actually optimize your configuration. So you could pick like the right size for your cluster and everything to know I'm meeting our desired response times, but I'm picking the most efficient use of resources.
That's what I really like about that, right? Is that this is something that it's not just will this run or not, is this the best way for this to run? Is this the most efficient way for it to run?
Yeah,
I like that a lot. Okay, I've got to ask you, because I am the GitHub person here, I got to ask / plug the new GitHub Actions extension in VS Code. I love it. It's one of my favorites. Can you please tell everybody else why it is so great and why they should be downloading it now?
Yes, this is a great extension. I really like it because a lot of times I'm working in VS Code and I have deployment pipelines set up where I can, make a change, commit, push, and then it will deploy to my cloud developer environment. And so with this extension, I can see the actions start to run right from within VS Code, monitor how they're going, know if there's any issue that comes up that I need to take care of. It just really helps me focus on all the different things that I'm working across. So,
well, no, I mean, what I love about it is exactly what you were saying when we first started talking, which is that it's like keeping all of your developer things in your IDE where you are. Like, I'm not having to go back to a web page and like figure out why did this workflow maybe fail, right? Like, I can have it all in my editor, which is really fantastic.
So I can see it there, and then of course there's links that if you want to go back to the full screen, you can just click and get there.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, we've got a little bit of time. I did want to ask you about some of the integrations between the Azure SDK, the OpenAI SDK.
Oh yeah, this was really exciting. So part of the application that we were showing, which was like an enterprise chat application that was a chat application, but with data specific to your enterprise.
Yeah.
And so it's using the new Azure OpenAI service. And we have new SDK libraries for the Azure OpenAI service. And we have these in .NET, JavaScript, Python. And this is an area where we're working really actively with new releases, new updates. We're also building application templates that use the SDKs to help people use it. And so this is a place where we really want to hear from everyone who's thinking about how to build these kind of intelligent apps. What would help them the most? What do they want to see in those libraries? What kinds of examples do they want? What kinds of application templates would help them?
Okay, so you heard it from Mandy. You want to give her feedback. I think, is GitHub the best place for people to do that?
Yeah.
All right, do it at GitHub. And where should people go if they want to learn more about like the development tools, all the other stuff you talked about?
Yeah, you can head straight to, there were some links that were in the talk, and I think that we can show here. That link is going to give you a great jumping off point to go learn about all the different things you heard today.
Awesome. And aka.ms/Azure Developer Tools for all of Mandy's awesome stuff. Mandy, thank you so much. Great job in your session. Caruana, over to you.
Thanks, Christina. Tomorrow I'll have an in-depth conversation with Adobe's Principal Platform Evangelist for Adobe Document Cloud, Ben Vandenberg, about the ways his company is making automation tools easier to develop for. Find this and lots of other great conversations in the session catalog after the show. Microsoft Build, it's in full swing. And in just a bit, we'll find out how Azure Machine Learning is enabling devs everywhere to safely utilize large language models like ChatGPT. Speaking of LLMs, just ahead we have Jeremy Chapman bringing us his discussion with distinguished Microsoft engineer Pablo Castro. They'll be talking about how to use prompts within OpenAI LLMs. All that and much, much more right after this. This is Microsoft Build.
Hi everyone, I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience for Microsoft Build. My colleagues and I obsess over how we can make your experience better every year. And similarly, the engineers who make your Microsoft products are passionate about making the tools that you use daily better and better. That's the basis for this next type of interactive session we'd like to invite you to, Product Roundtables. Let's bring in our expert Lori to learn more. She joins us via Microsoft Teams from Seattle, Washington. Hi, Lori, how are you?
Hi, Ed. I'm great. How are you?
It's a great day for a great day. I was hoping that you could tell us what Product Roundtables are all about.
Absolutely. They are an exclusive opportunity for you to speak with members of the product development teams of the tools that you use every day. And it's a chance for you to give your feedback back to those developers to help make the products better.
Okay, what happens to the feedback after the product roundtable? Like, tell us how it actually gets incorporated.
Yes. So not only would you be speaking directly to the people responsible for developing the products, after the roundtable is over, we summarize the findings, we anonymize them, and then we store them in a Microsoft-wide database of research that we refer back to for years to come.
That is so cool. And I imagine that it builds some community when attendees join product roundtables with peers who share the same interests.
Exactly. When you select a product roundtable to attend, you will be joined by other people interested in that topic. So you have a chance not only to speak to the development team, but to get to know your fellow Build attendees who use and share your passion for the same tools.
Okay, that sounds really cool, but like, how big are these sessions?
So these sessions tend to be very small, intimate, almost focus group-like sessions. And we want to hear from you. As you know, at many Build sessions, Microsoft is selling you information. In the product roundtables, we want to hear it back from you. So I encourage you to sign up early because the space is limited.
Okay, I want to sign up, but how do I sign up?
So when you go to the Build website, you want to filter by session type product roundtables. Select the roundtable that's of interest to you. You can select up to 3 and then nominate yourself to be part of that product roundtable.
Lori, thank you so much for the scoop on these.
You're so welcome. It's really a delight to get to talk about product roundtables, and I'm looking forward to seeing many of you over the next few days.
As you just learned from Lori, don't delay. Browse the session catalog filtered by product roundtable to find the roundtables that you want to seat at. Complete the self-nomination now before these fill up. I'm Ed Donahue, and this has been your guide to another great experience that you can only get right here at Microsoft Build.
Our mission is to become the personal bank in a digital age.
We implemented Microsoft Teams in combination with Azure Communication Services, with having as a result the fully embedded and customized ABN AMRO experience for video banking. That really made us proud because that was the goal.
Hi, Diane.
Hi, Vincent. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Because of the Web SDK, it was quite easy for our development to use the toolkits and some composites to implement Azure Communication Services within our bank.
It's fully about making sure our customer has a friction-free and valued journey every time we connect with each other.
We have every opportunity to share, to discuss, to make the personal connection. Everything we need, Teams offers us.
This company believes in a digital future, and it's really exciting to be part of that.
Welcome back. We are coming to you from Seattle in the heart of Microsoft Build. We've got a lot of breakout sessions to check out. The event breakouts are designed to help answer your questions, demonstrate the latest tech, and connect with you and peers around the world. Later today, we'll learn how customers like Workback are using the Microsoft platform to enhance productivity and collaboration within their Teams app, delivering transformative experiences for people everywhere. Then, Seth will be backstage with Corporate Vice President of Azure Data, Arun Ulag, to find out about the latest developments in analytics. But now, here's Jeremy Chapman from Microsoft Mechanics. Jeremy, over to you.
Thanks, Caruana. So how do you build apps using generative AI with your data? We're going to find out. So joining me today is distinguished engineer from Microsoft, Pablo Castro. And today we're actually going to look at some of the things that you've seen with Copilot, GPT, large language models. You've seen what they can do. But how can developers use these types of tools with their own data? What does that process look like?
Well, for that, we use what we call the retrieval augmented generation pattern. And so the way this works is it's all based on the Azure OpenAI service, where we combine it with cognitive search. So what we do is cognitive search can index data from any variety of data sources. And once we have it in cognitive search, we can pull the bits and pieces that are needed for any particular context or interaction that the user may be having. We take all of that, we construct a prompt, and that's what we then feed to the Azure OpenAI service, so we can get a well-informed response that is grounded on the information that comes from the knowledge base.
Right, and it's all based on the access management permissions that you have, all the things that you set as part of that tooling. So in terms of looking and kind of and feeling like Copilot in Microsoft 365, it's kind of similar, right?
Yes, exactly. Like this is the kind of technology you would use if you were creating your own Copilot, and many of these bits of technology are used in the ones we create as well.
Okay, so how would I get started then? Trying to build something like this.
Well, so best place to start is the Azure OpenAI service includes this whole playground experience, and in the playground you can try GPT or the ChatGPT experience. You can set the system message, and you can try a full chat session right there in the tool before you build the rest of the application. It's a great way to start, tune your prompts, and iterate on how you design the interaction with the system.
Okay, so I want to actually do some demos, show some code here. So how do I actually call this service then with my own app? What does that look like?
Well, so calling OpenAI itself is like calling a particular web service where you do some authentication. In the context of Azure, we do integrated authentication across the board, and then we have an OpenAI SDK, in this case for Python, that will make it easy to just call the service.
All right. So do you have any sample apps or things that you can show running? What does that look like?
Yeah, let's dig in on a particular sample app. So this application, which we actually have, is posted in GitHub, so anybody can actually take it and run it on their own or modify it. It captures the idea of the retrieval augmented generation pattern in a concrete instance that you can use maybe as a starting point for your own application. So this is the application in action. So where I can ask questions. In this case, it's about healthcare plans for an employer. And you can see that the answers not only include an answer for the question, but also citations that ground the information on the original data, so customers or users know where the answer is coming from.
Perfect. So we're approaching the afternoon of day one at Build. So I actually want to take this a bit deeper and show the code behind this app. So can you tell us what's running this one?
Let's do it. We have a notebook that will do this in detail. So what we'll do is first, why don't we run through the whole notebook?
Okay.
So we'll hit all the cells. So what this will do is set up a prompt, and then we will formulate a particular question, run it through search, run it through the initial version of the completion API in OpenAI. And now let's walk through this in detail now that we have it set up. So first, let's poke at the history, which contains the chat interactions. You can see our back and forth. So next, what we can do is let's add a follow-up question to the one we were already having. We'll say, how about hearing? And we will now create a second call to the completion API to formulate a good search. So we can see the search that the OpenAI API created for us. We'll take that search and issue it against Azure Cognitive Search, retrieve all the content from the knowledge base that is applicable to this particular question, and with that we'll construct a prompt. So the prompt contains everything we piled up so far, like the system instructions, as well as the answers that we got from Cognitive Search. And now that we have the whole prompt with everything concatenated, we can call the completion API one more time, now with the grounding information, and we'll ask the GPT model to give us an answer based on this. So the answer we see here is a result of kind of effectively reading the entire context and producing an answer. And you can see this is the actual completion that the API would return.
Right, so the secret here is we're kind of continue to build that prompt, and it's like a snowball that keeps getting larger and larger and bigger, where it's got the context to be able to answer subsequent questions.
Exactly.
Right. So this is really the secret to how that works. Thanks so much, Pablo, for the 6-minute extended deep dive. To go even deeper on this topic after build, check out aka.ms/prompt mechanics. And we've got a lot more in store as coverage continues at Microsoft Build right after this.
This event continues to bring you the best by developers for developers. But you can take your Microsoft Build experience to the next level by heading to, you know what I'm going to say, the newly redesigned featured partner directory. For lots more, there's breakouts and expert discussions and demonstrations, free trial software from partners like Mural, Mantium, Syncfusion, and so much more.
I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience here at Microsoft Build. Every year, my colleagues and I obsess over how we can create your best Microsoft Build yet. And spending time in our interactive discussion sessions is a must. Today alone, there are 40 discussions. Maybe you've already joined one, and if you haven't, my next guest is here to tell us about a special set of discussions you'll want to check out called Learn Live. Please welcome our Learn Live program expert, Laurent, joining us via Microsoft Teams from Zurich, Switzerland. Hi, Laurent.
Hi, Ed. How are you doing?
I am doing so great. Thank you so much for joining us. I was hoping that you could tell us all about the unique Learn Live sessions.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure. So Learn Live is very exciting. It's also very interactive. It's a very specific format where we have 2 presenters for each session. And those presenters were selected explicitly because they are experts in the field that they are talking about. Now, we also have moderators, and it means that you can go in the session, you can use the Q&A to ask questions and have those answered by our moderators and potentially even from our presenters. We also have some polling, some knowledge checks, and basically a lot of interaction to make those sessions very interesting. This year in particular, we spend extra time to select content which is very current and very new. And in fact, we even have some content which has just been released explicitly for Build. So this is very exciting.
That is so cool. So in addition to all of the cool stuff you just said, is there anything special you want everyone to know about for Learn Live discussions on day one?
Yeah, absolutely. We have 6 sessions today, and those sessions have a little bit of everything for everyone. We have sessions today about the Teams Toolkit for VS Code if you want to develop applications for Microsoft Teams. We have sessions about Azure Arc and Kubernetes, Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL. We have Power App sessions for low-code and no-code experts and enthusiasts. And we also have a very good session about GitHub Advanced Security. It's the first time we do a GitHub session on Learn Live, as well as get started with AI on Azure, because you know how important AI is these days.
That is too right. Laurent, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Ed.
Now is a great time to browse the session catalog for the Learn Live discussions you are most interested in joining. Simply search Learn Live and then refine results by topic to find the sessions that are most relevant to you. Thanks for taking this time to discover more with us. I'm Ed Donahue. Have a great Microsoft Build, everyone.
I'm joined now by Mark Brown. And Mark, let's get right into it. It's exciting stuff we're going to talk about. So you're here to talk about the latest tools enabling devs everywhere to scale their cloud native apps. Tell us about that.
We're going to talk about AKS and Cosmos DB this week. You know, customers are increasingly building what we've called cloud native applications, right? These are born in the cloud. And they take advantage of what the cloud is really good at, right? Which is providing kind of infinite scale for building these types of applications using things like Kubernetes for your compute, and then also databases like Cosmos DB. And it's really a match made in heaven. You've got AKS that really makes it very much easier to use things like Kubernetes to manage all of your compute, all the networking, everything within there. And then you combine that with a distributed NoSQL database like Cosmos that can provide theoretically infinite scale for these applications, and all of it living within Azure.
I just love your passion about this. Like, I can feel your genuine enthusiasm about what we're doing right now. Tell folks about the performance enhancements they can get from working in this way.
Right. So, you know, Kubernetes and AKS is, you know, built to scale out. So you add additional pods to your clusters, and that provides more power so you can scale out your applications. The same way Cosmos is also a scale out architecture. You add what we call partitions, and that adds additional compute and additional storage for your applications.
So gone are the days where we have to wait at the loading dock for more servers? Is that what you're telling me?
That's true. I can sit right at my desk and just click, 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 and there we go.
There's so much opportunity in that, though, for everyone to really understand this and learn about it and what have you. Are there other reasons that customers should be thinking about using this technology?
You know, as first-party services, the level of fidelity with Azure overall is just great. Like, you've got integration with things like Azure Active Directory, monitoring, networking, encryption. All of these things are right there and are all integrated and designed to work together.
Anything that makes this kind of security and encryption, easier is a good thing. Thank you so much, Mark.
You're welcome.
People can learn more at ak.ms, AKS, and Cosmos. Those are the sessions. That's the session list. You're going to want to check this out.
Hi, I'm Matt Torgerson. I look forward to showing you what's next in C# alongside with my fellow language designer, Dustin Campbell. Why don't you come join us?
Hi there, I am Marcel Ferreira, and in my session, I will show how API developers using Visual Studio can leverage Power Platform to easily build low-code apps for their existing or new APIs, even before publishing it and debugging in real time. So join us to learn more about Power Platform for Pro developers.
Hi, I'm Sagar Vankala. In my session, I'll be showing how Azure deployment environments improves developer experience and productivity by empowering development teams to self-serve app infrastructure. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Hi everybody, I'm Brian Sullivan, and I'll be talking about GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. If you write code, and you want that code to be secure against hackers, and I hope we all do, then this session is for you. See you there.
Speaking of breakout sessions, you can keep track of all the developer tools and resources we have lined up for you in our newly redesigned partner directory. Check out breakouts from the session catalog, get developer tools like trial software, all the stuff that's in there. It's really cool. You can check out information from F5, Lead Tools, SnapLogic, and more.
I've been working in the developer space for a while, and before I was in marketing, I was a developer, so it's a place I'm really passionate about. And one of the things I was really excited about this year is me being able to help really get technical content to developers. And so making sure that the content is on the topics that devs care about and that it's at the technical level that they need in order to be able to learn and to be able to grow. So one of the things that I think we do really well is our engineering teams are really good at being close to the users of the products that they make. So working hand in hand with them to make sure that the content is exactly what a developer wants and needs was one of the things that we spent a lot of time focusing on.
Being a council member is really easy because I just looked at all the events and decided which sessions I wanted to go to the most, and then what was cool, what was exciting, and then gave our advice and our opinions there, really. Obviously, AI is going to be massive. Seeing how Copilot helps people develop faster and takes kind of sorts of the mundane aspects out of development, that's one of the things I'm really excited to see at Build.
I think it comes from a focus on the people that are there watching the content. So a lot of us that came together are just really passionate about making sure that a developer can attend a session or a bunch of sessions and walk away having their questions answered, having learned something, and being able to walk away and take some new knowledge back to their community or their company, or just, improve their own sort of career and professional development. So those of us that, had a little bit of experience working with devs and being close to that, as well as some knowledge in kind of the things that Microsoft has to say to developers, bringing that together to make sure that we're delivering a build that is awesome and fun for everyone who writes code.
We are moments away from OpenAI with Andrej Karpathy. It's been a great day so far, Seth. And look, they're giving us more time to chat. I just like this. I just like this. So OpenAI is coming up. Seth, what are you most excited about, or what are you looking forward to in this session that's coming up?
Well, everything OpenAI or AI related, I'm pretty excited about. I'm excited to see what their plugin story is. I'm excited to see how things work. I know Andrej Karpathy I'm kind of having like a fan person moment here because he's one of the dudes, that's invented a lot of cool stuff in the AI space with deep learning, etc. There's a video he did. It's really cool that he builds like an LLM in like an hour. It's really cool. So I'm excited to see what he presents. Great presenter, Bob.
Absolutely. I know there are certain people that, you meet them, you hear from them in real time, or, you see them present, and it really is definitely a fan person moment. I like that new phrase there. Christina, what do you want everybody to keep in mind as they go into this next session, but they've been through this day?
Yeah, so as Seth mentioned, I think the plugin story that we've been hearing a lot about that all day. I'm really excited to hear Andrej talk about that more, because what I think is so cool, and Seth can talk more about this, I'm sure, is the fact that all the ChatGPT and OpenAI plugins are going to be extensible across Azure OpenAI, and is using an open standard, and that is really exciting to me. And that's something I've been talking with people as we've been going through stuff today that has them excited too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to remind everyone, don't be overwhelmed. You can take this a piece at a time. There's so much to learn, but that kind of takes us back to Microsoft Learn. Seth, have you seen some of the new content that they announced and put out there so that people can get started?
I have heard about a lot of AI content that they put out there. Not that I'm biased, but I guess I am. There's a lot of amazing AI content. There's content on Learn that lets you just for free go in there and try stuff out, whether it's notebooks, if you're trying to build some new ideas. And we did one recently, well, maybe it wasn't recently, on PyTorch that lets you learn PyTorch. But I can imagine there's a ton of other things with OpenAI service that you'll be able to do in there.
Absolutely. And, we just want people to go and use the free tools that we're giving you. That's why we keep talking about what's in the featured partner directory and what's on Learn and what's in the community, because we're enabling people as much as possible. And Christina, I know you're passionate about that.
100%. I really think that this is such a great opportunity for people to experiment and be creative, right? That's one of the most exciting things that I'm getting from all of this. This is really a way to unlock a lot of your creativity and a lot of the ways to kind of figure out, okay, what technology do I want to use to build the next great thing?
Absolutely. And I think it's important, if you're not having fun in your career right now in technology, shake it up. Yeah. Reinvent yourself. Absolutely. We can all do that because, I think many of us, if you've been around a little bit, you've done different technologies along the way. And that's actually what makes a career in technology so interesting, right? You can continue to change things around. So I know, Seth, you've done that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're out there and thinking, this AI stuff isn't for me, it absolutely is. From the set of tools that we have at Microsoft, from low code, no code, all the way down to the plumbing, AI is really accessible for everyone today. And with some of the stuff that we talked about in the keynote and some of our sessions, this is really accessible to you, and it's something that you should be trying out today.
100%. I mean, I want to give one example. One of the coolest things I think you can do right now with some of our tools, just to plug GitHub Copilot for a second, is you can convert something from one programming language to another. So I'm a JavaScript developer, but if I wanted to convert it into something else, it's super easy to do.
Yeah, I think that that's so important. And so play around with things, take things a step at a time, have fun, reinvent yourself. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said,
we're going to wrap. We're going to wrap really quick here. Thank you, Seth. Right now, it's time for our next round of sessions, including the breakout you'll see on this stream about OpenAI. There's lots more to come, and we'll join you right back here when you're finished. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome AI researcher and founding member of OpenAI, Andrej Karpathy.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here to tell you about the state of GPT and more generally about the rapidly growing ecosystem of large language models. So I would like to partition the talk into two parts. In the first part, I would like to tell you about how we train GPT assistants. And then in the second part, we are going to take a look at how we can use these assistants effectively for your applications. So first, let's take a look at the emerging recipe for how to train these assistants. And keep in mind that this is all very new and still rapidly evolving. But so far, the recipe looks something like this. Now, this is kind of a complicated slide, so I'm going to go through it piece by piece. But roughly speaking, we have 4 major stages: pre-training, supervised fine-tuning, reward modeling, reinforcement learning, and they follow each other serially. Now, in each stage, we have a data set that powers that stage. We have an algorithm that, for our purposes, will be a objective for training a neural network. And then we have a resulting model. And then there's some nodes on the bottom. So the first stage we're going to start with is the pre-training stage. Now, this stage is kind of special in this diagram, and this diagram is not to scale, because this stage is where all of the computational work basically happens. This is 99% of the training compute time, and also flops. And so this is where we are dealing with internet-scale data sets with thousands of GPUs in the supercomputer, and also months of training potentially. The other 3 stages are fine-tuning stages that are much more along the lines of small few number of GPUs and hours or days. So let's take a look at the pre-training stage to achieve a base model. First, we're going to gather a large amount of data. Here's an example of what we call a data mixture that comes from this paper that was released by Meta, where they released this Llama-based model. Now you can see roughly the kinds of data sets that enter into these collections. So we have Common Crawl, which is just a web scrape, C4, which is also Common Crawl, and then some high-quality data sets as well. So for example, GitHub, Wikipedia, Books, Archive, Stack Exchange, and so on. These are all mixed up together, and then they are sampled according to some given proportions, and that forms the training set for the neural net, for the GPT. Now, before we can actually train on this data, we need to go through one more pre-processing step, and that is tokenization. And this is basically a translation of the raw text that we scrape from the internet into sequences of integers, because that's the native representation over which GPTs function. Now, this is a lossless kind of translation between pieces of text and tokens and integers. And there are a number of algorithms for this stage. Typically, for example, you could use something like byte-pair encoding, which iteratively merges little text chunks and groups them into tokens. And so here I'm showing some example chunks of these tokens, and then this is the raw integer sequence that will actually feed into a transformer. Now, here I'm showing 2 sort of like examples for hyperparameters that govern this stage. So GPT-4, we did not release too much information about how it was trained and so on, so I'm using GPT-3's numbers, but GPT-3 is of course a little bit old by now, about 3 years ago. But Llama is a fairly recent model from Meta. So these are roughly the orders of magnitude that we're dealing with when we're doing pre-training. The vocabulary size is usually a couple 10,000 tokens. The context length is usually something like 2,000, 4,000, or nowadays even 100,000. And this governs the maximum number of integers that the GPT will look at when it's trying to predict the next integer in the sequence. You can see that roughly the number of parameters is, say, 65 billion for Llama. Now, even though Llama has only 65B parameters compared to GPT-3's 175 billion parameters, Llama is a significantly more powerful model. And intuitively, that's because the model is trained for significantly longer. In this case, 1.4 trillion tokens instead of just 300 billion tokens. So you shouldn't judge the power of a model just by the number of parameters that it contains. Below, I'm showing some tables of rough hyperparameters that typically go into specifying the transformer neural network. So the number of heads, the dimension size, number of layers, and so on. And on the bottom, I'm showing some training hyperparameters. So for example, to train the 65B model, Meta used 2,000 GPUs, roughly 21 days of training, and roughly several $1 million. And so that's the rough orders of magnitude that you should have in mind for the pre-training stage. Now, when we're actually pre-training, what happens? Roughly speaking, we are going to take our tokens and we're going to lay them out into data batches. So we have these arrays that will feed into the transformer, and these arrays are B, the batch size, and these are all independent examples stacked up in rows, and B by T, T being the maximum context length. So in my picture, I only have 10, the context length, so this could be 2,000, 4,000, etc. So these are extremely long rows. And what we do is we take these documents and we pack them into rows, and we delimit them with these special end-of-text tokens, basically telling the transformer where a new document begins. And so here I have a few examples of documents, and then I stretched them out into this input. Now we're going to feed all of these numbers into transformer. And let me just focus on a single particular cell, but the same thing will happen at every cell in this diagram. So let's look at the green cell. The green cell is going to take a look at all of the tokens before it, so all of the tokens in yellow, and we're going to feed that entire context into the transformer neural network. And the transformer is going to try to predict the next token in the sequence, in this case in red. Now the transformer, I don't have too much time to unfortunately go into the full details of this neural network architecture. It's just a large blob of neural net stuff for our purposes, and it's got several 10 billion parameters typically, or something like that. And of course, as you tune these parameters, you're getting slightly different predictive distributions for every single one of these cells. And so, for example, if our vocabulary size is 50,257 tokens, then we're going to have that many numbers because we need to specify a probability distribution for what comes next. So basically, we have a probability for whatever may follow. Now, in this specific example, for this specific cell, 513 will come next. And so we can use this as a source of supervision to update our transformers weights. And so we're applying this basically on every single cell in the parallel, and we keep swapping batches, and we're trying to get the transformer to make the correct predictions over what token comes next in a sequence. So let me show you more concretely what this looks like when you train one of these models. This is actually coming from the New York Times, and they trained a small GPT on Shakespeare. And so here's a small snippet of Shakespeare, and they trained a GPT on it. Now, in the beginning, at initialization, the GPT starts with completely random weights. So you're just getting completely random outputs as well. But over time, as you train the GPT longer and longer, you are getting more and more coherent and consistent samples from the model. And the way you sample from it, of course, is you predict what comes next, you sample from that distribution, and you keep feeding that back into the process, and you can basically sample large sequences. And so by the end, you see that the transformer has learned about words and where to put spaces and where to put commas and so on. And so we're making more and more consistent predictions over time. These are the kinds of plots that you're looking at when you're doing model pre-training. Effectively, we're looking at the loss function over time as you train, and low loss means that our transformer is predicting the correct, is giving a higher probability to the correct next integer in the sequence. Now, what are we going to do with this model once we've trained it after a month? Well, the first thing that we noticed, the field, is that these models basically, in the process of language modeling, learn very powerful general representations, and it's possible to very efficiently fine-tune them for any arbitrary downstream task you might be interested in. So as an example, if you're interested in sentiment classification, the approach used to be that you collect a bunch of positives and negatives, and then you train some kind of an NLP model for that. But the new approach is ignore sentiment classification, go off and do large language model pre-training, train a large transformer, and then you may only have a few examples, and you can very efficiently fine-tune your model for that task. And so this works very well in practice. And the reason for this is that basically the transformer is forced to multitask a huge amount of tasks in the language modeling task. because just in terms of predicting the next token, it's forced to understand a lot about the structure of the text and all the different concepts therein. So that was GPT-1. Now, around the time of GPT-2, people noticed that actually, even better than fine-tuning, you can actually prompt these models very effectively. So these are language models, and they want to complete documents. So you can actually trick them into performing tasks just by arranging these fake documents. So in this example, for example, we have some passage, and then we sort of like do QA, QA, QA. This is called few-shot prompt. And then we do Q. And then as the transformer is trying to complete the document, it's actually answering our question. And so this is an example of prompt engineering a base model, making it believe that it's sort of imitating a document and getting it to perform a task. And so this kicked off, I think, the era of, I would say, prompting over fine-tuning, and seeing that this actually can work extremely well on a lot of problems, even without training any neural networks, fine-tuning, or so on. Now, since then, we've seen an entire evolutionary tree of base models that everyone has trained. Not all of these models are available. For example, the GPT-4 base model was never released. The GPT-4 model that you might be interacting with over API is not a base model, it's an assistant model, and we're going to cover how to get those in a bit. GPT-3 base model is available via the API under the name DaVinci, and GPT-2 base model is available even as weights on our GitHub repo. But currently the best available base model probably is the Llama series from Meta, although it is not commercially licensed. Now, one thing to point out is base models are not assistants. They don't want to answer to you. They don't want to make answers to your questions. They just want to complete documents. So if you tell them, write a poem about the bread and cheese, it will just, it will answer questions with more questions. It's just completing what it thinks is a document. However, you can prompt them in a specific way for base models that is more likely to work. So as an example, here's a poem about bread and cheese. And in that case, it will autocomplete correctly. You can even trick base models into being assistants. And the way you would do this is you would create like a specific few-shot prompt that makes it look like there's some kind of a document between a human and assistant, and they're exchanging sort of information. And then at the bottom, you sort of put your query at the end, and the base model will sort of like condition itself into being like a helpful assistant and kind of answer. But this is not very reliable and doesn't work super well in practice, although it can be done. So instead, we have a different path to make actual GPT assistants, not just base model document completers. And so that takes us into supervised fine-tuning. So in the supervised fine-tuning stage, we are going to collect small but high-quality data sets. And in this case, we're going to ask human contractors to gather data of the form prompt and ideal response. And we're going to collect lots of these, typically tens of thousands or something like that. And then we're going to still do language modeling of this data. So nothing changed algorithmically. We're just swapping out a training set. So it used to be internet documents, which is a high quantity, low, for basically QA prompt response kind of data. And that is low quantity, high quality. So we still do language modeling. And then after training, we get an SFD model. And you can actually deploy these models, and they are actual assistants, and they work to some extent. Let me show you what an example demonstration might look like. So here's something that a human contractor might come up with. Here's some random prompt. Can you write a short introduction about the relevance of the term monopsony or something like that? And then the contractor also writes out an ideal response. And when they write out these responses, they are following extensive labeling documentations, and they're being asked to be helpful, truthful, and harmless. And those labeling instructions here, you probably can't read it, neither can I, but they're long, and this is just people following instructions and trying to complete these prompts. So that's what the data set looks like, and you can train these models, and this works to some extent. Now, you can actually continue the pipeline from here on and go into RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback, that consists of both reward modeling and reinforcement learning. So let me cover that, and then I'll come back to why you may want to go through the extra steps and how that compares to just SFD models. So in the reward modeling step, what we're going to do is we're now going to shift our data collection to be of the form of comparisons. So here's an example of what our data set will look like. I have the same prompt, identical prompt on the top, which is asking the assistant to write a program or a function that checks if a given string is a palindrome. And then what we do is we take the SFT model, which we've already trained, and we create multiple completions. So in this case, we have 3 completions that the model has created. And then we ask people to rank these completions. So if you stare at this for a while, and by the way, these are very difficult things to do to compare some of these predictions, and this can take people even hours for a single prompt completion pairs. But let's say we decided that one of these is much better than the others, and so on. So we rank them. Then we can follow that with something that looks very much kind of like a binary classification on all the possible pairs between these completions. So what we do now is we lay out our prompt in rows, and the prompt is identical across all 3 rows here. So it's all the same prompt, but the completion is varied. And so the yellow tokens are coming from the SFT model. Then what we do is we append another special reward readout token at the end, and we basically only supervise the transformer at this single green token. And the transformer will predict some reward for how good that completion is for that prompt. And so basically it makes a guess about the quality of each completion. And then once it makes a guess for every one of them, we also have the ground truth, which is telling us the ranking of them. And so we can actually enforce that some of these numbers should be much higher than others and so on. We formulate this into a loss function, and we train our model to make reward predictions that are consistent with the ground truth coming from the comparisons from all these contractors. So that's how we train our reward model. And that allows us to score how good a completion is for a prompt. Once we have a reward model, we can't deploy this because this is not very useful as an assistant by itself, but it's very useful for the reinforcement learning stage that follows now. Because we have a reward model, we can score the quality of any arbitrary completion for any given prompt. So what we do during reinforcement learning is we basically get, again, a large collection of prompts, and now we do reinforcement learning with respect to the reward model. So here's what that looks like. We take a single prompt, we lay it out in rows, and now we use the SFT model. We use basically the model we'd like to train, which is initialized at SFT model, to create some completions in yellow. And then we append the reward token again, and we read off the reward according to the reward model, which is now kept fixed. It doesn't change anymore. And now the reward model tells us the quality of every single completion for these prompts. And so what we can do is we can now just basically apply the same language modeling loss function, but we're currently training on the yellow tokens, and we are weighing the language modeling objective by the rewards indicated by the reward model. So as an example, in the first row, the reward model said that this is a fairly high scoring completion. And so all of the tokens that we happened to sample on the first row are going to get reinforced, and they're going to get higher probabilities for the future. Conversely, on the second row, the reward model really did not like this completion, negative 1.2. And so therefore, every single token that we sampled in that second row is going to get a slightly higher probability for the future. And we do this over and over on many prompts, on many batches, and basically we get a policy which creates yellow tokens here, and it basically all of the completions here will score high according to the reward model that we trained in the previous stage. So that's how we train, that's what the RLHF pipeline is. Now, and then at the end, you get a model that you could deploy. And so as an example, ChatGPT is an RLHF model. But some other models that you might come across, like for example, the cuNet13b and so on, these are SFT models. So we have base models, SFT models, and RLHF models. And that's kind of like the state of things there. Now, why would you want to do RLHF? So one answer that is kind of not that exciting is that it just works better. So this comes from the InstructGPT paper. According to these experiments a while ago now, these PPO models are RLHF, and we see that they are basically just preferred in a lot of comparisons when we give them to humans. So humans just prefer basically tokens that come from RLHF models compared to SFT models, compared to base model that is prompted to be an assistant. And so it just works better. But you might ask why? Why does it work better? And I don't think that there's a single amazing answer that the community has really agreed on. But I will just offer one reason potentially, and it has to do with the asymmetry between how easy computationally it is to compare versus generate. So let's take an example of generating a haiku. Suppose I ask a model to write a haiku about paperclips. If you're a contractor trying to give training data, then imagine being a contractor collecting basically data for the SFT stage. How are you supposed to create a nice haiku for a paperclip? You might just not be very good at that. But if I give you a few examples of haikus, you might be able to appreciate some of these haikus a lot more than others. And so judging which one of these is good is a much easier task. And so basically this asymmetry makes it so that comparisons are a better way to potentially leverage yourself as a human and your judgment to create a slightly better model. Now, RLHF models are not strictly an improvement on the base models in some cases. So in particular, we've noticed, for example, that they lose some entropy. So that means that they give more PT results. They can output lower variations, they can output samples with lower variation than the base model. So base model has lots of entropy and will get lots of diverse outputs. So for example, one kind of place where I still prefer to use a base model is in a setup where you basically have n things and you want to generate more things like it. And so here is an example that I just cooked up. I want to generate cool Pokemon names. I gave it 7 Pokemon names and I asked the base model to complete the document, and it gave me a lot more Pokemon names. These are fictitious. I tried to look them up. I don't believe they're actual Pokemons. And this is the kind of task that I think base model would be good at because it still has lots of entropy and will give you lots of diverse, cool, kind of more things that look like whatever you give it before. So this is what, this is number, having said all that, these are kind of like the assistant models that are probably available to you at this point. There's a team at Berkeley that ranked a lot of the available assistant models and gave them basically ELO ratings. So currently some of the best models, of course, are GPT-4 by far, I would say, followed by Claude, GPT 3.5, and then a number of models. Some of these might be available as weights, like the Kuna, Koala, etc. And the first 3 rows here are all RLHF models, and all of the other models, to my knowledge, are SFT models, I believe. Okay, so that's how we train these models on the high level. Now I'm going to switch gears, and let's look at how we can best apply a GPT assistant model to your problems. Now, I would like to work in a setting of a concrete example. So let's work with a concrete example here. Let's say that you are working on an article or a blog post, and you're going to write this sentence at the end. California's population is 53 times that of Alaska. So for some reason, you want to compare the populations of these 2 states. Think about the rich internal monologue and tool use and how much work actually goes computationally in your brain to generate this one final sentence. So here's maybe what that could look like in your brain. Okay, for this next step, let me let me compare these 2 populations. Okay, first I'm going to obviously need to get both of these populations. Now, I know that I probably don't know these populations off the top of my head. So I'm kind of like aware of what I know or don't know of my self-knowledge, right? So I do some tool use and I go to Wikipedia and I look up California's population and Alaska's population. Now I know that I should divide the 2. But again, I know that dividing 39.2 by 0.74 is very unlikely to succeed. That's not the kind of thing that I can do in my head. And so therefore, I'm going to rely on a calculator. So I'm going to use a calculator, punch it in, and see that the output is roughly 53. And then maybe I do some reflection and sanity checks in my brain. So does 53 make sense? Well, that's quite a large fraction, but then California is the most populous state, so maybe that looks okay. So then I have all the information I might need, and now I get to the sort of creative portion of writing. So I might start to write something like, California has 53x times greater, and then I think to myself, that's actually like really awkward phrasing. So let me actually delete that, and let me try again. And so as I'm writing, I have this separate process almost inspecting what I'm writing and judging whether it looks good or not. And then maybe I delete, and maybe I reframe it, and then maybe I'm happy with what comes out. So basically, long story short, a ton happens under the hood in terms of your internal monologue when you create sentences like this. But what does a sentence like this look like when we are training a GPT on it? From GPT's perspective, this is just a sequence of tokens. So a GPT, when it's reading or generating these tokens, it just goes chunk, 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 chunk. And each chunk is roughly the same amount of computational work for each token. And these transformers are not very shallow networks. They have about 80 layers of reasoning, but 80 is still not like too much. And so this transformer is going to do its best to imitate, but of course, the process here looks very, very different from the process that you took. So in particular, in our final artifacts, in the data set that we create and then eventually feed to LLMs, all of that internal dialogue is completely strict. And unlike you, the GPT will look at every single token and spend the same amount of compute on every one of them. And so you can't expect it to actually you can't expect it to sort of do too much work per token. So, and also in particular, basically these transformers are just like token simulators. So they don't know what they don't know. Like they just imitate the next token. They don't know what they're good at or not good at. They just try their best to imitate the next token. They don't reflect in the loop. They don't sanity check anything. They don't correct their mistakes along the way by default. They just sample token sequences. They don't have separate inner monologue streams in their head, right? They're evaluating what's happening. Now, they do have some sort of cognitive advantages, I would say. And that is that they do actually have a very large fact-based knowledge across a vast number of areas because they have, say, several 10 billion parameters. So it's a lot of storage for a lot of facts. And they also, I think, have a relatively large and perfect working memory. So whatever fits into the context window is immediately available to the transformer through its internal self-attention mechanism. And so it's kind of like perfect memory, but it's got a finite size. But the transformer has a very direct access to it. And so it can like losslessly remember anything that is inside its context window. So that's kind of how I would compare those two. And the reason I bring all of this up is because I think to a large extent, prompting is just making up for this sort of cognitive difference between these two kind of architectures, like our brains here and LLM brains. You can look at it that way almost. So here's one thing that people found, for example, works pretty well in practice. Especially if your tasks require reasoning, you can't expect the transformer to do too much reasoning per token. And so you have to really spread out the reasoning across more and more tokens. So for example, you can't give a transformer a very complicated question and expect it to get the answer in a single token. There's just not enough time for it. These transformers need tokens to think, quote unquote, I like to say sometimes. And so this is some of the things that work well. You may, for example, have a few shot prompt that shows the transformer that it should like show its work when it's answering the question. And if you give a few examples, the transformer will imitate that template and it will just end up working out better in terms of its evaluation. Additionally, you can elicit this kind of behavior from the transformer by saying, let's think step by step, because this conditions the transformer into sort of like showing its work. And because it kind of snaps into a mode of showing its work, it's going to do less computational work per token. And so it's more likely to succeed as a result because it's making slower reasoning over time. Here's another example. This one is called self-consistency. We saw that we had the ability to start writing, and then if it didn't work out, I can try again, and I can try multiple times and maybe select the one that worked best. So in these kinds of approaches, you may sample not just once, but you may sample multiple times, and then have some process for finding the ones that are good, and then keeping just those samples, or doing a majority vote, or something like that. So basically these transformers in the process, as they predict the next token, just like you, they can get unlucky and they could sample a not a very good token and they can go down sort of like a blind alley in terms of reasoning. And so unlike you, they cannot recover from that. They are stuck with every single token they sample. And so they will continue the sequence even if they even know that this sequence is not going to work out. So give them the ability to look back, inspect, or try to basically sample around it. Here's one technique also. You could, it turns out that actually LLMs, like they know when they've screwed up. So as an example, say you ask the model to generate a poem that does not rhyme. And it might give you a poem, but it actually rhymes. But it turns out that especially for the bigger models like GPT-4, you can just ask it, did you meet the assignment? And actually GPT-4 knows very well that it did not meet the assignment. It just kind of got unlucky in its sampling. And so it will tell you, no, I didn't actually meet the assignment. Here, let me try again. But without you prompting it, it doesn't even, like it doesn't know to revisit and so on. So you have to make up for that in your prompts. You have to get it to check. If you don't ask it to check, it's not going to check by itself. It's just a token simulator. I think more generally, a lot of these techniques fall into the bucket of what I would say recreating our system 2. So you might be familiar with the system 1, system 2 thinking for humans. System 1 is a fast automatic process, and I think kind of corresponds to like an LLM just sampling tokens. And system 2 is the slower, deliberate planning sort of part of your brain. And so this is a paper actually from just last week, because this space is pretty quickly evolving. It's called Tree of Thought. And in Tree of Thought, the authors of this paper propose maintaining multiple completions for any given prompt. And then they are also scoring them along the way and keeping the ones that are going well, if that makes sense. And so a lot of people are like really playing around with kind of prompt engineering to basically bring back some of these abilities that we sort of have in our brain for LLMs. Now, one thing I would like to note here is that this is not just a prompt. This is actually prompts that are together used with some Python glue code, because you actually have to maintain multiple prompts, and you also have to do some tree search algorithm here to like figure out which prompts to expand, etc. So it's a symbiosis of Python glue code and individual prompts that are called in a while loop or in a bigger algorithm. I also think there's a really cool parallel here to AlphaGo. AlphaGo has a policy for placing the next stone when it plays Go, And this policy was trained originally by imitating humans. But in addition to this policy, it also does Monte Carlo tree search. And basically, it will play out a number of possibilities in its head and evaluate all of them and only keep the ones that work well. And so I think this is kind of an equivalent of AlphaGo, but for text, if that makes sense. So just like tree of thought, I think more generally, people are starting to like really explore more general techniques of not just a simple question-answer prompts, but something that looks a lot more like Python glue code, stringing together many prompts. So on the right, I have an example from this paper called React, where they structure the answer to a prompt as a sequence of thought, action, observation, thought, action, observation, and it's a full rollout, kind of a thinking process to answer the query. And in these actions, the model is also allowed to tool use. On the left, I have an example of AutoGPT. And now AutoGPT, by the way, is a project that I think got a lot of hype recently. But I think I still find it kind of inspirationally interesting. It's a project that allows an LLM to sort of keep a task list and continue to recursively break down tasks. And I don't think this currently works very well, and I would not advise people to use it in practical applications. I just think it's something to generally take inspiration from in terms of where this is going, I think, over time. So that's kind of like giving our model system to thinking. The next thing that I find kind of interesting is this following sort of, I would say, almost psychological quirk of LLMs, is that LLMs don't want to succeed. They want to imitate. You want to succeed, and you should ask for it. So what I mean by that is when transformers are trained, they have training sets. And there can be an entire spectrum of performance qualities in their training data. So for example, there could be some kind of a prompt for some physics question or something like that. And there could be a student solution that is completely wrong. But there can also be an expert answer that is extremely right. And transformers can't tell the difference between they know about low quality solutions and high quality solutions, but by default, they want to imitate all of it because they're just trained on language modeling. And so at test time, you actually have to ask for a good performance. So in this example, in this paper, they tried various prompts, and Let's Think Step by Step was very powerful because it sort of like spread out the reasoning over many tokens. But what worked even better is let's work this out in a step-by-step way to be sure we have the right answer. And so it's kind of like conditioning on getting a right answer. And this actually makes the transformer work better because the transformer doesn't have to now hedge its probability mass on low-quality solutions, as ridiculous as that sounds. And so basically, feel free to ask for a strong solution. Say something like, you are a leading expert on this topic. Pretend you have IQ 120, etc. But don't try to ask for too much IQ, because if you ask for IQ like 400, you might be out of data distribution. Or even worse, you could be in data distribution for some like sci-fi stuff, and it will start to like take on some sci-fi like role-playing or something like that. So you have to find like the right amount of IQ. I think it's got some U-shaped curve there. Next up, as we saw, when we are trying to solve problems, we know what we are good at and what we're not good at, and we lean on tools computationally. You want to do the same potentially with your LLMs. So in particular, we may want to give them calculators, code interpreters, and so on, the ability to do search. And there's a lot of techniques for doing that. One thing to keep in mind, again, is that these transformers by default may not know what they don't know. So you may even want to tell the transformer in a prompt, you are not very good at mental arithmetic. Whenever you need to do very large number addition, multiplication, or whatever, instead use this calculator. Here's how you use the calculator. Use this token combination, etc., etc. So you have to actually like spell it out because the model by default doesn't know what it's good at or not good at necessarily, just like you and I might be. Next up, I think something that is very interesting is we went from a world that was retrieval only all the way, the pendulum has swung to the other extreme where it's memory only in LLMs. But actually there's this entire space in between of these retrieval augmented models, and this works extremely well in practice. As I mentioned, the context window of a transformer is its working memory. If you can load the working memory with any information that is relevant to the task, the model will work extremely well because it can immediately access all that memory. And so I think a lot of people are really interested in basically retrieval augmented generation. And on the bottom, I have like an example of Llama Index, which is one sort of data connector to lots of different types of data. And you can index all of that data, and you can make it accessible to LLMs. And the emerging recipe there is you take relevant documents, you split them up into chunks, you embed all of them, and you basically get embedding vectors that represent that data. You store that in the vector store, and then at test time, you make some kind of a query to your vector store, and you fetch chunks that might be relevant to your task, and you stuff them into the prompt, and then you generate. So this can work quite well in practice. So this is, I think, similar to when you and I solve problems. You can do everything from your memory, and transformers have very large and extensive memory, but also it really helps to reference some primary documents. So whenever you find yourself going back to a textbook to find something, or whenever you find yourself going back to documentation of a library to look something up, the transformers definitely want to do that too. You have some memory over how some documentation of a library works, but it's much better to look it up. So the same applies here. Next, I wanted to briefly talk about constraint prompting. I also find this very interesting. This is basically techniques for forcing a certain template in the outputs of LLMs. So guidance is one example from Microsoft, actually. And here we are enforcing that the output from the LLM will be JSON. And this will actually guarantee that the output will take on this form because they go in and they mess with the probabilities of all the different tokens that come out of the transformer, and they clamp those tokens. And then the transformer is only filling in the blanks here. And then you can enforce additional restrictions on what could go into those blanks. So this might be really helpful. And I think this kind of constraint sampling is also extremely interesting. I also wanted to say a few words about fine-tuning. It is the case that you can get really far with prompt engineering, but it's also possible to think about fine-tuning your models. Now, fine-tuning models means that you are actually going to change the weights of the model. It is becoming a lot more accessible to do this in practice, and that's because of a number of techniques that have been developed and have libraries for very recently. So, for example, parameter-efficient fine-tuning techniques like LoRa make sure that you're only training small, sparse pieces of your model. So most of the model is kept clamped at the base model, and some pieces of it are allowed to change. And this still works pretty well empirically and makes it much cheaper to sort of tune only small pieces of your model. It also means that because most of your model is clamped, you can use very low precision inference for computing those parts because they are not going to be updated by gradient descent. And so that makes everything a lot more efficient as well. And in addition, we have a number of open source high quality based models. Currently, as I mentioned, I think Llama is quite nice, although it is not commercially licensed, I believe, right now. Some things to keep in mind is that basically fine tuning is a lot more technically involved. It requires a lot more, I think, technical expertise to do right. It requires human data contractors for data sets and or synthetic data pipelines that can be pretty complicated. This will definitely slow down your iteration cycle by a lot. And I would say on a high level, SFT is achievable because it is just you're continuing the language modeling task. It's relatively straightforward. But RLHF, I would say, is very much research territory and is even much harder to get to work. And so I would probably not advise that someone just tries to roll their own RLHF implementation. These things are pretty unstable, very difficult to train, not something that is, I think, very beginner friendly right now, and it's also potentially likely also to change pretty rapidly still. So I think these are my sort of default recommendations right now. I would break up your task into two major parts. Number one, achieve your top performance, and number two, optimize your performance in that order. Number one, the best performance will currently come from GPT-4 model. It is the most capable model by far. Use prompts that are very detailed. They have lots of task contents, relevant information and instructions. Think along the lines of what would you tell a task contractor if they can't email you back? But then also keep in mind that a task contractor is a human and they have inner monologue and they're very clever, etc. LLMs do not possess those qualities. So make sure to think through the psychology of the LLM almost and cater prompts to that. Retrieve and add any relevant context and information to these prompts. Basically refer to a lot of the prompt engineering techniques. Some of them I've highlighted in the slides above, but also this is a very large space. And I would just advise you to look for prompt engineering techniques online. There's a lot to cover there. Experiment with few shot examples. What this refers to is you don't just want to tell, you want to show whenever it's possible. So give it examples of everything. That helps it really understand what you need, if you can. Experiment with tools and plugins to offload tasks that are difficult for LLMs natively. And then think about not just a single prompt and answer, think about potential chains and reflection and how you glue them together and how you could potentially make multiple samples and so on. Finally, if you think you've squeezed out prompt engineering, which I think you should stick with for a while, look at some potentially fine-tuning a model to your application, but expect this to be a lot more slower and involved. And then there's an expert fragile research zone here, and I would say that is RLHF, which currently does work a bit better than SFT if you can get it to work. But again, this is pretty involved, I would say. And to optimize your costs, try to explore lower capacity models or shorter prompts and so on. I also wanted to say a few words about the use cases in which I think LLMs are currently well suited for. So in particular, note that there's a large number of limitations to LLMs today. And so I would keep that definitely in mind for all your applications. Models, and this, by the way, could be an entire talk, so I don't have time to cover it in full detail. Models may be biased, they may fabricate, hallucinate information, they may have reasoning errors, they may struggle in entire classes of applications, they have knowledge cutoffs, so they might not know any information above, say, September 2021. They are susceptible to a large range of attacks, which are sort of like coming out on Twitter daily, including prompt injection, jailbreak attacks, data poisoning attacks, and so on. So my recommendation right now is use LLMs in low-stakes applications, combine them always with human oversight, use them as a source of inspiration and suggestions, and think co-pilots instead of completely autonomous agents that are just like performing a task somewhere. It's just not clear that the models are there right now. So I wanted to close by saying that GPT-4 is an amazing artifact. I'm very thankful that it exists, and it's beautiful. It has a ton of knowledge across so many areas. It can do math, code, and so on. And in addition, there's this thriving ecosystem of everything else that is being built and incorporated into the ecosystem. Some of these things I talked about. And all of this power is accessible at your fingertips. So here's everything that's needed in terms of code to ask GPT-4 a question, to prompt it and get a response. In this case, I said, can you say something to inspire the audience of Microsoft Build 2023? And I just punched this into Python, and verbatim, GPT-4 said the following. And by the way, I did not know that they used this trick in the keynote, so I thought I was being clever, but but it is really good at this. It says, ladies and gentlemen, innovators and trailblazers of Microsoft Build 2023, welcome to the gathering of brilliant minds like no other. You are the architects of the future, the visionaries molding the digital realm in which humanity thrives. Embrace the limitless possibilities of technologies and let your ideas soar as high as your imagination. Together, let's create a more connected, remarkable, and inclusive world for generations to come. Get ready to unleash your creativity, canvas the unknown, and turn dreams into reality. Your journey begins today.
Welcome back to Seattle. I'm Caruana Gatimu, and this is Microsoft Build. We're fresh off the last session all about OpenAI. Remember to review later. Simply add the session to your digital backpack. Everything will be there. Coming up, we continue the conversation with industry leaders about the biggest news of the day. We'll find out some of the skilling opportunities through the Microsoft Learn community, and we're catching up with Workday on their approach to Microsoft Teams. You know I'm happy to talk innovations in Microsoft Teams anytime. Plus, remember to keep talking over on Twitter using the hashtag MSBuild. But first, let's continue the conversation about responsible AI. Over to Seth.
Hey, how's it going? I'm with my friend Sarah Bird. How you doing, my friend?
I'm great, Seth. How are you?
So listen, if you don't know, her and I had to stay up all hours of the night getting ready for the keynote, and you talked about some pretty cool stuff. Why don't you remind people about what you talked about?
Yeah, I think we're just absolutely so excited here at Build because we have been innovating like crazy in the responsible AI space, honestly, for a long time now. And today's the day that we get to release so many of the great tools that enable other people to develop responsibly to the world. And so we talked about responsible AI measurement pipelines. We have a new service, Azure AI Content Safety, that helps you detect harmful content. And we're going to talk about a lot more in our breakout session coming up.
Oh, yeah, and that's the coolest part. I did a breakout session on prompt flow, and what I told people, you tell me if I said the right thing, that building a prompt is easy. Making sure it's the right thing is hard. Can you tell us about how you help people do the right thing when it comes to building prompts?
Yeah, I think prompt flow is a great start because you've got that infrastructure to help make it repeatable. But the thing that's so important is how you measure those prompts side by side. And so in prompt flow, you can test different prompts. So you can experiment with, for example, adding a safety section or making it more robust to jailbreaks or just changing it so that the responses are higher quality. And then you can actually look at those prompts side by side, see how different responses work. But also we've built in measurement that's powered. So different metrics powered by GPT-4. And those enable you to actually score and say, look, this one is safer than that one. This one is more grounded than that one. And so we see this as a huge step forward to help people really find the best prompt for them.
So that's cool. So what was it like getting ready for a keynote kind of thing? What was that like? We both... It was fun.
It's fun. It's a great opportunity. Maybe a little surreal, right? Sitting in the front row, watching all of our leaders there. So, but it's great. I'm thrilled that so many people actually want to hear about responsible AI now, and it's such an important part of the story. And so, I think it's a great opportunity.
And for those that are watching, there's like a whole framework of how to think about these things from multiple aspects. And you were on an AI show a couple of months ago, and just the amount of stuff that you can think about. Like, can you give us an example of some of the things you think about when it comes to responsibility in AI?
Yeah, I think for generative AI applications, we look at 4 steps. First, identify. You want to understand what are the risks that you're trying to deal with. And then the next one is measurement. And that's, of course, where prompt flow can come in and help you really flesh out how much of those risks actually appearing in my application.
Right.
Well, once you know that, then of course you want to reduce that. So mitigate, right? And we talked already about the different layers of mitigation we have built in, starting with the model, the safety system, and the meta prompt. And then it's not done when you've built it. It's a living system in the real world. And so you actually have to operate and ensure that you're able to adapt and respond to new ways that people are using it. And so for each of those, there's a lot more, but that's the framework we're using right now.
Cool. Can you give us a preview of what's coming up in your session so that those that are watching can tune into it?
Yeah, we of course are going to go deeper in everything that we already showed with the measurement tools and Azure AI content safety, but we also have new features in the responsible AI dashboard that work with image and text, so you can understand how the model is behaving with each kind of example. And so we're really going to show actually how all of this works, not just kind of the high level teaser video that you saw earlier. And so if you want to get your hands on with this stuff, then check it out.
Well, make sure you tune in. That's coming up, I think, at 4:00 if you're watching online. Well, thank you so much, Sarah. Back to you, Christina.
Thank you, Seth. Trust is absolutely central when you are partnering with another company, but especially when you're sharing technology and data. Habu uses confidential computing in their data clean rooms to make sure that everyone's data is secure. And I'm super excited to be joined right now by Habu's Chief Product Officer, Matt Karasik, to learn about how Habu is using AMD-backed technology to protect consumer privacy. Thank you so much for joining us, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, so first of all, tell us a little bit about Habu.
So Habu is a data collaboration and a data clean room platform. We let enterprises collaborate with partners around data models and code in a privacy and governance safe way.
Okay, awesome. So talk to me a little bit, can you explain what a clean room is and why trust is so important when we're talking about clean rooms?
Yep. A clean room is a way for companies to be able to combine each other's data models and code to create insights and outcomes without compromising security or trust in any way. Trust is a big factor, and it's the reason why enterprises use clean rooms, right? They're coming in because, first of all, they want to honor the trust of their consumers, their members, their subscribers. Next, they come into clean rooms so that they don't actually have to trust each other, that there's technical guarantees that says that only the use cases that are allowed and that they agree to can occur and nothing else. When you're in a clean room, then, okay, clean rooms handle the trust amongst partners, but then you have to get to the next level. What about having to trust Habu as the platform? With the partnership with Microsoft and AMD here, we now have removed the need for that trust, where there is a completely zero trust environment while remaining completely interoperable.
Okay, that's really important, being able to be completely interoperable where you don't have to, where there's zero trust. That's really interesting. Can you give me maybe some real world examples about scenarios where this might be important?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, interoperability is key. Companies and partners don't choose each other who we're going to partner with based on common tech stack or common data stack. So they may all be using very, very different platforms to come into that collaboration. Some real world use cases are, you can imagine a CPG company like Pepsi collaborating with its retail partners where its products are sold. Of course, there's tons of valid use cases why they would want to combine data and get insights. However, they want to need to do it in a way where that is privacy compliant and in a way that is not anti-competitive to the other CPG companies in that store. So using clean rooms, they're able to architect and implement the use cases that make sense to get those insights and only those insights out. Another example are in regulated industries, like in healthcare.
Yeah.
May have a health and life sciences company looking to produce a new cancer screening model using machine learning, using real world data. In order to be able to build this model, you need to be able to commingle data in such a way as to get access to that without compromising the privacy of any of the underlying elements of data from consumers in the real world.
And then that's what Habu is able to do, partnering with AMD, basically able to, people don't even have to trust Habu, it's just you're able to intermingle that data, like you said, so that they can solve these problems, but in the most efficient and privacy way possible, right?
That's right. This completes the last mile. It's long been able to protect data at rest. We've long been able to protect data while it's in transit. This completes that last mile of being able to completely trust data in use, such that not Habu, not your cloud, not your platform can ever get in there. This is now completely hardware-based trust.
I love it. Now, where can developers go to learn more?
On habu.com, there's a blog post that'll explain all of this, and on the partner network here, you can also learn more.
Fantastic. You can also find this interview and all of our Microsoft and partner interviews in the session catalog after the show and in the feature partner section. Matt, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's me, Ed Donahue, here with you again. And that means that it's time to share another great way to get the most out of your Microsoft Build experience, the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge. Here to tell us all about this great opportunity is Program Lead Pam Spear, joining us via Microsoft Teams from Bozeman, Montana. Hey Pam, how are you?
Hey Ed, I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me here today.
Of course. So, for those who maybe haven't stepped up to the challenge, can you tell us what it's all about?
Sure. The Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge is a free and gamified experience on Microsoft Learn. If you complete the challenge by June 20th, you can earn one free Microsoft certification exam.
Now, tell us something that's exciting about the Cloud Skills Challenge here on day one of Microsoft Build.
Well, it's day one of Microsoft Build, and it's also day one of the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge. Now is the perfect time to sign up to continue learning about all the topics you've been hearing about here at Microsoft Build.
What if I'm a new developer? Is this challenge right for me?
Yes, this challenge is right for everyone. We have topics curated for those who are experienced in career, those who are new in their careers, and even students. So we recommend you check it out, and you'll find one of the challenges that's right for you.
I'm in. I love it. Where can I get started?
You should head to aka.ms/buildcsc and sign up right now. Then complete your first module and work towards completing all the modules by June 20th.
It sounds like so much fun, Pam. Thank you for sharing this great opportunity with our Microsoft Build attendees.
Thank you so much for having me here today, and I hope everyone has a great time at Microsoft Build.
As we just learned from Pam, it's free and it's designed to be fun for everyone. Sign up for the Microsoft Learn Cloud Skills Challenge right now. I'm Ed Donahue, wishing you the best in your upskilling journey. Have a great Microsoft Build, everyone.
We're just at the beginning here at Microsoft Build. This event gives everyone an incredible opportunity to learn, like the Microsoft Build Cloud Skills Challenge. You can register for that right now to develop your skills and compete for a free Microsoft Learn certification exam. But Microsoft Build is also about connecting and engaging with your peers across the globe. In fact, in just a few minutes, we'll find out more about what you can do to continue the conversation long after this event wraps. But first, my next guest on a mission to make your workday, and mine as well, effortless. Joining me now is Workday's Jeff Gelfuso and Microsoft's Srini Raghavan. Welcome. I'm so glad that you're both here. I made it through your names. Okay, that was really hard. I'm sorry. But I'm really glad you're here because we've talked about such great stuff getting ready for this interview. You know, we both seem to share this idea of making work effortless and frictionless. Really, I mean, can you tell me a little bit about Workday's approach to that, especially with Microsoft Teams?
Yeah, and it's been such a great collaboration with Srini. We're so aligned on our overall experience strategy, which is really about making work effortless. For us, we have three things that we're focused on: simplifying the experience, meeting users in the flow of their natural work, and really using AI and ML to personalize and automate the experience. And so for us, the partnership that we've had together has been nothing but a great success. Doing that right in Microsoft Teams has really been able to integrate that work and do a great job at it.
And I've had the pleasure of working with Srini for a long time. And, you know, your work with partners is really important. You see a lot of partners, you help a lot of partners integrate, our solutions together. What's been special about our relationship with Workday and how this is working together?
Pretty awesome. Actually, as Jeff said, there's a couple of things, right? I absolutely love partners like Workday that we are able to bring the power of actually platform teams, apps, and platform, and the notion of AI and Copilot. And with the announcement of extensibility and plugins that we actually announced today, we are actually able to supercharge even Workday as an app, which is actually, like you said, in the flow of work. We actually bring that within the flow of work, so employees don't have to switch back and forth, and it makes it much more productive. And what we have seen in terms of working with partners like Workday is their apps has actually increased their usage by over hundreds of thousands of users within Teams.
That is really important because, we all know that it's about people really having a deeper experience in Microsoft Teams, right? And getting more out of it. It's not just about chat and meetings. It's about so much more than that. Jeff, I think that your role as Chief Design Officer, that's really interesting to me. We talked about it a little bit before, but you have an influence over emerging technologies as well. So, how does this feed in? How are you thinking about building these new experiences given that role?
Yeah. I'm so fortunate. I get to wake up every single day and think about creating great experiences for customers. And I think I have the best job ever. One of the things I'm really passionate about is taking a lot of the mundane out of work. There's so many tasks and so many things that we need to do. And really what we want to do, and especially what we've been able to do with our partnership with Microsoft Teams, is take a lot of that drudgery, so to say, out of it and help people really focus on the things that matter most, those meaningful tasks. We know coming out of the pandemic as well, it's been really tough for managers, right? There's a lot of weight on their shoulders. And so we've been really focused at giving them that capability to do over 75 tasks right there within Teams, never having to switch from that, not having to think, context switch, move out of that, to do that work right there. Even thinking about employee sentiment and measuring that and knowing, using our integration with Peakon Employee Voice, it enables them to look at their teams and understand how they're feeling, how they're responding, and then to take action right there.
It's so important to really take feedback from people. I find, even in the work that I do, if you ask people how they're feeling about something, they'll tell you. But then the onus is on you to actually do something with that information. So Srini, when you think about the future between the two of us and what's coming next, I don't know. I think it's super exciting, but I heard you tell me before. So now let's share this with the audience. What do you think? What's your vision?
There's a few things which is super exciting in terms of working with Workday. One is these tools that we bring to the table and integrating Workday into Microsoft Teams and the Copilot makes it a lot more proactive in terms of adapting the tools to the way people work versus the other way around. Until now, we actually have trained users to use tools, but I think with this whole power of AI and Copilot, we can actually have the tools adapt to the way people work. That is one thing that we actually are super excited about. The other thing is actually what you said, which is this whole notion of toggle tag, not being able to toggle between multiple different apps, but actually working within the flow of work that Workday actually brings. It changes performance. It changes things that you do on a day-to-day basis. The Workday app and experience within Microsoft Teams really helps employees in terms of become more productive and more collaborative. And the important question that you asked, this is one of the top collaborative apps because that's basically what Teams' platform is all about, building collaborative apps.
It's so, the partnership is wonderful. I want to thank both of you for being here. There's always more that we can learn for sure. So thank you both. It's so important. Make sure that you visit ak.ms M365 Copilot plugins, and there's so much more that you can learn about this relationship. We hope you do. Christina, over to you.
Thank you, Caruana. All right, I now want to welcome Carrie and Marcos here to talk to us about the Microsoft Learn community. Yay! I'm very excited about this. All right, so Carrie, what excites you most about the new Microsoft Learn community, and how can learners get the most out of their communities?
Well, I think the thing that I'm most excited about here is just our collection of experiences that we have. We have 3 core offerings, and this is really designed to help these learners and really to help navigate them through this experiences that we have. Build just kicked off today.
Yep.
We had AI was a huge focus, and you could see that infused with Microsoft Q&A, which is a home for technical questions and answers, and that's one of our core offerings. A lot of you are familiar with Tech Community, and specifically Microsoft Learn Hub on Tech Community, and that's also a place where learners can share their experiences, as well as get the latest updates, announcements on certifications and exams. But the thing that I'm most excited about with our community is our Microsoft Learn community, our learning rooms, which is brand new. We just released them on March 29th, and something that the community is going to be able to discover here over the next several weeks.
Okay, so speaking of those learning rooms, what can learners expect to find there? Like, what are the sorts of experiences they can get?
Connections with subject matter experts, and this is a place where learners can really expand on their technical learning journey. The Microsoft Learning Rooms are facilitated by Microsoft Learn experts like my friend Marcos here. And it's really a place where experts and the learners can really have these in-depth conversations on learn-specific topics, and more so to be able to really enhance their journey and support.
Fantastic. And Marcos, that was a really great segue. What is your role? Like, as Carrie mentioned, you're an expert, but how long have you been involved in the community? And like, most importantly, what excites you about being a community leader?
I've been on a community since 2003 with Microsoft certified trainers, MVPs, basically over 20 years on the community.
Amazing. I love it. I love it. And what experiences, like how has engaging with the community improved learning experiences, like for someone who might be, new to tech or even who might be like coming back or trying to skill up in a new area?
So what I love about this Microsoft Learning Room is the ability of be able to share the knowledge, be able to stay within the people, and be able to even going further on going and starting to just share the knowledge, share the passion about the community. We are Microsoft technical smart subject matter experts, and we want here to just to share the knowledge and to be able to help others.
Yeah, and which I love, and I know both of you care so much about this. And I want to ask you, Marcos, just you've been involved in the communities for over 20 years. What would you say, do you have any anecdotes or experiences where you've seen how this can change people's lives?
Absolutely. The way that can share, the way that we are available to share, the way that we are there for supporting each other, it's the way that we can learn and we can give the path. We can give career advice, for example. We can have answer technical questions. And even if they need some assistance with Microsoft products, we are there to help them. And that's the part that I love about the Microsoft Learning Rooms.
Yeah, I love that too. And I think we're so grateful to have both of you doing this and so grateful to have you as our experts in these rooms. And I'm so glad that we have these opportunities for all of our learners. So you can get connected with the Microsoft Learn community as your always on resource. Thank you so much for joining me, Carrie and Marcos. And now back over to you, Caruana.
Thanks, Christina. Tomorrow, I'll talk with Qualcomm's Senior VP of Engineering, Leendert Van Dorn, to learn how Qualcomm is addressing AI acceleration across its entire roadmap and using hybrid AI to unlock new on-device AI potential in the Windows ecosystem. It's really amazing. You can find that conversation in the partner directory after the show.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed Donahue, Content Experience Director here at Microsoft Build. Your satisfaction is extremely important to me and my colleagues, and that's why I pop in from time to time to share ways that you can maximize your Microsoft Build experience. Spending time in discussion sessions is among our top recommendations, and we'd like to feature one discussion session right now. For you fans of all things Windows, we are thrilled to welcome, right here in studio, Raymond Chen, 30-year veteran Windows developer and leader of a discussion titled The Old New Thing. Raymond, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's great to be here, Ed.
So I was hoping that you could share, for those of us who don't know, a little bit about your illustrious career here at Microsoft.
Well, when I started at Microsoft, I joined the project that became Windows 95. And my responsibilities lay in the kernel, and I ended up focusing my work on application compatibility and particularly game compatibility. And so if your video games didn't work on Windows 95, that's pretty much my fault.
Well, we all have our faults. I was hoping that you could tell us the story behind your session title, The Old New Thing.
Yeah, so in 2003, I started a blog because somebody said, Raymond, you should start a blog. And I said, sure. And I didn't realize what I was signing up for. And I spent not enough time coming up with the title, which is The Old New Thing, because everybody gets excited about the new thing, and quickly people forget about the old thing that was the new thing. And so I thought I would spend more time on the older technologies. And so that's why the title is The Old New Thing. And demonstrating my lack of creativity, I reused that title for my book, and I'm reusing that title for this session, and I, may reuse that title for my pet dog.
I love it. That'll work great. So our discussion sessions are unique in format because they're so interactive, but I was hoping you could give us a sneak peek of what we can expect.
We're just going to take questions from the peanut gallery, and so you never know what could happen. But some topics we might cover is the origin of the Power Toys. Back in Windows 95, we released a bunch of things called the Power Toys, and they're back. Or maybe I'll, talk about some of my favorite bits of weird internal Microsoft jargon, like hard landings, which is sounds kind of disturbing, and it is.
Oh, Raymond, this sounds like a great session, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
Find Raymond's and other Q&A sessions under the session type discussion in the catalog. Thanks again to our special guest, Raymond Chen, and thanks to all of you for taking this time to discover more content that you can only get right here at Microsoft Build.
I am so excited right now to welcome Design Director in Fluent Design Systems, Mr. Curtis Beavers. Curtis, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I know that you're fresh off of your talk about some of the, Microsoft Design systems around large language models, right?
Yeah.
So when you, as Microsoft Design, when you're approaching a challenge like this and creating a design system for new technology like large language models, what sorts of things do you have to keep in mind?
Yeah, so as we were working with large language models, it was a big paradigm shift. We're so used to, as designers, buttons that you click that do something. And so what it really came down to is thinking about how do you give users control and also do so responsibly so that they can steer the large language model, generative AI, to the output that they want. So it's really about giving them agency. And so what are the tools that need to happen? Also, education is a big part of that, like user education. Once a user understands both the capabilities and the limitations, then they can steer things toward a better output. So it's beginning to think about how do we systematize those things and just repeat them everywhere so that those controls are expected and accessible to users throughout the ecosystem.
And you and I, we were talking earlier, and were there any like challenges or things that you hadn't been thinking about when you started designing the systems that you then realized, oh, actually, we need to design, for these use cases or how people are actually going to be using these in the real world?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think one thing, like we started by basically trying to do things on the user's behalf, by putting buttons in places that summarize this. And what we found over time is that while those things actually gave good outputs, they didn't give enough control to the user for them to be able to dig in.
Right.
And really, like the magic. We're not supposed to say magic. I would
we
say
can say magic. It's fine.
The great outputs came from like multiple turns, and just letting the user get specific. And so that was kind of the basis of the design system, is to build sort of a conversational UX that allows for that control and that back and forth.
And then you also have like the additional challenge, I guess, of making sure that people know what that output is, like putting context to that output, right? And so that, can you talk to me a little bit about that, some of the ethical things that go into place about, because we've all read things about what these outputs can be. So how do you design things to make sure that people understand the context in which these answers are being given?
Great question. Education is paramount in all of this. And I think like with anything, framing is super important. And so if we can help our users understand like all of the capabilities of the models, how to use them, but also the limitations, and understand that like, you are still responsible as a human to check the work. And so we've done a lot of work on educational patterns, and we're continuing to iterate with customers on those things. And also like labeling content and encouraging users to like be responsible and be ethical in their own work.
I love it. Thank you so much, Curtis.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bird. Together we'll explore how Microsoft builds responsible AI systems and how you can too. You don't want to miss it.
Are you facing challenges to manage infrastructure and scaling to host applications? Come join the breakout session. Focus on code, not on infrastructure, using Azure Functions, Spring Apps, Container Apps, and Dapper. We are super excited to showcase the tool capabilities and best practices to deploy microservices. So, see you there.
Hi, I'm Sinan Soltani, VP of Sales at AMD. AMD is excited to be a top sponsor at Microsoft Build. Please come check out our breakout sessions where our experts will highlight the latest AMD and Microsoft solutions and deep dive into confidential compute powered by AMD. We'll see you there.
It's just about time to head to your next session. But before you do, Seth, you'll be backstage after our next round of breakout sessions to catch up with our presenters. And Christina, you've got a packed schedule of interviews as well. Like, what are you excited? Seth, what do you want attendees to get out of this next bit here?
So there's a ton of sessions, and I should have looked at what's coming up next, but I know.
Busted! But you can do that on the web. So for anybody here, just go to build.microsoft.com.
They told me. It's Arun. Arun is talking about some cool new stuff that Scott mentioned this morning called Fabric. I'm excited to talk to him about that, because it turns out that there's a lot, if I'm understanding what Scott said, there's a lot of data engineering stuff literally built in there that builds up to how you do stuff in AI. So yes, I'm so excited for that one, and I can't believe it just floated out of my head.
Well, it is a little late in the day. We'll give you a pass on that. Christina, what about you?
I mean, look, I feel like Seth stole my thunder, because I was also going to talk about Fabric Talk. Because I was speaking with Arun earlier, and Satya mentioned in his keynote earlier today that like this is the biggest advancement in data since SQL. Come on.
That was huge. That was a huge really moment. Impressive. I felt like it was. But I had to make a little bit of a plug for what we were just talking about here about Microsoft Teams, because, productivity experiences are also being transformed. I know we're at Build, but I want developers to be thinking about how they can improve the center of gravity for productivity, the plugins. Teams is a canvas for this, and we have had some wonderful folks sharing some of that vision, and I know that there's more to be found, of course, in the partner library, but also sessions that are coming up. But those productivity experiences, they're ripe for being better Because, right now sometimes they make us a little tired.
Well, kind of like me, forgetting. If I would have had my Teams channel open, I would have known. But the thing that's cool about those productivity apps is that that's where we kind of live.
Yes.
So bringing good functionality closer to where we live and what we do, and empowering people with AI to do even more and solve some of the blank page problems that we have, I think it's going to be it's earth-shattering, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know, Christina, you have some thoughts on that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, when we're thinking about how to empower people, one of the things I have to plug, I have to mention is the Cloud Skills Challenge, which is a great opportunity for people to. That's a throwback to the old school watchers of these talks.
I remember.
But the great thing about that is this is a great way for people to basically be incentivized to continue to learn and to continue to skill up, especially as we now have all these new skills and new things that we can do to be more productive, right?
Yeah, and the other piece of that too is, I think what's really powerful is you think about something like Microsoft Fabric and bringing actionable data into the productivity experience. So people have to go hunt around for it. And they're learning those skills through the Cloud Skills Challenge. We have to all do that together. We'll get that.
We'll get it going, yeah.
But, it really is, it's making things so accessible to people. So I'm excited about that's happening. And I said excited again, dollar in the jar. All right, I'm going to wrap. So our next round of sessions is just moments away. And we'll be waiting for you back here when you're done. This is Microsoft Build.
Please welcome Corporate Vice President, Azure Data, Arun Uleg.
Hey folks, absolutely delighted to be here. Welcome to Build. Thank you so much for joining our session. We've been working on something incredibly exciting for the last couple of years, and it's been very hard keeping it a secret. So I'm so excited that we've finally been able to, bring it out to market. So I'm going to just spend a few minutes just setting it up in terms of the problem they're trying to solve, and then I'm going to transition to Amir Netz, Justina Luchnik, and Patrick Baumgartner. We're going to show you tons of demos so you can get a real feel for the product. We recognize that in today's world, it's literally awash with data, not just data from our transactional systems of record, but data from the world around us. The applications we built, the devices we use, interpersonal interactions, and so much more. And the challenge we're all struggling with is how do we translate this data into a competitive advantage? Because we recognize that in today's world, a competitive advantage starts with how we leverage data. Now, Microsoft has been at this for a while, so we have a comprehensive portfolio of analytics products that are widely used in the industry. And our products are used at massive scale today. Over 420,000 organizations around the planet used our products last month. We manage about 33 exabytes of data for analytics on behalf of our customers, and we process 8 trillion messages every single day. And we have over 5 million developers that build on our platform every single month. So if you look at the Gartner Magic Quadrants, and you pull the latest Gartner Magic Quadrants in 4 areas, you'll find that Microsoft is a leader in all 4 Gartner Magic Quadrants. So you have the Data Integration Tools Magic Quadrant, Cloud Database Management Systems, Cloud AI, and Analytics and Business Intelligence Platform. And the reason I bring it up is we're working with Microsoft. You get really strong capabilities in each area. And in our opinion, you can lean on Microsoft to make all of these capabilities work seamlessly for you, so you as developers can focus on moving your business forward versus systems integration. However, the industry is at the crossroads today. And this in many ways started with the launch of ChatGPT just a few months ago, making AI front and center for every customer, for every developer. So AI is causing a massive platform shift today. But we know that AI is only as good as the data that it can work with. If you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. The good news is there's been a ton of innovation in the data and AI space. The bad news is there's been a ton of innovation in the data and AI space. So I put myself in the shoes of our customers. There's massive fragmentation of the modern data stack. So I wanted to show you a slide put together by FirstMark Venture Capital. And this really shows you the complexity that's facing our customers today. Every little icon on the slide is a product or technology in the data and AI space. And somehow our customers are expected to make sense of it all to go from data to insights. Right? Which is why when I talk to chief data officers, the message I hear consistently is please simplify. I want to be the chief data officer, not the chief integration officer. Which is why we are so excited to announce the launch of Microsoft Fabric today. You can think about Microsoft Fabric as giving everything you need as developers to go from raw data to insights in the hands of your business users, moving your business forward. We literally built Microsoft Fabric from the ground up to be ready for AI. Now, there's 4 promises we make as Microsoft Fabric. The first is a complete analytics platform that gives all of the tools that all developers need, whether you're a data scientist or a data engineer or a data warehousing professional or a BI professional, in order to be able to go from raw data to insights in the hands of your business users. And we're delivering all of these capabilities as software as a service, where every developer can simply sign up within a few seconds and get real value in minutes. The second promise is that we're embracing a lake-centric and open architecture. So we're introducing OneLake today. You can think about OneLake as a single unified SaaS data lake for the entire organization. We like to think about OneLake as almost like OneDrive, but for your data. We're embracing completely open formats. So Microsoft is moving away from proprietary formats, storage formats across our entire analytics stack to completely open formats based upon Parquet and Delta Lake. The third promise is making sure that every piece of data in Fabric, every piece of data in OneLake is really moving your business forward through tools, through Power BI and Power BI's deep integration into Microsoft 365. So all of the data in Fabric automatically flows into Microsoft Teams, into Excel, into PowerPoint, into SharePoint, basically all the tools that your business users use where the data shows up for them versus they having to come to the data. And the final pillar is really the AI power, perhaps the most exciting part. Every part of the Fabric experience is infused with Azure OpenAI copilots, accelerating developer productivity, helping business users find insights in their data. So this is what Fabric looks like, right? So you have purpose-built tools for data integration, data engineering, data science, data warehousing, real-time analytics, Power BI, and a new product that Amir is going to talk to you about, Data Activator. Even though you have these purpose-built workloads, all of them look and feel and work like one integrated product with all of the data sitting in OneLake. So to take you deeper into Fabric and show you some really exciting demos, I'm going to invite Amir Netz, Technical Fellow and CTO. Amir.
That's me. Okay, ready to see some Fabric today? So we are going to spend the next 40 minutes or so. We're going to take a look at Fabric. We're going to really see a lot of demos, and we're going to use Arun's framework as the waypoint for our journey. So we're going to start with the first one, and we talked about having a complete analytics platform. So what do we mean by a complete analytics platform? We mean that it's a single product. It's not a bundle, and it's not a thin UI shame on top of existing product, but it's a complete reimagination and re-architecture of a lot of virtually every analytics technology that we have. So when we talk about this single unified Fabric, we talk about the integration of the experience, the single sign-on, the navigation. We're talking about how you create and manage projects, how you do CI/CD, where you store the data, how you store the data. It's all one, just one for all. It's one compute that runs all your workloads. It is one way to do your governance and compliance. It's one way to find your data. It's one way to monitor your jobs. It's just one product. And as we go through the demos, you're going to see that we really mean it. It's not just a fake. The other thing that you're going to see is that it really is SaaS, software as a service. And if you come from the world of Azure, you're going to see a very, very big difference from the experience that you're used to. It's going to feel much more like Office. In fact, we're going to see the Office analogy again and again and again in this presentation. So when we talk about SaaS, we start with the 5x5 principle. 5 seconds to sign up, 5 minutes to wow. It means that you come in and you're instantly in, and every time you want to provision a resource, it just shows up immediately. Just starting a new data warehouse is as fast as provisioning a new PowerPoint in the office. The UI looks much more like Office than anything else. And everything is auto-integrated. Everything is auto-optimized. There are minimal knobs. We take care of everything for you. And just like with Office, there's a concept of a tenant. Your entire organization is going to be in a single tenant. You cannot have two fabrics in the organization, just one fabric. And then just like with Office, the tenant is where you handle all the security, the governance, and compliance. You set it up centrally. And then every project, every developer, those policies are going to be enforced on them automatically. So that means that the enterprise can, sleep sound and not worry about, security holes and people, things slipping through the cracks. But the developers also don't have to worry about those things. They don't have to be the experts in compliance and the experts on security. It's all managed centrally by the platform itself. And as we bring all these workloads together into a single product, it also means that we're bringing many different types of people to work together. We're bringing the BI analysts, and we're bringing the data engineers, and we're bringing the data warehousing administrators, and we're bringing the data scientists. They're all coming and working together in the same workspaces, collaborating on projects, but each one of them is different. Each one of them has their own speciality. They want to see different experiences that match how they spend the day. So this is where we are bringing these persona-optimized experiences. And to show us a first glimpse of Fabric, I'm going to invite Justina on stage. And Justina is going to run our first demo.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Amir.
So what do we have?
All right. So we're going to start out by looking at some of these role-centric experience that you talked about. We're actually going to go ahead and build our first end-to-end analytics project in Fabric. We're going to build our data warehouse project. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so we're going to start out in the Power BI homepage experience. And Power BI is a perfect ecosystem for a BI user who wants to build things like their data sets, their reports. But Fabric offers many of these persona-centric experiences. So on the left-hand side and the bottom over here, we can see things like data factory, data engineering. Let's take a look at the data science experience. And we can see all the recommendations update to things like notebooks, experiments. We can see we have ML models, getting started with those. But let's go ahead and actually jump into the data warehousing experience and let's build our first data warehouse.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be really easy. We just have to click that data warehouse button. All I'm going to do is give it a name. I'm going to select a sensitivity label. And now I can just hit create and I'm immediately navigated to the warehouse experience.
So fast.
Yeah, I didn't have to spin up any storage accounts, no networking, no infrastructure. Okay, so now let's bring some data into this warehouse. And we have our pipeline seamlessly integrated inside. So again, now I'm navigated to the pipeline. I can select from a whole variety of different connectors. And we're going to go ahead and select Azure SQL as the source. We're going to go and choose the tables that we want to bring in. We're going to go and do all of our different column mappings. And that's basically it. My pipeline is now ready to go. I can go ahead and run it, and it's going to start replicating data into my warehouse. And there we go. We've got tables automatically created in our warehouse experience. I can get a preview of my table. I can filter things down. Let's see, looking only at the Germany data. Let's go ahead and actually run a new SQL query to, again, this is all integrated natively inside.
What about low code?
Yeah, so we offer both pro dev and low code experiences and across all of Fabric. In this case, I can just drag and drop my tables inside. I have this beautiful visual editor I can work inside. I can even do more complicated things like complex joins without having to write a single line of code. Now over here, I'm again seamlessly navigated to the built-in modeling view. And what we're actually doing over here is we're combining the data warehouse with Power BI in one single integrated experience, so it's really easy for these different personas to collaborate. And I can go ahead and build out my data model. I can create relationships between my different tables. I can write max DAX measures directly inside this experience too. And we just take care of keeping all of this data synchronized, excellent out-of-the-box performance across the whole board. Okay, so now our data model is ready. Let's go ahead and create a new report. And again, this is all integrated inside. I can navigate to Power BI straight from here. I've got all my tables, so let's go and drag in some data. Let's see how much data we have here. We have 30 million rows. Good starting point. Let's build our report. And again, I can just build my Power BI report like I normally would. Now here we have our shared workspace experience, and we can see we've got our pipeline, we've got our data warehouse, we've got our report, all in one integrated experience. I can even navigate to this lineage view. I can see how all these different things are composed together. And again, you saw in 3 minutes, I was able to go all the way from getting my pipelines, getting data into the data warehouse, building a Power BI report, without ever leaving the Fabric experience.
And it just flows, right? The pipelines, the data warehouse, BI, everything. And we'll see more. We're actually going to build way more. But in order to be able to build more, we really have to understand the second pillar. Because this is really where it gets to the heart of the product, to the architecture. And Fabric is lake-centric, it's open. And to understand that, you understand the central concept of one lake. And what is OneLake? OneLake is like the OneDrive for data. I told you, you're going to have a lot of Office 365 analogies. So it just shows up, just like you have the Fabric tenant, and OneLake is just there. You cannot buy OneLake; it's always there. You cannot have two of them. Two OneLakes doesn't work mathematically. So we're going to have just OneLake for the entire organization. All your users, all your projects, all your data are going to be stored in OneLake. And just like Excel, Word, PowerPoint store the data in OneDrive, all the workloads of Fabric automatically store their data in OneLake, organizing the data automatically by workspaces, and you don't have to worry about the organization. You never have to provision a storage account in your life. And then, once the data is in OneLake, you get a bunch of services on top of it. For example, it will scan your data for PII. It will index your data for search. It will figure out the lineage across the components. And if you mark, for example, a data warehouse to be highly confidential, then anything that reads data from the data warehouse becomes highly confidential automatically as well. It handles the sharing. Sharing in OneLake is just like sharing in OneDrive. Your compliance, governance, all of that is being done in OneDrive. So every piece of data is being stored in OneLake. And it's not only that we store everything in OneLake, but it's the way that we store it is so important. See, we have this one thing that is called the one copy principle. And with one copy, what we mean is that as you use the different workloads, for example, you use the Spark engine in order to create the Lakehouse, or maybe use the T-SQL engine that you know from SQL Server and from Synapse to build your transactional relational data warehouse, or use the KQL engine to handle your telemetry and IoT outputs, or you use Power BI analysis services to create your semantic models and your metrics and KPIs. Well, all of it is going into OneLake, but it's not only going to OneLake, it's all going to be stored in a single format. And we just abandoned proprietary formats. We are all going with an open format, which is Delta Parquet. Now, everything in OneLake is just stored in Delta Parquet, every piece of structured data. And what it really means, this is really important, what it really means is the moment you store something in OneLake, any of the compute engines stores something in OneLake, all the other compute engines can instantly work with it. You never have to load data from OneLake into your data warehouse. You never have to refresh a Power BI data sets from the source, because all of them are instantly working with the same data. So there's no more data movement, copying, import, export, all these verbs are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore. So in order for this to work, we have to add one more component, because we have now a lot of compute engines working on each other's data, because it all looks to them like it's the same data. But we have to make sure that a security is enforced uniformly. So you don't want to have one security model in the data warehouse, another one in the BI system, a third one in the lake. So we are introducing one security. And one security means that you're securing the data once, centrally, in the lake. Table level security, column level security, row level security, defined once in the lake and then enforced all over the place uniformly. So this is the heart, this is the beating heart of Fabric. It's one lake to store all your data. It's one copy shared across all your compute engines, and one security enforced uniformly everywhere. So to see how this is going to work, we're going to go and look at another sample here, another example, another demo. So I'm going to apologize to all my friends from Contoso. We're not going to use Contoso today, not Northwind and not Fabricam. We're going to actually look at a real database. It's the Microsoft Sales Database. We call it internally MS Sales. We have tens of thousands of users of MS Sales using the database every day. And you can imagine, Microsoft, you heard about us. We have some sales. And so it's a lot of data. It's about 20 terabytes of data. It takes about 15 minutes to load it. What you see on the screen is the pipelines. You might have used the pipeline in Azure Data Factory, but now they're part of Fabric. They're SaaSified. So they're just working like everything else, fully integrated with everything else. And we're going to use this one for our demo. So we're not going to wait the 15 minutes. It's already loaded, so we'll continue from there. And this is where you take over, Jacinta.
Yeah, so what we're going to take a look at in this case is we're going to actually take a look, now that the data has all landed in the Lakehouse, we're going to look at how all of these different data professionals can all collaborate on a single copy of data. So let's jump in. Okay, so I'm going to get started by being inside the Lakehouse. You can see I've already loaded all of my data inside over here. I've saved my tables. And as a SQL analyst, I can just make use of the built-in SQL endpoint directly inside the Lakehouse. So I didn't have to do anything to set this up. It just comes pre-wired with the Lakehouse. And this navigates me to the immersive warehouse UI. And this is a completely revamped warehouse experience. Complete separation of compute and storage. The whole warehouse is working seamlessly on top of Delta Parquet files, stored in the lake with excellent out-of-the-box performance.
As we look at this UI, as a SQL analyst, it looks very familiar to me. I see my schemas, I see my queries, I see my tables. And I want to go ahead and actually, let's actually start by writing a SQL query. And I want to see how much data I'm actually dealing with this MS Sales Lakehouse. So we're going to go ahead and count the rows of the revenue table. We're going to give it a second to run. And we can see we're dealing with 3.5 billion rows of data, all stored inside the lake.
We have quite a lot of sales.
Quite a lot. Okay, so let's go ahead and do something a little bit more complicated now. We're going to look at our actual revenue. We're going to break it down by fiscal quarter. We're going to break it down by distribution channel. And if you actually look at this query, we're doing cross-database querying. So we're querying across our lake houses, our warehouses. We're going to scan all 3.5 billion rows of data. Of course, this data is obfuscated data, not the real MS Sales data. But as I look at this data, you can see the results are back instantly. Looks like we're dealing with some data quality issue over here.
Yeah, the GUID's here, right?
Yeah, it does look like some GUIDs have leaked in. So I want to, of course, fix this bug over here. And I'm actually going to use Spark to fix this problem. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to load up my notebooks side by side. Again, the Lakehouse is natively integrated inside my notebook experience. I can just drag and drop the table I want to work with. I've got my revenue table. I get a code snippet automatically generated. And you're going to see the session starts immediately. And things start to run immediately because we have pre-provisioned Spark Compute. We have live pools that are ready to go. So as soon as I go and hit things and start running things, we're getting results back immediately. Okay, so let's actually write some Spark code to fix the bug over here. And what you're going to see me do now is as soon as this query finishes running, no magic, no intermissions, I'm going to go straight back into my warehouse. I'm going to rerun the query. And you can see the bug has automatically...
Because the Spark is working directly on the same files that data warehouse.
Exactly. We keep everything in sync. Okay, so let's keep going. So now that my data is all ready, we're going to jump back into that modeling view. Again, everything is just built into this warehouse experience. We've got our data modeling view built right in. And I'm going to now prepare my business model, get it ready for my reporting solution. Okay, so now let's go ahead and jump back into Power BI. And we can see over here, we can see all of our tables, table names on the side. But no data has actually been loaded.
So no import.
No import, no. These are just pointers to the data that's still sitting in the data lake inside my lakehouse. And this is because Power BI now supports direct lake mode, which means Power BI can work natively on top of the Delta Parquet files all stored inside the lake. Okay, so now that we have our data inside, let's actually see again. Let's confirm how much data we're dealing with over here. You can see we're still working over 3.5 billion rows of data, again, all stored inside the data lake. And let's go ahead and, just work and build a report. Let's have our actual revenue. Let's break it down by product name. Let's make this chart nice and big. Let's throw something else in. Let's go ahead and add, let's say, our fiscal quarter to the legend. And you can see this, I'm building out my report. I'm just getting...
This is fast.
It's amazing, interactive, smooth kind of experience. And again, you're getting the performance of import mode, but no data has been loaded. Generally, working with this sort of data, managing these ETL jobs, it would have taken hours. You have no latency over here.
Direct Link is a killer feature for
It is. And we're very excited about it. Thank you.
And what about Office?
Yeah, what about Office? So maybe let's take a look at Excel. Okay, so let's take a look. So we've got our pivot table again, working directly with our lakehouse of our OneLake data. And as I build out my pivot table over here, again, there's no data that's been loaded. We're still working with the data lake. And I'm going to now go ahead and slice and dice billions of rows of data in my pivot table over here, again, without moving any data movement whatsoever. Okay, so now we're back inside the lakehouse, and there you go. You saw how, inside Microsoft Fabric, you can work end-to-end across all your different data personas, no data movement whatsoever.
So you can see the power of one copy, this one set of files in the lake, use it for data warehousing, use it for Spark, use it for Power BI, use it for Excel, no data movement, no data duplication, no need to define the security again and again and again. That is the principle of one copy. And we love one copy, so we want to take it to the next level. We solve the problem of sharing a single copy across all these types of computes. But people create copies for other reasons. For example, I could have two teams, and maybe Justina is working on the finance data warehouse, and I'm working on the lakehouse for the marketing team, and I want the revenue table from Justina. So often what I will do is just create a pipeline, get the data exported from her warehouse and put it in my lakehouse. But we can do something better, because everything is just Delta Parquet files in the lake. We can introduce something that is called shortcuts. And shortcuts is kind of like the shortcuts you use on your desktop, on your laptops, that pointers to files and folders. So I can basically, if I have the rights, I can point to the files of the revenue table that Justina have in her warehouse, and they instantly show up in my lakehouse. There's no latency, there's no data movement, they're always up to date, and there's not even a performance degradation. So we just share the same table without any performance degradation. And that's great. That's awesome when we have to share the data within one lake. But of course, we all know that OneLake is kind of empty today. We just launched it. So all the data is somewhere else. The data exists in other storage systems. It can exist in Azure, in ADLS. It can exist in Amazon AWS, in their S3 system. It can exist in other clouds. And what we're going to do is we're going to allow you to create shortcuts to these other storage systems. And once you create a shortcut, again, there's no data movement. And it becomes, those files and folders become part of your OneLake. So OneLake is the one place that's going to have all the data for all the users, for all the regions, for all your clouds. OneLake is a multi-cloud system. So to see how, so to see it in action, Justina is going to come back and give us another demo.
Yeah, so now we're going to take a look at how these internal and external shortcuts look like, and we're also just going to see how easy it is to work with OneLake. Okay, so let's jump in. And in this scenario, I'm a data engineer. I've prepared all of my marketing data. I'm back inside the lakehouse. I already see my tables. And I want to actually reuse some sales data for lead generation reporting. Now, my sales team has been hard at work. They've already prepared a sales lakehouse. So I don't want to go and copy and duplicate data. I just want to reuse all the awesome work that they've already done. And so for this, I can use shortcuts. So in this particular case, we want to actually create an internal shortcut to some data that's already in OneLake. So I'm going to select Microsoft OneLake as a source in this case. And I can see my integrated OneLake data hub. So I can see all my different warehouses, lake houses. I'm going to select my sales lake house. I'm going to select the table that I want to bring in. And immediately I can see the table appear as a first-class citizen in my lake house.
No data movement.
No data movement whatsoever has happened. Okay, but we know, of course, that our customers have existing investments in external data lakes that they also want to leverage with Microsoft Fabric. So in this particular case, we're again going to create a shortcut, but this time, instead of doing an internal OneLake shortcut, we're actually going to select one of these external sources. So of course, we can work with ADLS Gen 2, but we can even work with Amazon S3. Now in this particular case, I want to go ahead and bring in some company logos, which I happen to have stored in my S3 bucket. So I'm going to select Amazon S3 as a source at this particular time. I'm going to specify the location of my data. I'm going to populate all my connection information. At this point, all I have to do is give my shortcut a name. I can specify the relative path if I want. And that's it. Immediately, again, we can see this shortcut appears inside the file section, which is more like the data lake portion of the lakehouse. And I can go ahead and actually just navigate through all of these different folders.
No data was copied.
No data was copied. And I can even open up the files directly inside this lakehouse, view them, despite the fact they're still sitting in my Amazon S3 bucket. Now, I have forgotten that I also have a line of finance logos, thank you.
You? Yeah.
Of my local machine that I want to bring in. Now, the awesome thing is I can work with OneLake just like I can with OneDrive. So over here, you can see OneDrive. I actually have a OneLake folder that is synced as well. Okay, so I can actually navigate in my File Explorer, yes, in my local File Explorer, navigate through OneLake, go through my workspaces, and back in my marketing workspace, I can jump into the same folder that we're looking at, jump into the retail folder, and take a look at this. I'm going to open up that same image we're looking at in the lakehouse over here.
Still in S3.
Still in S3. This is still sitting in S3, despite the fact I'm working with it in my File Explorer. Okay, so let's jump back into our lakehouse, and I'm going to jump into the Files section, and let's go ahead and actually bring in this Finance Logos folder. And it is literally as easy as dragging and dropping this into my File Explorer over here inside OneLake. It's just going to get automatically synced back into the lakehouse. So let's jump back into the lakehouse. Let's refresh the lakehouse and let's take a look if it appears. Yep, it's right here, immediately available. And again, I can just navigate through it and work with this data seamlessly, traverse all the files, open up the logos inside here. So this is how easy it is.
So I just love the fact that by sassifying the data lake, we can make it as easy as OneDrive. Like, we show it to business users that fall in love with OneLake. Can you imagine? And you saw here how we really virtualize, your entire set of storage, wherever it is. It could be in Amazon, it could be in ADLS in Azure, wherever it is, it's just all part of OneLake. Now, we're talking about business users, by the way. This is where we get, thank you, Justina.
Yeah, thank you.
This is really we get to the third promise of Fabric, because Fabric is, what's the point? What is the point of us collecting all the data, enriching the data, integrating the data, doing all these things if eventually the business users cannot make use of the data? And Fabric is perhaps the only data platform that thinks that business users are critical to getting your return on investment. So what we do is we take that Fabric, all the data, and we bring it to the users wherever they work. We don't ask the users to come to us. we bring the data to them. And to show us how all the data in Fabric gets to the user as they work in their favorite set of applications in Microsoft Office 365, I'm going to invite Patrick to join me on stage. And I was told not to turn around while he's on stage. Tell me if you're here.
All right, thanks. Okay. So what we know is there's amazing data inside of Fabric, but that data has to get used to create maximum impact. And so we've learned over time that the best way to get data used is to bring it to everywhere that users work. And so let's go ahead and take a look here, and we'll walk through how we do that. So this all starts in Microsoft Teams. So here I am in my Teams environment, and you can see right along the left-hand side, we've taken data and brought it up to the same level as Teams, as meetings, as files. Data is now just as important as all those other artifacts through the Power BI app in Teams. And just from there, I can find all of my documents that I like to use, all the reports, open one of those, and I'm slicing and dicing, find insights instantaneously right inside of Teams without having to ever switch context to a different place. But it goes even further. I can take that same report and embed it into a Teams channel. So where my team works and collaborates and brings its files, my report's in the same place, and I can even do chat. So I'm going to actually ask Amir a quick question about this report. And Amir, what's going on with the ADATUM deal?
There you go.
There we go. Very fast typing. So we've got the answer there. Again, it's the same chat system. I didn't have to switch context. I didn't have to learn a different tool. We can even bring that report and put it into a meeting. So we can put data on the agenda of our meetings. I've got that report. It's attached to the meeting. So every time we go to that meeting, we find that data. But in this app, we also have the OneLake Data Hub inside of the same application. So I can find all of the best data available for me in my organization, what's certified, what's endorsed, what's promoted. So I can find the data that I want to do self-service analytics with on my own. So if I open one of these data sets, I can see all of the related artifacts, the lineage, and I can get started with one click, either in Power BI or even in Excel. So just by clicking now, I have an Excel file that's going to get created, connected back to that same data, all the way through down into Fabric and into the lake. And now I can build a pivot table and drag and drop. It's that easy.
What about security?
And of course, the security flows all the way through. So I have the sensitivity labels in Excel so that all that data stays remaining trusted and secure all the way from the business user back down to the lake. It's an incredible capability. Even more, that same hub for all of my data shows up right inside of Excel as well. So I can go find all of the files recommended to me, all the data sets recommended to me. So just with one click, I can go ahead and open them. And so one last feature here. So now we're in PowerPoint, and this is one of the fastest growing features in Power BI, is the ability to take Power BI reports and embed them into PowerPoint. It's all live, interactive, works with animations, works with objects. It means a business user, you're no longer copying and pasting charts, saving files. It's all just there, ready to go, and it's really cool capability inside of PowerPoint. We use that every day.
This feature we use all the time inside Microsoft completely changed the data culture because you get live data directly from OneLake into your PowerPoint. You can tell a story, you can answer other queries. It's just incredible. But sometimes we just cannot wait for the business user to understand what's going on with the data and to take action. Sometimes we just have to act in real time. And this is where Data Activator comes into play. Data Activator is a new capability introduced today for the first time, and it's an integral part of Fabric. And what Data Activator does, it's in real time. It's going to constantly observe all the data that we have in OneLake, and then evaluate it to see if certain conditions are being met, if certain conditions that are triggering an action being met. And then if it finds it, in real time, it will either contact the person on Teams or in Outlook, or perhaps it will activate an automated business process using Power Automate, or maybe call the stored procedure, or maybe call an Azure function, whatever you need to have done in order to really remediate the situation that you discovered in the data. It's all happening in real time on top of streaming data. So let's take a look at how Data Activator.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to show Data Activator is brand new inside of Fabric. Excited to show this demo. Let's go ahead and take a look. So we're going to be playing the role of a logistics company. We have tons of packages that we're tracking for delivery. So we have IoT sensors and data coming from an event stream looking at the temperature, the humidity, the truck status.
And it's changing in real time.
Yeah, you can see the data updating in real time. And like I said, it's coming from an event stream, IoT sensors, but it could also be coming from the lake, it could be coming from Power BI, all of these different sources. But what I want to do is go ahead and track the temperature. So I'm going to create a trigger on that each package. So let's pick each package here. And we're going to create a new trigger to track the temperature to see if the packages are getting too hot. And so now I can see a sample. We're seeing a preview of 5 of the data values.
Now more than 5 packages.
Yeah, we're looking at thousands, but this could scale to hundreds of thousands, even millions of individual business objects, not impacting any of the performance of my other data. And this is a little spiky, so let's smooth it out. So I'm going to look at just an average of the temperature over every 5 minutes. Just change that right in the UI, and now I'm seeing this nice smooth view. Let's go ahead and create a threshold for our trigger. So what I want to do is say every time this package gets a little too hot, so say more than 32, I'm going to send each time that happens, fire this trigger. But I could also do it if it goes above that temperature and stays there for a certain amount of time, or if it goes above that amount a specific number of times over time.
What's the blue bar chart at the bottom?
Yeah, and the blue bar chart at the bottom is showing the number of times this would have fired for all of those packages that we're currently tracking. And again, that's a little bit more volume than I might want to have right now. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it as well to maybe a little bit higher temperature threshold. And now it's down just, okay, this looks pretty good for what our purposes are. Now again, this is all through the UI, very easy to configure and get exactly how I want it to look. And now we can go ahead and do the associated action I want to do this. I can do an email, I can do a Teams message, I can do a Power Automate flow so I can tap into operational systems. I can also trigger other things inside of Fabric, like retraining a machine learning model or kicking off a pipeline. But for this demo, let's just look at creating a Teams message. So I've got my message auto-populated. It's going to be sent to Will here so we can take a look at it. And let's run a test action on one of these sample packages just so we can see what it looks like. So I'm going to switch over to Teams, and now we see that test message is generated. I can see the package ID, the temperature, very clean. This looks pretty good for what we want to do. And let's go ahead and go start this for all of the packages we're tracking. Now, this is, you're thinking about an aggregate here, but what you really have to understand is this is working at the detailed level for each individual package. Like I said, it could be thousands of packages, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of packages.
How many we have here?
This is 5,000, but we're going to fast forward here in a second, and we're going to look, we have this set up for more data now for 173,000 individual business objects being tracked. We have some additional data and triggers that we've set up in our model, and get this beautiful view to see the heat maps of when these things are triggering, so I can really understand what's going on in my business, you know, either adjust the triggers I want or adjust my business processes to get my business where I want it and keep it there. Again, this is amazing capability, something we've always wanted to be able to do, and I'm not having to write a ton of code to do it. Super easy through the UI. We think this is really transformational for monitoring data and driving action on your data.
So real-time operational alerting just built into Fabric. Okay, we're done with 3 of those promises, and we are now having the last one. And this is, you know, we all talk about AI. The whole day was about AI. I'm not going to tell you how AI is changing the landscape and so forth. They just talk about what we're doing with AI in Fabric. And we're doing 3 things. We'll start with the first 2. First of all, we're going to go and bring those copilots everywhere into Fabric. So if you're working on the data warehouse, the copilot will help you write better SQL statements and store procedures. For data scientists, it will help you do all the transformation and all the machine learning. If you're doing data integration, it will help you build the pipelines and the data flows and so forth. Just copilots everywhere. The other thing it will help you do is you have all this data now stored in one lake. We're going to allow you to create these chat experiences on top of it. We'll allow you to create these plugins that will go and work together with the copilot that you see in Teams, in the M365 copilot. So you can just build your own plugins that will work there on top of your own data. So to get a preview of what's coming into Fabric, I'm going to run this little sizzle video. So let's play it.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time, and Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
So The last thing that we do with AI is really help you get the insights. And this is where Copilot for Power BI is really playing a major role. And Pat, are you going to show us?
Yeah, we are. And so, this has been the most exciting time in my career, looking at how to bring Copilot into all of these Fabric experiences. We're working really hard to bring it into Power BI. We're going to show a demo right now. Let's go ahead and run it of Copilot inside of Power BI. It's just transformational. So let's say I'm an analyst working for a hotel and resorts company, and I get asked to build reports all the time. It can take hours, even days to build these reports. Now with Copilot, I can just describe in natural language the report I want to get created, and it's going to look at, in this case, let's look at the demographics of my customers that are returning, where they're coming from, what hotel property they visited, and just by describing that in natural language, it's going to go ahead and generate that report for me, taking away hours of work, dragging and dropping, and it looks beautiful, right? And so bringing that generative AI capability to build beautiful reports out of the box, still fully interactive, so I can slice and dice, filter, maybe just look at the people who are visiting from booking from websites. Incredibly easy to go ahead and create. And it goes even further. I can use Copilot to adjust the output automatically. So maybe I want to change the layout, switch which metrics are being used, and just with a couple of clicks, I can regenerate the report, again, tapping into Copilot and the generative AI to go ahead and build the report. I can also ask follow-up questions. So maybe I want to ask, what are the key drivers for causing people to return to our hotel properties? So I just go ahead and ask that question, and Copilot's going to tap into the advanced analytics capabilities of Power BI and go ahead and add this key influencers visual to my report. So I can look and see that spa visitors are the most frequent reason to return, almost twice as much. Amir, I know you love a good spa visit.
Who doesn't like a good spa?
And so again, just asking in natural language, I've got an answer right from Copilot. I can also explore this visual even further if I wanted to look at the top segments in my data, just by clicking. It's gone ahead and identified the key segments for if people are returning or new visitors, so I can explore my data even further. Well, let's go ahead and finish up my report. I'm going to switch back to the first page and actually ask it to make it look like a different exec dashboard that we already use in my organization. So it went and found that report, relayed it out, changed the styling and the theme to match that other report. Again, saving me tons of work and making it look beautiful out of the box. It's still just a Power BI report though. So if I want to click on one of these charts, change it to a line chart. Let's add primary interest into the field so I can get a little bit more. That looks a little busy. So I'm going to change it now to a ribbon chart so it looks a little more beautiful for my users. Again, I'm just using Power BI. Copilot's got me in the position to be able to do my analysis on my own. And finally, one last capability I want to show is I'm going to ask it to change that last line chart to a narrative summary of the data. So Copilot's going to look at all of the data in my report. It's going to find some top insights and do a natural language summary complete with citations. So if I hover over those citations, it's going to show me exactly where it found that insight. So now I have this beautiful report created just through natural language. We think this is incredibly transformational. We're bringing experiences like this all across Fabric. This is starting in private preview here at Build. We're incredibly excited for all of you to get your hands on it. And like I said, this is exciting times we live in. And so thank you very much.
What do you guys think? This is as close to magic as we can get with software. So this is Fabric, this is the journey, and I'm going to have Arun come back and take us home. Thank you guys.
Right. Thank you so much, Amir. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Justina. Isn't that absolutely amazing, folks? This is what we've been doing for the last couple of years. When I talk to customers about Fabric, I know the biggest question on your mind is what's available today. So that's what we're going to cover in this slide. So we're all launching a broad public preview of Data Factory in Fabric, Synapse Data Engineering, Synapse Data Science, Synapse Data Warehousing, Synapse Real-Time Analytics, the Copilot for DAX authoring in Power BI, and OneLake itself. It's all available for public preview today. All of you can sign up within a few seconds. We're offering a 60-day free trial, no credit card required, no Azure subscription required. Power BI continues to be part of Fabric, so it still continues to be GA. We're also announcing the private preview of Data Activator. All of the Copilot experiences you saw in Fabric and Power BI are also available today in private preview. So next steps, okay, just two things for you folks, right? So please go up to Fabric, go up to sign up for Fabric, try it out, play with it, tell us what you think. There's also a live event starting tomorrow. It's 2 half days. If you go into this link, aka.ms, build with analytics, then you'll be able to see, get 2 half days where we'll go deep into Fabric, show you all of the experiences, give you tons of demos and tons of information that you can immediately use in your new Fabric trial. So that's it, folks. This is what we've been doing. Thank you so much for joining us here at Build. We're really, really excited to bring this to you. Let's play the fire round. Thank you.
We've been using these several years now. Now with Microsoft Fabric, being able to utilize all of those various services within a single user interface that's very intuitive, it's very clean, it's got the familiarity of Power BI in it as well, which is easy for us to adopt. So Microsoft Fabric provides some opportunities for us to improve our governance processes.
Microsoft Fabric elevates our process by reducing the time to delivery, by removing overhead, by using multiple disparate services. By consolidating the necessary data provisioning, transformation, modeling, analysis services into one UI, Microsoft Fabric meaningfully impacts Fergus's data storage, engineering, and analytics groups, since all of these workloads can now be done in the same UI for faster delivery of insights.
Our customers' priorities are heavily interrelated with data, and a lot of those organizations are really struggling with managing their data effectively. Fabric has the benefit of reducing data integration tax and unifying hybrid and multi-cloud data estates. And we're very excited to work with Microsoft on combining these capabilities with our KPMG One Data platform to help our customers accelerate their data potential.
What excites us is bringing a single enterprise-grade foundation that will underpin customer use cases across AI, machine learning, and analytical domains. Microsoft Fabric will help Alana and elevate customer conversations to a more strategic level. We have a far expanded toolkit to address customer challenges.
Informatica is excited to be the design partner of Microsoft Fabric, working extremely closely with the Microsoft team. Informatica's Intelligent Data Management Clouds integrated with Microsoft Fabric experience will address critical customer challenges across enterprise data management, data quality, data integration, data governance, data catalog, and data privacy, real-time, ELT, change data capture, replication into the open and governed OneLake into the Delta Parquet format is game-changing.
We at PwC lead a lot of programs involving redefining business processes for our customers, supporting some very critical mergers and divestitures as well. And these programs run under a very tight timeline. With OneLake, the implementation becomes very simple, avoiding multiple data hops. We enable a data platform built much quicker and deliver insights to business much faster as well. The pervasive data governance is another key aspect that reduces the risk from the overall analytic platform build itself. Further, infusion of generative AI into Microsoft Fabric is going to be a game changer.
And just like that, the first day of Microsoft Build is coming to a close for us here in Seattle. But of course, you've got one more round of breakout sessions to end the day. That means that now is a great time to organize your day too, and what a jam-packed day it'll be. But first, here with more on our next round of breakouts are the session presenters themselves.
Hey everybody, join me and my colleague Allison from GitHub at our session, Pragmatic Tips on How to Get the Most Out of GitHub Copilot, where we're going to show you how you can be up to 55% faster as a developer. See you there.
Hi, I'm John Maida. Your boss is using ChatGPT and wants to add AI to your app right now. Sounds hard? No worries, we make it easy. Come to our session and we'll show you how.
Hey folks, Paul here from the Cloud Native Advocacy Team, inviting you to join George Palmer and I as we talk about how you can build intelligent apps using Azure AI services, including OpenAI models, and run them on Azure Kubernetes services. Hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm Adina from Finesco. In my session, I will talk about state-of-the-art Vision AI with large foundational model and how you can bring that into your applications and solutions. Join me.
We're so excited about everything that's coming next. And I want to talk to one of my co-hosts, Christina, right now. Christina, it's so fun to get to work with you like this live. I hope everybody understands this is a live show. I think that they do. But, you know, we've gone through so many things. What's your thought about not only the content, but us delivering this way and getting to do this live together?
I love doing this live, and I also really love just the different options there are for people. You know, we've got the breakout sessions, like my friend Rizal Scarlett and Damian Brady, they just did one on GitHub Code Spaces. And I love, as you said, we're doing this live. We're also doing this for the audience at home and in person. It's really, really fun. And I also love doing this with you. It's really fun.
It's really fun. No, and you know something. Sometimes, you know, you work with people here at Microsoft, you don't get to spend as much time with them as you really like. And now we get to actually do that a little bit. But so I'm also interested to know, like, you do have a unique perspective. I mean, I think actually we both do, but I want to know about yours, you know, being on the GitHub crew and being here in the middle of this. I feel a palpable energy in here that I haven't felt before. Do you agree?
I completely agree. I mean, this is one of those, you know, we were talking about this earlier today. We are one of those transformative moments in tech, and I think we see that across the stack, whether you're using tools from, you know, GitHub, or you're using clouds like Azure, or you're using products like Microsoft Teams where you work. This is one of those transformative moments, and you can feel the energy here in person. I think you can even feel it online. We're all super, I'm going to say it again, going to make people do some push-ups, excited about everything that's happening.
Take a drink of your favorite beverage. We've said the word excited again. But I agree. Also, we tend to use the word transformative way too much in tech. But here, I can feel it. Yeah, it is real.
This is actually transformative, right? Like, we've talked about a lot about, like, what is the next big thing? I think that we can all safely say this is the next big thing, and this is a massive opportunity for so many people from all different backgrounds. And that's something you and I have talked about a lot too, right? Is that there are these opportunities now for people who might not consider themselves traditional developers. And that, I think, is really exciting. And I don't know if we've really focused in enough of that. I know that tomorrow we're going to be doing some of that when we talk to some people from the Power Platform. And there are some great sessions coming up there as well. But this is a real opportunity, I think, for no matter how people define themselves as developers, to do something really huge.
I completely agree. You know, that's my background. I was a legal subject matter expert, and then I came into technology, and now I'm here. And so that kind of a career path, coming from a particular industry or subject matter area, and then adding a real understanding of the tech stack and the ability to build the things that you envision to make your life better is great. So, well, now what we're going to do is we're going to catch up with Seth. Seth, who do you have there?
I have the man of the hour, Arun Oolong. How'd your session go, my friend?
Oh, it was great. The energy of the audience was electric. People were cheering, people were clapping. It was so much fun. It's great to be here live, and there's so much excitement for what we're doing in Fabric.
So what did you announce? Tell everyone that may not have seen.
So we announced Microsoft Fabric. It's an end-to-end data analytics platform that lets you go from raw data to insights enhanced for business users. It's completely available as a SaaS service. We announced OneLake, which is a single unified SaaS data lake for the entire organization, like OneDrive for data. We announced deep integration with Power BI and Office. Power BI itself is part of Fabric. And finally, Copilots, Azure OpenAI integration. This is a massive release available to customers today.
Oh, I know, because usually this stuff is just everywhere. Putting it in a single unified place, single pane of glass, I know is a complete goal for that. I mean, that's what you're getting at, right?
That's exactly what you're getting at. We're really bringing all of the data together, but all of the tools for every data professional, data engineers, data scientists, data warehousing people, BI professionals, all of them can work with Fabric, build end-to-end analytic solutions, sign up within a few seconds, get real value in minutes. We call this 5x5, 5 seconds to sign up, 5 minutes to wow. Amazing experiences.
So you went really quickly on the AI part, and you know how I'm a huge fan of that. How is Fabric getting folks ready for AI, their data ready for AI?
So I'd say two things. Everybody's excited about AI. With the launch of ChatGPT, it's off the charts. However, AI is only as good as the data that you can give.
That's true.
Right? So it's been critically important for customers to get data in the shape that they need so that it's ready for AI. Fabric helps them with that. But it doesn't just stop there. It has a set of co-pilots that are just built in. So it helps your data engineer, it helps your data scientist build machine learning models, it helps your BI professional, and with Power BI Copilot integration, it helps the business analyst get insights of the data just like that.
And that's super cool, because I'm a machine learning guy, and I met a data engineer, and she told me, she's like, hey, Seth, you're working with the water coming out of the faucet. I build the pipe that gets it from the street all the way to your house. And that's pretty much what these tools do, right?
That's exactly right. But your data scientist friend, your data engineers, all of them can work together.
That's cool.
All of the artifacts live in the same workspace. It's so easy to collaborate. All of them can go through the CI/CD process together. Fabric makes that drop-dead simple.
So how can people get started with this amazing technology?
So I would say go to aka.ms, build with analytics. You'll find 2 half-day sessions where we go deep into every aspect of Fabric. And it also gives you the link where you can sign up for a Fabric free trial right now. It's available for 60 days, no credit card required, no Azure subscription required. Everybody can come in right now.
So literally today, people can log in, 60-day free trial, and get all the goodness in one place.
That's exactly right. Go to aka.ms/buildwithanalytics.
Well, this has been amazing. Thank you again, Arun, and congratulations on the announcement. Very exciting for everyone. I'm excited to log in and try it out. So.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
All right, back to you, Caruana.
Wow, I could feel the energy coming from that. This team made it. Day one is in the books for us in this show. Today was a perfect day to have co-hosts from GitHub and Microsoft's AI platform because a big part of day one were the new capabilities and discussion around, you guessed it, AI. I'm going to bring my host back. Let's have a little. Did you feel that energy? Like, it's the end of the day. Sometimes you're a little tired, but Arun and that energy talking about Microsoft Fabric, bam! Seth, you got to be on fire over there.
Yeah. I mean, it's so cool. Like I said before, I'm like the machine learning guy, and I'm like, oh, look at me and my machine learning models. But it turns out that your machine learning models and your AI is only as good as the data you have. And if your stuff is everywhere and you can't get into the right shape, it's really not helpful. And so I'm pretty excited about what Microsoft Fabric can do for me as a machine learning person to get my data all in a row and in the right place.
Absolutely. And the other thing I think that really helps with is respecting the boundaries of that data, right? There's a security issue, there's a trust issue, and of course, Microsoft really does run on trust. So, as a developer, Christina, how do you think about that trust and how we execute against that principle?
It's so important to have that trust. I mean, I was having a conversation earlier with Matt from Habbo and about how, they're able to use clean room stuff with AMD technology and Microsoft. And it is all about these principles of we need to be able to work together and we need to be able to have our data interoperate, but we want it to be done in a trusted way. We want to make sure that the data is as protected as possible. And that's hugely important no matter what you're building. And so I'm glad that that's being, thought about and baked into Fabric from, I guess I'm trying to make a Fabric analogy here. I'm failing. I'm trying to make whole clock. There we go.
We're coming to a close here, so I'd love some final thoughts. Seth, from you first.
Well, I just absolutely love today. Satya started with AI, talked about Copilot, talked about the amazing technology that we're building inside of PromptFlow. And then Kevin Scott took it at a higher level and explained how Copilots work. He talked about the different layers of the stack and even gave some really good examples. And then Scott Guthrie brought it home with actual technology that you'll be able to use pretty soon, not just for RAG, which is augmenting your prompts and getting some good functionality out of your LLMs, but also with PromptFlow, which was kind of a cool demo. I mean, I don't know. I liked it. My mom liked it. PromptFlow, which actually allows you to create prompts from structured and unstructured data in a safe and reliable way. I thought it was just an exciting day today. A ton of good sessions after that with Fabric. There's just a lot of announcements this time. It feels like it's extra, right?
Yeah, it is extra for sure. Christina, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, as Seth said, we had so many great sessions. It was really great seeing things from the developer tooling perspective and seeing a lot of stuff with GitHub Copilot. But I'm gonna say, like, my big takeaway. Kevin Scott, he mentioned this in his keynote. He had a big slide up and everything. So I'm quoting him. I want all the producers to know that. He said, "Do legendary shit." And that, I think, is like the big takeaway I'm going to have. Like, that is the big takeaway. That is it.
That is it. Okay, rapid fire round. What's one thing you're excited about for day 2, Seth?
Rajesh and Panos, how they infuse AI in both hardware, software in the OS, and productivity applications.
Christina? Yeah, I cannot wait to hear more about what we're doing with the Dev Drive and Dev Home and all the stuff that Rajesh and Panos are going to be talking about. I'm super stoked about that.
Well, and I have to tell you that the thing that I'm most excited about this entire place is about the people. Now is the time to augment and reinvent your career. Use our community, make sure that you're excited about what's happening, and really think about where do you want to be in the next year. This is the time. This is the time to take your career by the reins and move it forward, right? And if you're already doing something you love, that's awesome. But you can bring the power of Power Platform, of AI, of all of these tools into your career to make it even more meaningful to you. Because if it's not meaningful, you're not having fun. And we want you to enjoy this time because it is, wait for it, transformative.
Oh.
And you know how to do that. Besides the Microsoft community, you can remember to get in on the Cloud Skills Challenge. Lots of topics to learn about and compete in. AI, of course, but also our fundamentals, .NET, Power Platform, cloud development. Make sure to register for that. Make sure to register for that today. All of these things and so much more. We'll be right back here tomorrow for day 2. In the meantime, enjoy the final round of sessions. This is Microsoft Build.
Hi everyone, hope you're having an amazing time as we near the last round of breakouts for the day. I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience here at Microsoft Build. This time with me is all about how to maximize your Microsoft Build experience. We'll share quick tips to find the content you need faster. We'll also help you discover more opportunities you didn't even know you needed. Plus, I'll guide you through different session types to help you figure out how best to spend your time. Right now, let's learn about a few of the more interactive sessions that are available to you.
If you're in search for more organic conversation with experts and fellow attendees in a smaller group setting, start exploring the many discussion sessions that await you in our catalog. It's so much more than a Q&A. Each discussion will be topic-specific, virtually, slide-free, and with direct access to the folks behind the tech. All discussion sessions are highly interactive and designed to spark Q&A in all corners of the Microsoft Teams meeting. Everyone is welcome, so make sure you add to your schedule today.
Do you want to meet the engineers behind the products you know and love? Join one of our highly interactive product roundtables. These are exclusive opportunities to interact directly with Microsoft engineering groups. You can share your feedback that will help shape the future of the products you use every day. Better yet, you can do all that in a small group discussion with peers who share your same passion for the products. Don't delay, space is limited. Fill in the nomination form and reserve your seat at a product roundtable now. We want to meet you and hear from you.
One-to-one consultations are 45-minute sessions where you get to meet a Microsoft engineer and receive energized support. Whether you're getting started building your first app or managing advanced production workloads, our consultants tailor the session to meet your unique needs. Get direct help with Azure, Microsoft 365, Windows, security, Power Platform, and so much more. But hurry! These sessions fill up fast. Book your one-to-one consultation today.
Let's dive deeper into one of those interactive session types right now. If you're looking for individualized support, it doesn't get any better than one-to-one consultations. Earlier today, I chatted about these valuable sessions with the program lead, Priyanka. Here's our conversation. Hey, Priyanka.
Hi, Ed. Thank you for having me.
I'm so glad you're able to join us today. I'm hoping that you can tell us, for those who aren't familiar, why everyone should be rushing to book a one-to-one consultation.
One-to-one consultations are 45-minute sessions where you get to meet a Microsoft engineer on Teams and receive customized support. Since it's going to be just you and the engineer on the call, you can ask a wide variety of technical questions across multiple products and services. Also, our consultants tailor the consultations to meet your unique needs and are eagerly waiting to help you with whatever questions you may have for them.
I love that. What are some of the common reasons that an attendee might want to book one of these?
It can be anything that can help a developer improve their work, Ed, starting from something, as simple as looking for documentation for developing your first app. Two, you can ask questions regarding advanced production workloads if you're looking for feedback to reduce your development time and cost. Sky's the limit.
Oh, wow, that is such a great opportunity. And while the sky's the limit on what you can ask our experts, it feels like with the ratio of 1-to-1, there may be a limit on how many sessions are available.
That's right. So book your one-to-one consultation as soon as possible. They are only available on day 2 of Microsoft Build, so they fill up fast.
Priyanka, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ed.
As Priyanka said, these fill up fast. Book your one-to-one consultation now before it's too late. Let's move on to another unique session type that also fills up fast, product roundtables. Earlier today, I got the scoop on these unique opportunities from Lori, our product roundtable program lead. Check out our conversation. Hi, Lori, how are you?
Hi, Ed, I'm great. How are you?
It's a great day for a great day. I was hoping that you could tell us what product roundtables are all about.
Absolutely. They are an exclusive opportunity for you to speak with members of the product development teams of the tools that you use every day. And it's a chance for you to give your feedback back to those developers to help make the products better.
Okay, what happens to the feedback after the product roundtable? Tell us how it actually gets incorporated.
Yes. So not only would you be speaking directly to the people responsible for developing the products, after the roundtable is over, we summarize the findings, we anonymize them, and then we store them in a Microsoft-wide database of research that we refer back to for years to come.
That is so cool. And I imagine that it builds some community when attendees join product roundtables with peers who share the same interests.
Exactly. When you select a product roundtable to attend, you will be joined by other people interested in that topic. So you have a chance not only to speak to the development team, but to get to know your fellow Build attendees who use and share your passion for the same tools.
Okay, that sounds really cool, but how big are these sessions?
So these sessions tend to be very small, intimate, almost focus group-like sessions. And we want to hear from you. As you know, at many Build sessions, where Microsoft is selling you information. In the product roundtables, we want to hear it back from you. So I encourage you to sign up early because the space is limited.
Okay, I want to sign up, but how do I sign up?
So when you go to the Build website, you want to filter by session type product roundtables. Select the roundtable that's of interest to you. You can select up to 3 and then nominate yourself to be part of that product roundtable.
Lori, thank you so much for the scoop on these.
You're so welcome. It's really a delight to get to talk about product roundtables, and I'm looking forward to seeing many of you over the next few days.
As we learned from Lori, you don't have to be a knight to join these roundtables. Reserve a seat at the product roundtable you want to join. Complete the self-nomination now before these fill up. If you're just joining us, I'm Ed Donahue, Content Experience Director for Microsoft Build, and this is your guide to all of the great content and opportunities that we have in store for you. It's nearly time to kick off the last breakout sessions for the day. If you still haven't decided which one to join, let these breakout presenters try to sway you in their direction.
Hey everybody, Join me and my colleague Allison from GitHub at our session, Pragmatic Tips on How to Get the Most Out of GitHub Copilot, where we're going to show you how you can be up to 55% faster as a developer. See you there.
Hi, I'm John Maida. Your boss is using ChatGPT and wants to add AI to your app right now. Sounds hard? No worries, we make it easy. Come to our session and we'll show you how.
Hey folks, Paulie here from the Cloud Native Advocacy team, inviting you to join George Palma and I as we talk about how you can build intelligent apps using Azure AI services, including OpenAI models, and run them on Azure Kubernetes services. Hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm Adina Trufinescu. In my session, I will talk about state-of-the-art Vision AI with large foundational model and how you can bring that into your applications and solutions. Join me.
Hopefully, those invitations helped you choose the breakout you'd like to join live. And remember, you can always add the others to your backpack to watch later when they become available on demand. And that's true for all of our breakout sessions. When you look at both the day 1 and day 2 lineups, there are so many breakouts to choose from, which is why we recommend filtering our session catalog by 1 or more topics. This is an excellent way to zero in on the breakouts that will be most relevant to you. Let's explore the sessions under a very popular topic, AI. From maintaining a Copilot to using AI responsibly, here are some great breakout options for you.
If you're looking to get started with the Azure OpenAI service, this is the session for you. From ChatGPT to GPT-4, from DALL-E to Codex, we'll cover it all. And also how you can integrate it to other AI models like Florence for vision, speech, and cognitive search. We'll see you there.
Hey there, Seth Juarez here. Super excited about our session, Build and Maintain Your Company Copilot with Azure ML and GPT-4. Large language models are here. How can you use them in your organization safely and reliably? Come to our session to find out. Excited to see you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bird. Together we'll explore how Microsoft builds responsible AI systems and how you can too. You don't want to miss it.
Join us at this session on building end-to-end solutions with Azure AI, where we'll be unveiling some of the newest capabilities in Azure OpenAI, language, speech, vision, and content safety. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Adina Trufinescu. In my session, I will talk about state-of-the-art Vision AI with large foundational model and how you can bring that into your applications and solutions. Join me.
Hi, I'm John Maida. Your boss is using ChatGPT and wants to add AI to your app right now. Sounds hard? No worries, we make it easy. Come to our session and we'll show you how.
Hey, I'm Shinewina, and come join us as we deep dive into practical machine learning and MLOps with Azure Machine Learning. Discover how to efficiently build and deploy your ML models to revolutionize your business. You don't want to miss it.
If you want to find sessions about Microsoft Azure, API management, Azure Kubernetes Service, and more, filter breakouts by the topic Cloud Development, and check out these next invitations from the session presenters.
Are you facing challenges to manage infrastructure and scaling to host applications? Come join the breakout session. Focus on code, not on infrastructure, using Azure Functions, Spring Apps, Container Apps, and Dapper. We are super excited to showcase the tool capabilities and best practices to deploy microservices. So, see you there.
Are you ready to get your code to cloud with Azure Kubernetes Service? Join me, Ahmad Sabur, as I show you how to deploy and scale your apps. You'll see how Azure simplifies the complex tasks to give you the power to innovate faster.
Hi there. Do you have any web APIs like SOAP, REST, or GraphQL in your company? I'm Fernando Mejia, and in my session, I'll be showing the best practices to efficiently manage and secure your APIs at scale. So don't miss our session.
Hi, I'm Kunal. Join me at Build to learn how to accelerate your migration and modernization journey for Java and .NET applications with Azure App Service.
Hey folks, Paulie here from the Cloud Native Advocacy team, inviting you to join George Palma and I as we talk about how you can build intelligent apps using Azure AI services, including OpenAI models, and run them on Azure Kubernetes services. Hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm Devanshi Joshi. Join me alongside Microsoft customers to learn more about modernizing your applications using cloud-native technology like Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure Container App, and serverless Azure Functions.
In the session catalog, refining your search by the topic Data Platform will result in this next breakout sessions. Check them out.
Hey, I'm Davide. Do you want to learn how to instantly create API out of your Azure SQL databases with full security, scalability, and flexibility baked in already, so you don't have to write the same plumbing code again and again and again? Well, come and join me at Microsoft Build. See you there.
Hi folks, Mark Brown here. I'm going to be talking about Azure Kubernetes Service and Azure Cosmos DB for building cloud-native applications in Azure. We'll show you a real-world customer and share lots of how-to details so you can be successful too. We'll see you there.
And if you want to get up to date on the latest announcements, be sure to check out another data platform session called Analytics in the Age of AI. Switching gears to a new topic, if sessions on developer tools are where you'd like to spend most of your time, then we recommend paying close attention to these breakouts.
Hi, I'm Anthony Cangelosi. In my session, we'll be showing you how to make engineering teams across your organization more productive with ready-to-code developer workstations in Microsoft DevBox. We're really looking forward to seeing you there.
Hi, I'm Samuel Ankala. In my session, I'll be showing how Azure deployment environments improves developer experience and productivity by empowering development teams to self-serve app infrastructure. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Do you ever feel you could be more productive if you knew how to take full advantage of all the features in Visual Studio? Hi, I'm Mads, and at Build, I'm going to show you a bunch of cool tips and tricks to unlock your Visual Studio superpowers. See you there.
Hi, I'm Bridget Murtaugh, and I'm so excited to share how you can use Visual Studio Code to develop anything from anywhere. Join us for this session full of demos and tips and tricks to learn how you can get the most out of your VS Code environment. I hope to see you there.
Hey everybody, join me and my colleague Allison from GitHub at our session, Pragmatic Tips on How to Get the Most Out of GitHub Copilot, where we're going to show you how you can be up to 55% faster as a developer. See you there.
Security, containers, GitHub. If these are your buzzwords here at Microsoft Build, check out this next set of breakout sessions under the topic DevSecOps and SRE.
Hello, I'm Pawan Nrsimha, Product Manager on the Identity team. In my session, I'm going to showcase our new and evolved Customer Identity and Access Management platform that's going to blow away developers. See you there.
Hi everybody, I'm Brian Sullivan, and I'll be talking about GitHub Advanced Security for Azure DevOps. If you write code, and you want that code to be secure against hackers, and I hope we all do, then this session is for you. See you there.
Hi, I'm Martin, and if you want to learn all about how GitHub builds GitHub on GitHub, then come along to my session.
Hi, I'm Josh Duffney. We all know containers are the future of application deployment. But with that comes a need to address container security. Join me at Microsoft Build to learn how to secure container deployments by using open source tools.
If you're interested in expanding your reach by bringing your apps onto Microsoft Teams with AI and SDKs, filter the session catalog by the topic Collaborative Apps. This next set of breakouts is for you.
Hello! In this session, we'll show you how to build multiplayer application in Microsoft Teams using the new LiveShare SDK. From the classical Hello World to more advanced 3D collaboration, you will see plenty of demos from us and our partners. See you there!
Hi, I'm Aisha, and together in this session, we will dive into the world of AI-powered Teams apps. Building intelligent apps has never been easier, and we'll show you how. Join in this AI momentum and enhance your developer skills. See you there.
Are you a developer looking to make a big impact with your app? Don't miss out on our upcoming session. With a simplified and streamlined app development process, you can build powerful M365 workflows that keep your users engaged. IT admins can easily deploy and manage your app across all tenants, increasing its reach and impact. Join us and take your app development skills to the next level.
If you're developing on Windows or developing for Windows, these next breakout sessions are where you'll want to spend your time.
Hi everybody, I'm Demetrius Nealon and I'm excited to talk to you about how to get your machine in a ready-to-code state.
Hi, my name is Charla Sonicson, and together with Kayla Cinnamon, we will be sharing the latest updates to the developer experience on Windows. Come find out what the team that has brought you Windows Terminal, Windows Subsystem for Linux, PowerToys, and Winget has in store for you next.
Hi, I'm Yvette Carreras, a developer working on the future of ARM-powered Windows devices, and I am excited to share with you the momentum that we're seeing for this platform. Come and join me at Build this year so that you can hear why, where, and how you can build great ARM apps for Windows.
Hi, I'm Adele Parsons, and in this session, we'll cover how to optimize and integrate AI models into your Windows application with the Onyx runtime and related tools. Join us and learn how to unlock the full potential of AI on Windows across the entire hardware ecosystem.
Come join me and a few of my friends at the Reach breakout session. We'll be covering topics to help you get more users through the Microsoft Store on Windows, our new AI capabilities, the Ads platform, and the ability to supercharge your existing web investments. Look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Many of you are here to accelerate your development using the Microsoft Power Platform. And if that's you, filter our session catalog by another very popular topic this year, low code. Here are your invitations to these breakouts.
Hi, I'm Priya Vaidyanathan, and in our session, we will be discussing the exciting new ways that all developers can use Copilot and AI features in Power Platform to build solutions faster, smarter, and easier. We hope you join us.
Hi there, I am Marcel Ferreira, and in my session, I will show how API developers using Visual Studio can leverage Power Platform to easily build low-code apps for their existing or new APIs, even before publishing it and debugging in real time. So join us to learn more about Power Platform for code developers.
Hello there, my name is Leon Welicki and I am the Chief Product Officer for Power Apps. In our build session, you learn how to build a modern, full-stack AI-infused cloud application using the Power Platform. Please join us, looking forward to seeing you there.
For those of you developing on the .NET Framework, filter our session catalog by, you guessed it, the .NET topic, and start adding these breakouts to your schedule or backpack.
Hi everyone, be sure to check out our session at Microsoft Build on what's new in .NET 8 for web developers. We'll cover everything from the front end to the back end using ASP.NET Core and Blazor. You're not going to want to miss it. We hope to see you there.
Hi, I'm Brady, and I'm going to be delivering a session at Build this year with my good friend Emo Landworth, and we're going to be talking about cloud-native development with .NET 8 and .NET 7 and .NET 6, all the versions of .NET Core and all the great things that you can do with cloud-native development using it. I'll see you at Build.
Hi, I'm Matt Storgerson. I look forward to showing you what's next in C# alongside with my fellow language designer, Dustin Campbell. Why don't you come join us?
Hi, my name is Matt Soga, and in my session, The Reliable Web App Pattern for .NET, Nish and Neil and I will be showing you how to build web applications that are resilient, scalable, and cost-optimized with .NET and Azure. So join us in this fun and educational session.
If you've just joined us, I'm Ed Donahue, Content Experience Director for Microsoft Build, and we just checked out previews of breakout sessions grouped by each of our topics. If you were with us that whole time, well, hopefully you discovered some great breakouts and loaded up your schedule or backpack. Saving to your backpack ensures you'll get easy access to the breakouts on demand as soon as they're available. As we reach the end of Microsoft Build Day 1, let's check out the list of pre-recorded sessions organized by topic available now.
everyone. I'm Ed Donahue, Director of Content Experience for Microsoft Build, and we're sharing expert advice on how you can get the most out of your time here. Earlier today, I caught up with my colleague Alex O'Donnell, who oversees our diverse menu of discussion sessions. Alex joined me via Microsoft Teams from the UK to share how these sessions were uniquely designed. Here's our conversation. Hi, Alex. How are you?
Well, hello, Ed. I'm great, thank you. How about you?
Fabulous. So, as our content experience lead for discussions, tell us everything that we need to know.
Okay, everything. Well, how long have you got? I'll give it a go. So we have over 70 discussion sessions to choose from, and every single one is all about the Q&A amongst attendees. They're about 30 to 45 minutes and all highly interactive with very, very few slides. They're all powered by Microsoft Teams and gives a great opportunity to dive deeper into the content from breakouts and keynotes. Everything is organized by our 9 topics, so we truly hope that there's a discussion out there for everyone.
Okay, what if I'm super interested in attending a discussion, but maybe I'm more of a quiet type in Teams meetings?
Okay, Ed, well, in the parallel universe, where we are both quiet types, we've got you covered. Everyone is welcome. No one's put on the spot. We've got Q&A in the chat too, and lots of people like to enjoy the questions and answers passively, and that's completely fine. But remember, they are best enjoyed live, so check out Session Catalog now.
Okay, let's jump into some specifics. What can we look forward to in the way of discussions here on day 1 at Microsoft Build?
Well, Ed, we both know that having favorites is a very, very dangerous thing. However, to whet your appetite, of course, we have some Copilot and GPT-4 gems. There is an amazing Q&A panel that you have to check out. For those looking a little further ahead, there's an ASP.NET Future session I really like the look of, and also some dedicated content on improving mental health, optimizing on ARM, and a Microsoft Graph session. It's a pretty eclectic mix.
Thank you so much for the discussion about discussions with us, Alex.
Really a great discussion. Thank you for having me.
That was Discussion Experience Leader Alex O'Donnell. To find these sessions and add them to your schedule or backpack, head to the session catalog now. Refine results by session type, select discussion, and browse the full menu of options for those most relevant to you. If you're just joining us, I'm Ed Donahue, and this time with me is all about helping you better navigate the many flavors of opportunity available to you in our session catalog. As we learned from Alex, we have over 70 discussion sessions that you can join. And within the discussion options, there's one special category we learned about earlier today, Learn Live. Here's my conversation with the lead program expert, Laurent. Hi, Laurent.
Hi, Ed. How are you doing?
I am doing so great. Thank you so much for joining us. I was hoping that you could tell us all about the unique Learn Live sessions.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure. So Learn Live is very exciting. It's also very interactive. It's a very specific format where we have 2 presenters for each session. And those presenters were selected explicitly because they are experts in the field that they are talking about. Now, we also have moderators, and it means that you can go in the session, you can use the Q&A to ask questions and have those answered by our moderators and potentially even from our presenters. We also have some polling, some knowledge checks, and basically a lot of interaction to make those sessions very interesting. This year in particular, we spend extra time to select content which is very current and very new. And in fact, we even have some content which has just been released explicitly for Build. So this is very exciting.
That is so cool. So in addition to all of the cool stuff you just said, is there anything special you want everyone to know about for Learn Live discussions on day 1?
Yeah, absolutely. We have 6 sessions today, and those sessions have a little bit of everything for everyone. We have sessions today about the Teams Toolkit for VS Code if you want to develop applications for Microsoft Teams. We have sessions about Azure Arc and Kubernetes, Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL. We have Power App sessions for low-code and no-code experts and enthusiasts.
And we also have a very good session about GitHub Advanced Security. It's the first time we do a GitHub session on Learn Live, as well as get started with AI on Azure, because you know how important AI is these days.
That is too right. Laurent, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Ed.
To find the sessions Laurent just spoke about, search the catalog for Learn Live and check out the options available to you. Let's go deeper into the discussion session type. Fans of all things Windows may already know one of our discussion leaders, Raymond Chen, whom I had the pleasure of interviewing here in studio. Raymond is a 30-year Windows developer and author of a popular tech blog, The Old New Thing, which is also the name of his Q&A session at Microsoft Build. Here's our conversation. Raymond, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's great to be here, Ed.
So I was hoping that you could share, for those of us who don't know, a little bit about your illustrious career here at Microsoft.
Well, when I started at Microsoft, I joined the project that became Windows 95. And my responsibilities lay in the kernel, and I ended up focusing my work on application compatibility and particularly game compatibility. And so if your video games didn't work on Windows 95, that's pretty much my fault.
Well, we all have our faults. I was hoping that you could tell us the story behind your session title, The Old New Thing.
Yeah, so in 2003, I started a blog because somebody said, Raymond, you should start a blog. And I said, sure, and I didn't realize what I was signing up for. And I spent not enough time coming up with the title, which is The Old New Thing, because everybody gets excited about the new thing, and quickly people forget about the old thing that was the new thing. And so I thought I would spend more time on the older technologies. And so that's why the title is The Old New Thing. And demonstrating my lack of creativity, I reused that title for my book, and I'm reusing that title for this session, and I may reuse that title for my pet dog.
I love it. That'll work great. So our discussion sessions are unique in format because they're so interactive, but I was hoping you could give us a sneak peek of what we can expect.
We're just going to take questions from the peanut gallery, and so you never know what could happen. But some topics we might cover is the origin of the Power Toys. Back in Windows 95, we released a bunch of things called the Power Toys, and they're back. Or maybe I'll, talk about some of my favorite bits of weird internal Microsoft jargon, like hard landings, which is sounds kind of disturbing, and it is.
Oh, Raymond, this sounds like a great session, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
That's all for today. Hope you had a fantastic day one. Now it's time to get excited for day two. Make sure your schedule is filled with all the sessions you want to join live, and add the others to your backpack to check out later when they become available on demand. I'm Ed Donahue. Rest up and catch me back here for the second and final day of Microsoft Build.
you.